The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Frontrunners took center stage at the American Cup in St. Louis. The remaining unbeaten battled it out to avoid their first defeat in the double-elimination format. Despite a loss forcing a playoff, an unwavering Tatev Abrahamyan dominated with 2 wins, advancing to face last year's winner, Alice Lee. A victorious Hikaru Nakamura moved on, joining Fabiano Caruana, who survived a perilous back-and-forth tiebreak that came down to the wire. The Elimination Bracket returns with new additions. Can they keep hanging on, or will their stay be short-lived? Day 5 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5 of the 2025 American Cup, held here in beautiful St. Louis. We start today at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Q Boutique shop, where you can shop for all your chess needs if you are here to watch the players or if you're just hanging around the Central West End. It's Day 5 action coming up shortly, and I cannot wait for the action to begin. Let's go to the studio and start Day 5.
It is Day 5 of the American Cup. 4 players face elimination. Rapid and Blitz chess will decide who moves on and who moves out. Our action from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Welcome everyone. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. Hello guys.
Katerina, good to see you. Yasser, as always.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. We have been having too much fun. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. Day 5 of the American Cup is coming up, but it was Day 4. That was just an epic showdown between Fabiano and Levon. Our defending champion went to 4 Blitz games, and there was nothing between the 2 players. Fabi squeaked by the barest margin and survived in the champions bracket. But as you said, 4 players face elimination. Kate, do the honors. Tell us about the brackets.
And let's take a look. And we will start with the women's champions bracket. Here it is Tatev Abrahamyan, who defeated yesterday Carissa and Anna Zatonsky in the first round, and she's going to be challenging Alice Lee. Alice Lee won against Irina Krush, an opponent she faces very often. And remember, Alice Lee is the defending champion.
Absolutely. And in the elimination bracket, 2 players.
Yeah, so in the elimination bracket, Irina Krush is going to challenge Anna Zatonsky, and Carissa will play Nazi Paikidze, and 2 of those players will be out today.
Wow. In the open champions bracket,
here it is Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated yesterday Lenier, Dominguez, and Wesley and Abrahamyan Mishra in the first round, and he's going to be playing Fabiano Caruana, who had that crazy Blitz playoff yesterday against Levon Aronian.
Number 1 versus number 2. It's always great when the 2 best players face off against one another. And in the elimination bracket, Kate?
Here it will be Lenier Dominguez, who challenges Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian playing Wesley So.
And remind us of the format.
So the format of this unique tournament is we play 2 8-player double elimination bracket style tournaments. There are no draw offers allowed in any of the chess games. Now in the champions bracket, we play a match of 2 classical games, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. And if this match is tight, they're gonna go to Blitz playoff, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And if that's tight, they're gonna reverse colors and play the Blitz playoff again. And if there is a tie, Armageddon is gonna decide who continues in the champions bracket and who goes to the elimination bracket. And the elimination bracket is about rapid games, 2 games of 25 plus 10-second increment. And again, if there is a tie, the same playoffs as in the champions bracket.
And the schedule, Kate. I got mesmerized by the format there.
So today we have day 5 out of the 10 days of this American Cup.
And what are we going to do today?
Yeah, specifically on today's schedule is in the Champions Bracket, we're going to have one classical game, the first game of the match. And in the Elimination Bracket, 2 rapid games and, if necessary, a Blitz playoff.
Fantastic. Okay, this is going to be such a fun day today. Cristian, I'm telling you, I'm still recovering from yesterday's epic.
Absolutely, and that's the match. The match that you guys mentioned so many times is the match between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. And every single time it unfolds, well, it's so unpredictable and so crazy. Take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
H1.
I like that move.
I do too. Rook E5 is on his agenda. Queen D5 check. Rook E5. Again, but Levon he's finding remarkable H5 is hanging.
Into E4, Rook F6, H5, yes.
That must be a winning. Now,
Rook E8.
And Queen H1.
Queen H1. The rooks. I thought we liked the rook on A5.
I love the rook on A5. I thought we were going King C2 and Rook A1. Clock times?
10 seconds for Fabiano.
And
he
6 seconds
needs to
for
make a
Levon.
move.
6 seconds for Levon.
Bishop!
Oh! That hurt.
Once again, he wins on demand and
Fabi
forces.
blunders a rook. Levon Aronian wins. Fabi just captured a pawn with check.
He's up 1 pawn.
But how much time? He took all of his time. Queen G5 check.
King B1. The king is trying to hide it there.
I would go Queen F5. That pins the rook.
That's exactly what he does.
That is uncomfortable, so moving away from the pin. 2 seconds on the clock for Levon.
Oh!
Queen C1, queen takes
Fabi
D3.
wins the game with a last second check on the back rank. King H3. King H3. No.
Knight F3, Rook to B3.
Pinning that
Rook
knight.
D7, good move.
Yeah, that was a very good move. And again, he a pawn up.
Yeah.
Rook and pawn endgame.
2 versus 2. They agree to a draw and Fabiano moves on.
Oh, they
the
can't
champion.
make a
cannot
draw.
agree on a draw.
But I think Chris has understood that. Yeah, you're not supposed to you're not supposed to offer a draw. Congratulations to Fabi.
Finally, after 2 years of painful defeats against Levon Aronian, Fabiano moves on to the Champions Bracket where he will be facing Hikaru Nakamura, and he was elated yesterday. Eric Rosen caught up with him.
I'm joined by Fabiano Caruana, who just defeated Levon Aronian in the Blitz playoff. How are you feeling, Fabi?
It's of course great. It was very nervy, so I'm still a bit jittery. Yeah, it was a really tough match. I think that it really came down to this third Blitz game. I was just super lucky, but it was out of control for both of us. We were playing a position which was too complicated for either of us to play well, and there were definitely many blunders throughout the entire game. But yeah, I just came out ahead. It's like sometimes these split-second moments, and it feels especially good because in the last 2 years of the American Cup, I lost to Levon. Once I was eliminated by him, once I was dropped into Elimination Bracket. So to get one back feels a good feeling.
And Kate, tell us about the pairings and the colors for today's games.
Yes, and let's start with the Champions Bracket. In the women's section, Alice Lee is going to have white against Tatev Abrahamyan. They're going to play one classical game. But remember, whoever wins this match is going to get the Champions Bracket bonus.
Absolutely. And in the Elimination Bracket, who's starting with which color?
So Irina Krash will start with white pieces against Anna Zatonsky, and Kari Saif will have white against Nazi Paikidze. But in the second game, they're going to play at 2 p.m. The colors are going to switch.
Got it. And in the Open Champions Bracket?
In the Open Champions Bracket, we have Hikaru Nakamura playing white, a classical game against Fabiano Caruana.
And finally, in the Open Elimination Bracket?
There it will be Wesley playing black against Levon Aronian, and Lenier Dominguez playing white against Sam Sevian.
Obviously, the players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for, Kate?
There is a very generous prize fund. In the women's section, it's $150,000. First place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, third place 20,000, and all players get prize money. And remember the champions bracket bonus, $9,000.
And in the open section, the prize fund there?
Here the prize fund is $250,000. First place winning $75,000, second place $55,000, and third place $30,000. And again, champions bracket bonus $15,000.
Captain Obvious that I am, the winner of the Hikaru match, will get first or second. So big money at stake in today's matches. As we get ready for day 5, we're at the World Chess Hall of Fame. The players are taking their seats. And I'm just thinking about Levon Aronian. He just had this absolutely unbelievable epic Blitz showdown with Fabi. It could have easily gone, just a half second, an extra check here or there could have made all the difference. And suddenly, 24 hours later, he's facing elimination from the tournament, and he's got to play Wesley So.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't, not at all. And for Irina Krush, Alice Lee and Irina have had their duels. She, for the first time in her whole experience, is facing elimination.
Mm-hmm.
And today we have Ben Simon, who has been with the club really from the start of the whole internet. Oh, come on, Ben, you can do better.
I think that's pretty good.
I don't know. It
Conservative,
he didn't really get
pretty decent.
in the Swiss style bang, bang.
No, he
bang.
showed up in his suit.
That's
he's
true.
Looking dapper. I think he's ready for this job.
You're making a point there. As we're looking at the elimination games, let me just refresh my... I would like to go with the game of Levon versus Wesley. This is, again, the first of their 2 rapid blitz.
And Joko Piano.
Joko Piano.
Not
D7,
surprising
D6.
because that opening is played in these events all the time.
Yeah, it's become, at one moment, everybody seemed to be playing the Berlin defense. It was just like Berlin, Berlin, Berlin.
Everybody still plays the Berlin defense. Yeah, sir. The problem is the players with the white pieces usually go for the Joko Piano.
Yes.
Because of the Berlin.
Because they just
Especially Wesley. Wesley loves the Berlin. Lenier loves the Berlin. These are 2 players that pretty much don't ever shy away from that. Now, they've had a pretty significant battle. In fact, the game of our tournament at the Champions Showdown in the Joko Piano.
Mm-hmm.
These 2 players, and it was Levon Aronian, who chose a very enterprising idea with long castle.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he almost got made it.
Well, I think Wesley won the brilliancy
Yes.
Of the tournament.
Game of the
with
tournament.
That. Yeah,
Yes.
Bishop B3. Again, we're still in theory.
H6.
H7,
Not
H6.
allowing the bishop to pin the knight.
Castles, a whole body of theory has dealt with this whole G5 complex and whether or not the sacrifice is justified. 2 pawns for the piece, exposed king. Lots and lots of games, I can assure you. But Wesley dodges that whole discussion, plays the move H7, H6, and says, okay, I'm going to castle next move. Like, what are you going to do? Normally speaking, players are playing knight D2, rook E1, knight F1, and scurrying the knight over to the king side.
Not necessarily, by the way. Sometimes you can also, with black pieces, go G5 and
then
just
the
decide
other,
to go for a long castle.
Yeah, and then the other idea from black's perspective with the move H6 is to play for G5. The other, in the open section, the other elimination.
Wow,
Whoa.
a lot of moves here.
What just happened?
And an
we go to that?
exclamation point there.
I mean, look at the clock. They started with 25 minutes. Now, Lenier 27:52, Sam Sevian 26:30.
Wow.
This is all prep.
All prep.
Absolutely all
Very, very sharp French defense.
You see the bar, it's completely equal.
Right.
Both players earned more time in this game so far.
Now, the thing is, for Lenier, he's been a dyed-in-the-wool 1 E2, E4 player, and he plays the main line of theory right down. And I'm really curious to see H5, Rook H3. And by the way, Sam is playing the same variation that he played against Ray Robson earlier in the tournament. How do you like that move?
We
King
need to hide the
F2.
king. The king needs to go to safety, so we will just go king F2 and king G1 because we are happy that rook is on H3 with the potential to go maybe to G3
Exactly.
and attack the king on that G file.
I was always taught that White would prefer to recapture the F pawn. Maybe he was afraid of a piece sacrifice. You get 2 pawns or something. In any case, he could still sacrifice the piece. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Black is saying, I want to open the center.
Wow. And there you go. He took bishop c5, knight takes c3. Oh my goodness. This is all theory because there's no way you play
So White sacrifice
an
an
exchange.
exchange.
To get the knight to d8, where actually to get the rook to g3. So I think what Lenier has in mind is moves like f5 and queen takes h6, f5, maybe queen to b3 check.
F5 is the main move.
And we just seen queen b1, and I don't know when the players are going to
Queen b1 is
exhaust
a
this.
great move. Queen b1 is a great move, and there's a deeper idea
Queen b6.
behind just, well, solidifying that b1 h7 diagonal.
Right.
Is after f5, take on f5, take on h6 with the pawn.
With the
take
pawn.
with the pawn, yes, and that's the idea.
Really?
Yes, you take with the pawn, and after queen takes h6, you go queen b6 check,
You force a queen trade.
and you trade the queens. Yes.
Just before I was when you released
Just
the
before you
pin.
checkmate me.
Yeah, exactly. You just released the pin, and I was ready to play bishop c4 check. Okay, so now we understand that queen b6 is a
Is the
And
idea
I would
behind
really
this.
like to move my king away right from the diagonal, but the king has to be defending the bishop on
well.
f1.
To my way of thinking, I really want to play the move f5. I don't want to fall into that whole queen b6 business. How about knight d4, Cristian? Is this
Knight d4 is a
theory?
good move, yes.
Is this
Knight d4 is a
theory, or-
good move. Definitely not theory. We're out of theory for, actually queen b1 was played once, and f5 was in that game. Knight
F5
d4 is a move, though.
Yeah, I didn't want to trade queens. I do want to take the pawn on e6, obviously.
Now at least I have, and there
And
you
knight
go.
d4.
It's on
Yeah,
the board.
yeah.
Now we expect knight to f8.
Okay, but now...
You have to defend that pawn on e6 somehow, right? You don't want to
Yes.
be too aggressive with knight c5. That's just simply not the right direction. Because you want that knight closer to your king. You want that knight to be a good defensive piece.
Exactly.
So go knight f8.
And the other thing that I had in mind is in case you played queen b6, which looks to be an awesome move, you attack the knight, you defend the pawn. The intention was, now that your queen is no longer pinning the bishop, my intention was to play bishop to c4 and
Let's say knight
f5
f8
and f5.
and f5. Yeah.
And then I win my material back. What the resulting position is, I know not.
Look
what.
at Hikaru in the back. He's like, what
What
are these
are you
guys
guys
doing?
What are
By
they
the
doing?
way, my computer engine, I just see it now, missed opportunity, it says.
Because the engine probably really wants White to play f5.
Too easily given that mark. I would say f5 was slightly better for White in the endgame, but with a stronger engine, most likely this one should dissolve into equality. And knight to d4 just simply keeps more pieces on the board.
Right.
I think from a practical perspective, it's the better attempt. At the same time, it opens up the possibility that, you know, with that knight on d8, you're never safe. It's easy to
Exactly.
lose that knight.
Easily. And after the position, Cristian, jump in. After Sam plays knight f8, as you say,
We
keeping
expect f5.
contact, then we expect f5.
Yes, yes.
And I've got to take it.
You take it, and now we have some funny-looking moves, Mickey Mouse moves, queen
Mickey.
to a3.
What?
Queen,
Queen
a3,
A3.
to target the rook on e7.
Queen a3.
We'll see if he's aware of this type of moves. He must be.
Wow.
He must be.
And Kate, how do these two match up in head-to-head?
Yeah, so these players don't have that many games that
Rapid
they
chess
played
games,
in
right?
rapid chess. Only 1 loss for Lenier and 3 draws.
Well, it goes to show that Sam feels that he can compete. Very, very nice. And again, the players have played this so quickly. For Lenier, he must have gained time on the clock. He's played it so fast, right?
He's still up to almost 26 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Even after this move knight to d4, which seems to be perhaps somewhat out of his range of opening preparation, because he did spend a couple of minutes on this move.
And it also looks like Sam was not expecting it, because it is the first time he is thinking what to do right now.
F5 is the main move by the engine, is the one that you remember the best.
Right.
You know, whenever you're training this type of openings, the main move of the engine, that's the one you're focused on the most.
Exactly. I'm going to change tournaments, if you don't mind. I'm going to go to the women's competition, just looking at King's Indian Defense by Tatev in the classical game with Alice Lee. But if you don't mind, could you just connect me to the, the elimination for the ladies. Irina Karash and Anna Zatansky, 12 U.S. Women's Championship titles between these two. There was a period in their careers where they just seemed to be
dominating women's chess,
trading titles back and forth. One of these two players are going to be eliminated, and this looks like a game that Irina had played against Alice Lee
just yesterday. Getting a very nice position.
Yeah, and it was like Alice had knight takes d5. You recall that Irina went a3, queen c2, h4, da da da. No doubts whatsoever that Anna saw that game and said, okay, let me prepare. I will play an isolated queen pawn position. Bishop e2, the last move.
So we are in the game of Irina Karash and Anna Zatonsky.
And we've just seen the move bishop e2, expecting a nicely played isolated queen pawn to come up. Carissa Yip, the #1 seed in the event, got unceremoniously dumped into the elimination bracket. Why? Because she lost a Blitz playoff. Our apologies to Tatev, we didn't follow it that closely, because Fabi and Levon were
just
stealing.
Too many games going on.
They stole the spotlight.
And it looked like it was a successful day for Carissa, because she was able to come back to the match. In the classical game, she lost the first round.
By winning with black.
With white pieces, but then yesterday she defeated Tatev with black pieces, forcing a playoff.
Carissa is playing the white side of Hikaru Khan against Nasi. And the move knight e2, that is a bit peculiar to my eyes, in the sense that you're going to play knight to g3, and the problem as I see it is, if I move my bishop, right, and I just play g6, the knight doesn't really have anything to look forward to. Conversely, I'm thinking that the knight would be better placed on g5. Let's see how it
so Nasi is putting pressure on that pawn on h4.
Right. Knight f4.
Now targeting the pawn on h5.
And here comes the question. Bishop to g4. Bishop to e2. Now, normally speaking, you're kind of happy to get rid of your so-called bad French bishop. I wouldn't really want to pick up this pawn and trade. Rather, I would like to say to white, what are you going to do? I'll defend my pawn. Are you going to make a sacrifice on e6 or d5?
I'm looking at d5 maybe with the c knight, so I can push pawn to e6 and try to break in. But it feels like white pieces are not ready to be attacking.
You're not attacking with much. By the way, Nasi has just played
move knight h6, and we see
h6.
that orange bubble saying computer doesn't like it.
Well, I'm a pawn grubber, so what does she have? What does Nasi have in mind? I capture a pawn. Now, you're doing me a real favor by giving me your light squared bishop.
Yes, but I need to destroy that knight, because that knight is targeting the pawn on g7, threatening to check the king, and I have to take that knight, yes.
Okay, so munch.
Knight f5.
Knight f5.
I want to increase the pressure on that pawn on h4.
Okay. Every fiber of my being wants to play g2, g3 and simply protect the pawn on h4. But I have a feeling that I could maybe use the open H file in case you capture on H4 to my benefit. In other words, if you play bishop takes H4, I've got a pin along the H
And
file.
if I capture with the knight?
Same story, right? I've got the pin. How would I do it? Something like this.
Okay, King F1, because you don't want the knight to have a discovered attack.
Well, here I just feel like I've got a French defense where maybe the knight is wrong. You're going to have to take with the rook. Let's take have a look-see on this one. Takes, takes, takes. I'm assuming I'm playing G3.
I'll go back to G6.
I don't like this because I just feel that the knight is rather passively placed here. Bishop to E3. White has the two bishops. And that's probably why the engine doesn't like this. Cristian, haven't heard from you all day. Jump in.
Yes.
What do you got
look
for
at
us?
this one. Hikaru versus Fabiano. That's the marquee matchup in the champions bracket of the open section. Now, there is a big moment right now. This is what we got. Hikaru decided to go with the Catalan. We've seen Hikaru play the Catalan in recent
it's not
times.
a surprise.
It seems like this is his go-to for at least this tournament, right? We've seen him play some B3, but I don't think he wants to dabble into those type of territories against Fabi. Bishop to D2, bishop to D6, all known up to this point. Castle, castle, bishop to C3, and at this point already, this is move 9. Generally quite standard. Even this move, bishop to C3.
Bishop C3 is standard?
It is standard, and
Wow.
in fact, I believe it's the main move.
Oh my goodness.
No,
I'm
it's not the
way
main
off.
move. Queen takes C4 is the main move. Rook D1 and bishop to C3, both 6 games. Bishop to C3, waiting to take that pawn on C4. And now we have the first novelty. A6, played very quickly by Fabi. Queen takes C4. And now B5.
Hello.
That's a knight.
Hello.
Maybe I can take it, right? And perhaps this is what Hikaru is thinking as well. Well, if you take it, the game pretty much finishes. It's going to be a draw. Bishop to D7, you go there, I go rook A8, and I pretty much trap that queen on the A and B files. There's no way to come back from this. So, big opportunity right now. Well, big opportunity, big moment of decision for Hikaru. Do you want to continue the game?
Yeah,
With queen to D3, queen to B3?
He wants to continue.
You sort of have to.
Queen,
right? I mean,
queen,
this is
queen,
just move
queen
10.
D3.
He probably has to go queen to D3. Then I go bishop to B7. I'm very surprised, first of all, that this hasn't been seen before. Because, you know, A6 followed by B5 seems to be quite forced, right? A6, you're threatening B5, you have to take on C4, B5. It must have been seen, at least in some blitz games, right? Bishop to B7, we get this position, and I'm trying to understand the plans for black. I think, especially if you do retreat with the queen on D3, and it's a bit awkward, by the way, to finish your development, because there's no knight D2.
B4.
Knight D2, B4, you pretty much resign on the spot. So the question is, how do you do it? Do you go bishop to D2 back, losing another tempo, and then go knight to C3? How do you develop your pieces?
My
as
understanding
white?
of these closed Catalan positions is it's about the C7, C5 break.
Right.
And I would probably play A3, so I could go
A3
knight
as
D-
white.
Yeah, so I could go knight to D2 to B3.
As you just mentioned,
Yeah,
trying to get C5 in.
Bishop A5.
Bishop A5. Now, I've seen this move quite
Yes.
often. Queen to B8.
Rook C1.
Rook to C1. I might go rook to C8. Yeah, why not? Rook to C8. Queen A7 is also possible, but rook C8. It's funny looking.
Yeah, right? Everything.
It's just 960, right?
Right. All the pieces are parked on the.
But it's all about the C5 break.
Exactly.
So you might as well try to stop me again, but then the bishop on B4.
Then, yeah, knight-
you know,
knight
already you
C6.
can see knight to C6, the bar is dropping.
Right. Quite an interesting approach.
It's an interesting position. It's a novel position. 1 hour and 32 minutes for Fabi, 1 hour 21 for Hikaru. Now, let's take a look at the class. First of all, the head-to-head,
head-to-head.
the classical games.
I'm going to say 5-5.
Wow, 10 wins for Hikaru, 8 losses, and 36
Wow.
draws.
I was off on my 5-5. I knew about the 36 draws. I just didn't know about the 10-8. Well, for Hikaru, he's probably got one of the best scores against Fabiano of any modern grandmaster outside
And that,
of
in fact,
Magnus.
happened in recent years. In recent years, it is Hikaru that's been defeating Fabiano, especially in classical chess, especially with the white pieces, quite often. I believe
I'm thinking of the candidates
in
too,
the last
right?
3 or 4 years. I don't know if Fabi has won a single game in classical chess against Hikaru. So definitely something to be working on. Now,
Impressive.
going back to this one, Lenier versus Sam, just to kind of give you the idea, I was going through the motions, going through the variations, and I do think that, in fact, Lenier probably has prepared this move at home because knight to f8, first of all, there's a very narrow path for Sam to actually stay in this game. f5, you take, I go with this move, queen to a3. And after rook to d7, obviously, I will continue. e6. If you take on d4, well, thank you very much. This game is pretty much a queen. That's going to be a queen. And that's why you need this queen on a3 so that you take on f8 and there's something protecting it. Very nice move. So at this point, the only move to stay in the game is queen to b6.
Wow.
Yes. Queen to b6, only move. I take, you take, king h2, you take, and we get this position after queen to e7, which is absolutely what? Like,
That's
who knows
crazy.
what's happening, right? I have this knight f7, knight takes h6 idea, queen to f7, queen to f8 idea. If you don't know this position from home, it's so difficult to handle. You can easily mess this one up, and you can...
And look at the clock, yeah.
Exactly. Sam
Sam's
Sevian
thinking.
is deep in the tank right now. He's
Wow.
trying to understand, hey, what do? I knew the theory up to this point. But guess what? My opponent knew it better.
Right.
And I did not expect this move knight to d4. How do I untangle my pieces right now?
Wow. Crazy, crazy. By the way, I just, through all of this, I still have my game between Carissa, Yip, and Nazi on my screen. And apparently, after knight h6, Carissa just captured on g4, played the move g3, and said, ha, 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 look at you. You've got an outstanding weakness that it's not going to be easy for you to deal with.
But why doesn't have the light square bishop?
That
I'm
is
not
true.
sure if I am that worried as black about the pawn.
Guys,
Yep, please. Double
question mark move
By
for
Sam.
Sam Sevian just played right now. Perhaps we can take a look at the bird's eye view and see the reaction of Dominguez, because
He's allowing the knight e6
this is bad right now. After-
variation that we looked at.
You can go knight takes e6. That's one of the
One
moves.
variation.
But I think even stronger is f5. F5 right now,
F5.
giving up the knight. Continue with f6. At this point, you have to sacrifice on f6. You cannot go rook to f7, knight to f5. Even. Knight to f5 is winning. Look at this.
Bishop c4.
Look at this position.
How could you not take the pawn on e6? I mean, you have to be a stronger person.
Oh
than
my
me.
goodness! Look at this position.
Wow.
You're first of all, let's count the pieces. You're a
rook
rook
down,
and a knight
a rook and then a knight.
down.
Yeah.
But you do have these beautiful pawns on f6 and a5, completely lost for black.
That is crazy business.
So f6, let's go once again through the motions. You have to sacrifice back.
Okay.
And now guess what? Only rook to c7.
Okay.
This is the only move, because you need to control bishop to c4.
Yes,
Otherwise,
that
bishop
makes
c4 is
sense.
coming.
That makes sense.
Knight takes e6, bishop takes. Yeah, good luck. King h8 only move, because otherwise you get mated.
Hold on, I take on g7, check. Oh, rook takes.
Yes.
Take on h6.
And you
yeah?
somehow build a cocoon.
That's not a cocoon. I don't feel insulated.
Don't feel
I
protected.
feel
I know.
drafty.
I know. But you will build it. So, for example, you go here, you see you get closer and closer. Then this rook comes to g8. It's awkward. It's super awkward. And it's going to be extremely difficult to defend for Sam Sevian, no matter what Leinier does. If
But-
he starts going f5, f6, and I think he's going to sense this moment.
I have to protest.
Yes.
From the current position, why aren't we taking the pawn on e6? Just like munch it.
Sure. You, which one?
That one, perfect.
With the knight from 8, right?
Yeah.
I will take on e5.
Take
We
on
really need to
e5.
develop the bishop
Yes,
from c8.
yes,
That's
yes.
a big problem, right?
So, of course, rook takes e6, as you just pointed out. Bishop
That
to
is
c4 wins.
That's easy.
On the spot.
That's
yes.
easy.
f5 is coming next, you lose. So I take on e5 so that I can take back on e6 with the bishop.
That makes a lot. I could take on g7. Oh, sorry.
You want to take on g7?
I was thinking, yeah, knight takes g7.
If you take with the knight, I think I have some knight f3 nice ideas, right? Yes. Take.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah.
I missed
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So
96, 95. Okay.
Queen takes e5, bishop takes e6, rook g6, and now rook to d8, and we get some
Crazy
some
pinning.
wild situation happening
Okay.
in this position.
Amazing.
Again, f5, really good move. Lenier is
F5.
going to be thinking for a while in this position, trying to understand everything that's happening. And I think that's Sam in the back, right? If we zoom in, no, perhaps not. That seems to be somebody else. Somebody else.
Just quickly checking in on Arena, and they're not having the most exciting game as they are getting into, again, a isolated queen pawn position, takes, bishop e6, technical dry stuff. I'm going to go back to the Sam Lenier, because that was an amazing variation that Cristian was showing us. F4, F5, and just very early the rook lift, rover, rook h3 over to g3 makes a lot of sense that we want to play for f6. Did all of these variations make sense to you?
I mean, they are so
because
complicated.
I was just kind of
I'm just trying to see how much time Sevian spent on his move knight.
About 14
Queen
minutes.
b6, 14 minutes.
About 14
Wow.
minutes.
I mean, that's,
He
you have a
played
game
queen.
of 25 minutes and you spend 14 minutes on one move. That shows how difficult the position is.
Yep.
Well, he played all of his moves up to queen b1, and so he was familiar with the move, familiar with the position. Knight d4 caught him out, and he erred with this move, queen b6. But f5 is not that easy a move. We understand that queen takes d6, f6, as Cristian was showing us, crazy variations favorable for white. What if we just take? We
Allowing
do
bishop c4 check.
bishop
Okay,
c4 check.
let's go.
Okay, let's go. King. Oh, now we have knight f7.
Knight f7, yeah.
Knight f7 check. We're forced to give up the exchange, but is that the end of the world? I wouldn't think so. It's just that
That
white's
easy
pieces.
pawn. Well, e-pawn.
White's pieces are
It's coming
just
fast.
so much. I mean, white has such a spatial advantage, active pieces.
But we also have rook g6 move. We don't have to play knight f7. What if I start with rook g6?
Careful, careful. I've got your knight.
I have
on
that
pre.
cocoon after.
Yes, but
Rook takes
Oh,
h6.
you're trying to checkmate me.
yeah, checkmating because I can bring one more knight there and I can, capture on h6 when I want to. Not yet. Maybe knight takes f5 first or knight e6.
I'm sacking. I'm doing everything I can to protect my king.
Well, now I capture the rook on
you
e7.
capture the rook. I capture the knight.
Oh, and now
I'm
you
still
have,
hanging in
you
there.
have that cocoon now because
Well, I feel like I'm hanging on the edge of the cliff, but still hanging.
Somehow I'm a piece up as black.
yeah.
Yeah. How
now
did
this-
that happen? How did that happen? But you didn't need to do that. After f5 captures here. Yeah. You want to play knight takes and knight takes check, but this is check on e3.
No, bishop c4 looks like a very good move. I like that move.
Me too. King h8.
And maybe now we need to
Just-
pause.
This is
Really?
good. This is good. You're winning back an exchange, and as somebody just pointed out to me boldly, we have a very, very powerful passer.
Yeah, this looks very good. And the rook g6 is also a threat.
And we've got ideas of rook g7 and knight f5 check when the queen on b6 is unprotected. Lenier definitely taking his time, sensing opportunity. For sure he's looking at knight e6, knight e5 complications, but maybe his thoughts are it's not an obvious move, f4,
But
f5.
he's clear that something is off, right?
Yeah,
Because in his preparation, he probably didn't think about it and didn't look at queen b6 as an option. So he understands there is something he can do.
Yeah.
And now he just needs to find the best continuation.
Well, that's what makes these grandmasters so great. If you give them a position and you say, it's there, there is something here, right here, take your time, you'll find it, they will. They will, but they just need to be told, like, that now's, otherwise you might just play knight takes e6 kind of on autopilot.
And also knight takes e6 and f5, both moves
Are
looks
so
very
attractive.
appealing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very, very appealing, in fact. Quick question. I know it's not what I want to do. Whenever I'm attacking, I don't want to trade queens, but imagine I am silly and I do trade queens. Knight takes, I assume you take?
Yes, I take.
I take, and what do I have? I have 2 connected. Well, I have a 4 versus 2 majority. So my intention was to follow up with f5 and or bishop. It looks strange. I'm a little bit, my knight on d8 is worrisome.
But also the black bishop on c8, I mean, that is a troubled piece that doesn't have that easy development.
Exactly. So, I mean, you could go something of this nature. I mean, you could trade. Nah, okay. I'm just in a fantasy land. I'm sorry about this. Where would you like to take us to, Kate? We're going to let Lenier stew over his
What
decision.
about the second rapid game in the match? Which is Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So.
Indeed. I don't think they started out in a Joko piano, and I'm bringing up that game. This was bishop e3. So when we have left it, we have just seen the move h7, h6 by Wesley and bishop e3 by Levon, inviting the trade of bishops. It's really funny. It's almost like, I want to wait for you to play bishop a7. I'd like to play a move like knight a3, for example. Just wait for you to go back with your bishop before I play bishop e3. No, Levon says, let's get down to business. Traded the bishops. Both players traded their bishops. And
symmetrical pawn structure, but Levon decided to play d4 and trying to get some space on the queen side.
Exactly. It's funny how the doubled e pawns magically disappeared for both players. And the knight.
Knight h5. I like this move. Black is trying to take control of that f4 square because that's a hole.
Yeah, no, that's a very beautiful outpost in almost all of these positions. Conversely for white too would love to play knight to f5. In fact, I think the knight coming to f4 is so strong, I feel obliged to play the move g2, g3, slightly weakening my king side pawn shield in order to cover the f4 square. Now, again, I've got space on the queen side, b4, c5, so Wesley will
May
probably...
want to go knight g5 to start trading?
You start thinking in those terms, exactly, that he should be looking for his chances on the king side with knight h5 and knight g5.
By the way, let's take a look at the game between Hikaru, Nakamura, and Fabiano, just to see what happened, because nothing happened, but Hikaru thought for like 20 minutes right now.
After
he
the move
didn't make a
b5.
move because he's thinking he can capture the knight and make a draw.
Right.
But he has white pieces, right? So he probably wants to go on. Cristian, what do you have?
Huge blunder by Carissa Ip. Carissa Ip once again is losing with the white pieces.
Oh no.
She played knight takes d5, thinking that, hey,
Yeah.
I can take on f5. This would be nice extra pawn advantage. Queen to c6.
Hello.
Guess what?
Hello.
You cannot move that knight anywhere.
Oh,
knight
no.
to c3 and just simply knight to b6. How do you get the knight out? You don't. The answer is you don't. You just go knight to f6, which is the best move, giving up a piece. Let's see Carissa right now, because that's it.
Goodness.
This is it. This is over. I mean, there's absolutely no compensation. Not only that you're losing a piece, but you're also giving up any control of the light squares.
Nasi
This is done. Done and dusted.
Enjoying her soy latte.
How do you think it's
Because she loves
think it's
this.
soy latte?
Look, I have done enough commentary with Nasi to know her, tastes and latte.
Okay.
She
I mean,
lives for the latte.
Carissa looks like she's realizing
Carissa
what
is like,
happened.
what in the world have I just
What?
done?
And
She resigns.
Yeah, she just
That's
stops the clock and says, "That was embarrassing."
sort of with a laugh on her face.
I mean,
yeah, this was not supposed to happen.
I didn't wake up quite yet.
Oh my goodness.
That means our
Wow.
number 1 seed faces elimination. She will have to win on demand with black. She did it once, did Carissa at Fornasi. She's like,
But this game
wow.
Thank you for the gift.
It was a
That's
gift.
exactly what she's thinking right
It
now.
was a gift. You were saying, Kate, that Hikaru is considering making a draw?
I mean,
just
he's
because
still
he's
thinking.
spending
Otherwise,
so much time.
you just pick a move, right? Queen d3, queen b3.
Yeah. So queen takes c6, as Cristian has pointed out to us. It does lead by force. White's queen is getting trapped, and you cannot avoid a perpetual against the queen, or a repetition if you prefer. And that's a bailout, right?
The more he thinks, the more likely,
he's going to take the bailout.
Yes. I think he's taking. He's just about to do it. Maybe
Yeah.
we can zoom in on that. So he was just about to make a move.
Because he's shaking his head, but nothing went wrong. It's
Yep.
and he's capturing the knight.
He's
He
saying-
is going for a draw.
He got it.
He's saying to Fabi, well done.
Let's just see the next two moves being played. They will be played a la tempo. Bishop to d7, queen to b7. The players are going to make a draw in the next 30 seconds or so.
For Hikaru, he's just kind of saying, well, sometimes you tip your hat. You say, your preparation was very good.
It works.
We're going to do it tomorrow. We'll just play a classical game. We'll flip the colors. Fabi will have white, and there you go. They're going through the motions of a repetition. Queen a7, rook a8.
Queen
Nobody's
b7.
playing games, by the way. They're making that repetition. They're not hemming and hawing over each and every decision. No.
No, absolutely not. Well, you played queen a7, Hikaru. Why are you looking at the score sheet? You were supposed to play queen a6 to make a draw quicker.
Now he's just checking if queen b7 is the third time.
Is it?
And it is.
Okay.
And there's a zoom in. We're expecting Chris Bird to swoop in.
Now again, for those who are joining us late, this is the classical game. The winner of this match.
You see Hikaru smiling like,
First or
is it?
second? Why didn't you make
Let's
a
do the
4-move repetition for goodness sakes? Make a 4-move repetition. Nobody's changing their move. Okay. Bravo.
And it's a draw.
And a draw. As
Yeah, the more he started thinking about that, especially with no second time control, it sort of became evident that he's going to go for this draw.
Right, exactly. So what happens, of course, is they have just played their first classical game. They will return tomorrow. They will reverse colors. Fabi will have white. The winner of the game wins the match and wins the champion bonuses bracket. However, if the game ends in a draw, they will be playing Blitz chess to determine who stays in the championship bracket and who goes to the elimination
This
bracket.
was more or less a rest day at the office for these two players.
Well, it's Fabi's A6 and B5
Yeah.
catching Hikaru unawares.
No, this whole concept, again, A6 was a novelty at this point. It has been played 10 games, and nobody played the move A6, which is
Well,
a bit
Bishop
unusual.
C3 for me was a little bit of a rarity too, right?
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
you got to catch the guy after Bishop C3.
But he played it very quickly.
Yes.
So this Bishop to C3 has been played very, very quickly.
Agreed.
A6, and at this point he started thinking. You cannot wait any longer. You have to take on C4. Otherwise, B5. You get hit with B5, and that's it. I'm saving my pawn, right?
Right.
So you take, and now after B5, this is when he started thinking, and he just didn't see a very clear way of how to arrange his pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You go queen to D3, bishop to B7. Again, it's all about not being able to go knight to D2.
Agreed.
If you had
awkward.
this move on the board, let's say H6, and now I can go knight to D2, I'm sure he would have played this.
Clear.
Because now it's sort of clear that you're stopping black from going C5. Either with B4, either with knight to B3, you have ways to stop black, at least for the moment, from playing C5. But unfortunately for Hikaru, he spent some time, he did not see a clear path to do
advantage,
that.
yeah.
And he was like, you know what, the practical way out would be to just take the draw, play with the black pieces, and just take it from there. If it goes tiebreaks, it goes tiebreaks. That's it.
See you tomorrow. Exactly. I'm going to check in on our elimination game. We'll just checking with
Oh, a
Lenier
lot of happened
and
here.
Sam, because I was more than curious to see, wrong button. More than curious to see how Lenier was going to handle Queen B6. Big mistake, Queen B6, allowing, he went for the
F5, but Lenier did not choose to play F5.
F5 was the crucial move, sacrificing, Lenier sacrificed an exchange. With the move F5, we would be sacrificing a piece. And then after F6, we were looking at a crazy variation with knight takes F6. Catching up with the players, knight takes E6, knight takes E5. That was the move that was forced.
You have to make it.
Have to make that move. Queen takes, bishop takes, king H2, stepping off the diagonal, prepping the move knight takes E6 so that we could follow it up with a key move, bishop C4. Bishop takes A2.
That's a pawn.
Queen takes. My gosh, it's just the whole game just got vacuumed off the board. Queen takes B7, and we've caught up with the players.
Now we can expect bishop D5 is one move, but we have to be a little careful.
That was the tactic. Bishop D5, you can't. That's the desirable
because
move. Rook takes
G7, yeah.
Ouch.
And now queen captures.
Yes.
And we're going to capture first the bishop, of course.
Exactly.
And that's a double attack.
And then we'll take the rook. So bishop D5, which looks like a good defensive move, is actually a lemon. We have to move the rook.
Move the rook.
Okay, so let's say rook F8. And I'm assuming we're capturing a pawn, because that's with a check, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't have time to capture. And in case we move the bishop, we can go pawn hunting some more. I mean, this is I'm I mean, it's just sort of like how many things. It's a game of loser's chess or suicide chess, where the attempt is to give up material.
And by the way, Sevian has only 2 minutes 20 seconds on his clock.
And Lenier with
has 16 minutes, so this is a giant time advantage for Lenier.
A complete anomaly. Lenier, as we know, loves being into time trouble. Should Lenier win this game on the clock, he's going to think to himself, how many games in my career could I have won if I had stayed ahead on the clock? Sam in trouble. Rook A7, or what should he do?
I mean, with Rook A7, you have to be careful, because then I can give you check on the back rank, and Bishop D3 is coming to the game.
I'm giving you the pawn somehow.
On A6.
Let's go Rook F8.
Right, that was our major. Rook A7, as Kate was saying.
Just
I'm going to
C8.
give you a check. You can't go to H7. King H7, Bishop D3 check is awkward, but this isn't very happiness either.
Doesn't look great.
I mean, I would really be afraid that my king is going to be in trouble. Let's pause our analysis and turn it over to Eric Rosen, who's caught up with Hikaru.
I'm joined by Hikaru Nakamura, who had a very quick draw today against Fabiano. Hikaru, can you tell?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what happened. Either I confused a move order, or I just had the wrong variation. Basically, I'm not sure if I should have played this queen takes c4 and bishop c3 order, or I should have played a different line with knight e5. I mean, obviously, don't want to give away too much, but something went wrong. And so when Fabiano played this a6 and b5, sacking the knight, I mean, I had this tough decision where Fabiano is clearly very well prepared. He hasn't used any time, and I have to decide, do I want to play on in a position where I'm on my own and Fabiano is still in prep and I'm going to be down on time, or just sort of bail out and make the draw? And ultimately, I decided to bail out and make the draw. It's not really what I wanted to do, but it to me, it felt like just a bad decision to play on, because I thought even if I got this queen, I play this queen d3 move instead of taking the knight, I didn't really see an advantage, and I felt like only bad things can happen. I mean, I think Fabiano is obviously a very strong player, goes without saying. And so I'm going to be down on time. I'm not going to have a better position. And I don't see any positive outcome from that. So that's why I took the draw. And I mean, perhaps it's a bit disappointing, but on the other hand, I mean, we've also been playing. It's like the 5th day in a row of playing classical chess, so it does take a toll, especially when you add in the tie breaks. So yeah, it's not what I was hoping for. I mean, the result is fine. I would have liked the game to have gone longer, but that's chess.
What are you going to do with all this extra time, given that you finished within half hour? You're gonna
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I think I'll do a recap, although I'm not sure, but obviously the game is short enough that I can go back and wait for the Fed minutes and see what happens in the market, so that'll be at least nice, because I think that's happening like 15, 20 minutes, so I guess I'll do that. And I think, I'll probably try to get ready for the game tomorrow, just do some preparation. My stepfather is also here, so maybe I'll go out for a nice dinner. That would be good as well. But I mean, there's a bit of a routine to everything, and I'll just figure it out as we go.
Will you watch any of the other matches taking place between the playoffs and the elimination bracket, or the classical matches?
Yeah, I mean, I think since I'm here, definitely I'll pay some attention. For example, there was a game between Sevian and Dominguez, which looked like some kind of very deep preparation. But the problem was I only saw like move 19, so I was trying to figure out how they caught the position, because the board only shows the previous 4 moves, and I couldn't quite work it out. But I'll be paying close attention to those games just to see if anything interesting happens, and to see who survives. So yeah, I'll look at them.
And final question: do you have a pick for who's going to be the winner in the women's section?
You mean the winner of the classical match, or the winner overall?
Overall.
Oh, overall. Okay, because someone can get back there. Yeah, I think. It's hard to judge. Before this first rapid game, I probably would have thought that Carissa had the best chances to win overall. But it feels like she's been pretty shaky with her play here. It doesn't feel like her preparation has been very good, and she just lost this very, very bad game to Nazi with the white pieces. Of course, she could come back and win the second one, and I mean, who knows what will happen in rapid. But I would have predicted that she was a favorite, but it just feels like something's a little bit off with her. So based off of that, I think that I would have to go with Alice, just being the clear favorite then, because she seems to be relatively on form. She's playing well. Of course, Irina has great class, so anything could happen. But Alice feels like the person who she should be the favorite. But again, anything can happen.
Gotcha. Well, thanks so much for joining. I'll let you go, and we'll send it back to the studio.
And there you go. This was earlier in the day where Fabi and Hikaru couldn't decide whether or not they had made a 3 or 4 move repetition.
So they tried one more time just
to be on the safe side, A short day in the office for the classical game between these two, but it was a short day in the office for Nazi, as she, with the black pieces, won a miniature. What else against Carissa Yip? Carissa with white, the #1 seed, played knight takes d5 and could resign 1 move later.
She thought she's tricking Nazi. Nazi missed tactics where she lost a pawn, but no, Nazi had a very strong move.
Queen c6, and that was it. Catches up on the Lenier Dominguez versus Sam Sevian game, because it appears to the uninitiated that Sam's a piece down, but he's got a
piece down.
But he's got a perpet.
No,
he doesn't have a perpetual.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
he played rook f8 after
yes.
queen takes b7, as we sort of anticipated.
Queen takes a6, as we saw.
And now just get the bishop out. At some point, you will get this pawn, right? Or at least you're going to play 3 versus 2. If you don't have any weaknesses, this should be a draw, right? It's going to be very difficult for white to create anything.
But he played queen takes f4.
Queen takes a2. King to h8.
Right.
Now there's only one move. Bishop to c4.
Okay.
The idea being that
after check,
I go rook h3, queen f3.
Check.
Now I just simply go g3. And guess what? I place my bishop on f7.
That's easy move to miss.
Very easy move.
And now if you go queen f3 or anything like that, I go bishop to d5.
Correct.
And I put it back on g2.
Correct.
Queen e3, bishop g2.
That's right. Bishop to f7, you need to break. First of all, the idea of this whole thing is that rook f3 is coming. It's very difficult to save the king like that, right?
Right.
This is the only way to do so.
Oh, that's cute.
And that's it. You attack my bishop from anywhere. I just simply go back to d5. You don't have a way to attack my bishop and keep an eye on the f2 square as well. You would love to play queen a7 if you could, Bishop goes and then rook f2 still.
Right.
Unfortunately, queen a7, I just pick up that queen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is the only way. But if he finds this, it's just simply a piece up. And as you can see, Sam Sevian spent all his time on this calculation, missing bishop to c4, bishop to f7.
That
if
is
Lenier
so
finds it.
easy to miss, though. I mean, because in his mind, he's saying, you know, it's just one of those situations where the king on h2.
And Lenier has a lot of time to now figure out what is winning in this position.
11 minutes, all the time in the world to find this 3-move tactic, 3-move combo. Get
and
the
you
bishop
are,
on f7.
you are thinking whether you play bishop d3 or bishop c4, right?
Right.
Those are the two moves that makes the most sense.
Right.
I would be shocked if he doesn't see.
And just to boldly point out the obvious, I mean, it's weird. I'm a piece up, but my pieces are strangely discoordinated. And after a check and another check, I'm very, very reluctant to play the move g3 because of queen f2 check. I will acquiesce and allow a draw despite being a piece up. But it's this amazing idea, and it's not obvious to play the move bishop to c4, so that once again, after queen check, just a second, hold on, which check was I getting? How am I getting to the variation that
well, instead of rook g3, you go g3, because now you are defending the second rank.
Yes, apologies. G3. So now I'm defending the second rank. Please do me a favor and play queen f2. No. You see the move queen e3 and you panic. Mm-hmm. You go, oh boy, I better play bishop to d5, give up my queen, put my bishop on g2 and make a draw. And you don't say, oh, I'm going to stop your rook from coming to f2. And then if you attack my bishop and come back, I'm not going to go bishop f7 anymore. I'm going to go bishop to g2, protect my king that way.
And you know, even if you see bishop f7 in this variation, you have to be very confident that everything is right with this line, because your king is a little exposed on the second rank.
Right.
The rook on h3 is really locked out of the game.
Exactly.
So you have to make sure, okay, this is good, this works, and I trust my calculation.
The good thing about the position is that black really doesn't have too much firepower to create anything else outside of this rook to f2 idea.
That's right.
Like that's it. That's its only idea.
Right.
You don't have pawns to help your attack at all.
Yeah.
You have the queen, you have the rook, and if I manage to cover up that second rank with the bishop on g2, I'm winning.
Another funny geometry. If I move my rook, intending to play rook to d2, you block my bishop. You block me on the f file.
The only move again. Yeah. It's very nice, actually.
And then the geometry. Okay, I'll get you this way. Now it's too late. Now I shut the door and protect my king.
So maybe look at the difference. If I don't play bishop c4, but I go bishop d3.
Okay.
Just to put it on the board.
Yep.
Because that is a developmental move. The bishop is attacked. I want to go to g6.
Exactly.
But okay,
Anywhere
you give
else.
check on
Else
h4. I block. Queen f4. Now I cannot go with the king on the back rank because you always have queen c1 check, and I just have to go back. So I try this g3, but now the queen e3, and now the bishop is attacked, and the rook is coming to f2.
Yep.
And again, in this case,
No way
you
to
don't
stop
have
me.
bishop f5. Rook takes f5. Oops.
And suddenly you are like, I was playing for a win, and now I'm losing.
I think I could still make the fortress, but yes, it's not what you wanted to do. Obviously, when you're white, play rook and bishop versus queen.
I have to say, Sam's poker face is fairly good right now because I'm sure he sees it.
Yeah,
I'm sure he sees it. And I think Lenier sees it also. He's just like double, triple checking, making sure that everything is according to plan.
You know, it's funny. I'm just thinking about my own practice where, you know, you use a minor piece, bishop to c4.
Bishop c4 on the board.
To block the check, to block the rook from coming down the file.
Queen h4 check, forced move for Sam.
h3.
Queen f4 back.
Players are catching up. Moment of truth right here. Lenier obviously could play rook g3 and acquiesce to a draw, but he's a piece up, so he's looking at g3.
You've played it up to this point. You played bishop to c4. There's no way you don't play
g3. And Sam saying, uh-oh, 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 I now see the move bishop f7.
It might just be close to resignation time.
Well, again,
I think he's still going to try Queen e3 and move the rook around on that 8th rank to try to get to the 2nd rank and check the white king. But by the way, 17 seconds for Sam.
not too much time remaining.
Force Lenier to play bishop f7 as well. Go queen e3,
He's done
force
it.
bishop f7.
Queen e3.
The problem is, for Sam, he doesn't even have time to think about anything.
Like, how
He just-
else could he trick his opponent, right?
Wow, bishop f7, the best move.
Bravo. I mean, seriously, that's a hidden... It's nice. I mean, we are sitting in the comfort of our studio, and even we are sitting there recognizing that it's easy to
3
miss.
seconds for Sam Sevian.
Rook d8.
And he played with 1 second on the clock.
1 second.
1 second.
And the bishop, nice. I mean, it's kind of a beautiful geometry. The bishop comes back. Now
It's almost like a study.
Yeah, truly.
Again, with 1 second, Sam
Queen
Sevian
c5.
made a move.
Lenier is wondering, wait, am I playing Ray Robson? Okay, now the bishop, now it's
Just get the bishop to
now it's easy. We play bishop to g2, we play rook f4, and we rewind. Everything is easy.
And we try to go to the back rank to trade the rooks, trade everything.
Right, precisely. Rook f8, rook h4. Pardon
Really
me,
great
queen.
calculation for Lenier Dominguez to see this whole variation with the move for bishop f7 and bishop d5.
I was going to say nothing's wrong with the choice that Lenier has just played. I would have found myself
Queen check.
attracted to queen d5, but this is more than okay. Queen e4 check is going
Okay,
to
we're
be
gonna
nice
go queen
too.
e4 check,
Absolutely.
then queen e8 check, queen g6, bring it closer, and then free up the rook to go for a checkmate.
I like that.
Exactly. So I like what Kate is offering as a suggestion. Queen to e8 check, queen to g6 check. You protect the h-pawn and you're ready to go rook to g4 and threaten checkmate. Now, again, this is the first of 2 rapid games. The players will change colors and be playing immediately.
Immediately, second rapid game, and if Sam will be able to come back, then we will see Blitz playoff.
Exactly.
So no queen g6, queen c6 instead, trying to trade queens.
We were playing queen g6 when the king went to, we gained a tempo. This way we're gaining a nice tempo as well. I mean, what we'd really like to do is simply kick the queen off of the attack against the pawn on h5. That would release our rook so that we could either play rook to g4 with threats or rook to f4 with offering trades. Queen g5, okay. Queen g6 is a rather nice move. Queen d5 is also a nice move. It's all winning. It's just about the clocks. Crazy things are happening in some of the other
in
games.
the other rapid games, so I don't know if you want to stay with this one because it
We
looks
think
like
it's completely
Lenier
winning.
is just going to win this game.
Extra piece. And I mean, Sam's clocks. Queen to e7.
And by the way, we can see again how Sam Sevian played with 1 second on the clock. He misses the clock.
He missed the button originally, so he made the move with 2, but then
And he was able to survive. Still 1 second there.
I think he played a couple of moves with 1 second.
also with 1 second. Again, Cristian, I'm going to toss the ball your direction here, as the extra piece is an extra piece. What's happening in
An extra pawn is an extra pawn. In this game between Irina Krush and Anna Zatanski, that's it.
And the dominating.
The IQP has been lost on d5. The dominating position, perfect position for the queen.
Positional.
Rook on d7. All I have to do is double up on the 7th rank. Maybe even
Rook C2,
ideas of rook c2, rook to c7 come to mind. So
Look great.
yeah, this one you can start with h4. You can even go h4 followed by g4. You're dominating at
Yes.
this point. And there's absolutely no counterplay between Irina and Anna so many years in a row at the US Women's Championships. And there you have it. Lenier wins the first game of
one.
their respective match. Right now, Sam Sevian in a must-win situation with the white pieces to stay in the tournament.
Right.
And at the same time, Levon Aronian makes a draw with Wesley So.
Wesley So and
Not much
they're
has
in
happened
elimination.
in that game. I have to say I was looking through that matchup. It was a very, very equal game from start to finish.
While the rapid elimination caught our attention, we do have a game between Alice Lee and Tatev. That's a classical game, as there you see. I'll go to that game in a moment. Between Alice and Tatev, a King's Indian. I'm thinking with the bishop g5, I usually call this a Averbach variation. And the idea is for white to play knight e1, knight to d3. You reposition the knight on d3. Why? Because you want to play b4, open up the queen side. Also, your bishop is a little bit off sides. Once the knight gets to d3, I can play f2, f3, fortify my center, and prepare to reroute my bishop to f2. From Black's point of view...
One thing to point out here is Tatev Abrahamyan has 1 hour and 21 minutes. So she has almost 30 minutes advantage compared to Alice Lee. So it seems like this was her preparation.
Absolutely. And knight f7 to bishop to h6 for Tatev. Let me go back to Irina Krush, as again, she's winning and has been for quite some time. Extra pawn, dominating position, and rook f4 is on Irina's agenda.
You may want to target the pawn on f7 as much as you can.
An even nicer way would be to go rook c4 followed by rook c8.
Oh,
Rook c4, rook c8. Queen takes.
You get mated.
that's a nice tactical, it's a nice motif.
Yeah.
You get mated. So
Clock time's a factor in this
So
one.
56 seconds for Irina Krush, 21 seconds for Anna.
The strange thing about Irina's play, and I don't,
rook
Yeah,
c4
rook
on the
c4.
board.
I don't quite understand it myself. It's like she plays very quickly and gets these winning positions. Then she thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and lets them escape. I don't quite get...
Queen b1. So are we going to see this beautiful move, rook c8?
I think that's shouts out like, yes, of course you want to play rook c8 and queen takes f7.
That looks completely devastating.
Rook c8. And again, the idea is this rook is absolutely tethered to this pawn on f7.
No.
No?
No,
goes for rook
different
takes f7.
type of tactics.
Also completely winning.
Also completely winning.
First capturing here, forcing your rook to recapture. That rook is pinned now. We can go rook c8. Yes.
Check.
Force the king to go away and then simply recapture the rook. And there is queen g8,
f7.
checkmate on the board.
You can give a spite check on e4. That's about it.
I'll give a spite check.
Yes. She does as well.
I mean, you can play queen e6 after that check.
Yeah.
I can do what, sorry?
Queen
So
e6.
king
Queen
H2,
to e6.
Queen e6,
But
but,
then
I have
queen
queen
f8.
f8, yes.
I'm not even exchanging.
And there's
the
going to be a
queens.
checkmate this time on h8.
King.
Exchanging the queens would also be completely winning, but I'm not going to do that.
This is more forcing checkmate on the 8th rank. And once again, following the outcome of this game, the players will play their second game, reverse colors, and play their second rapid game.
That will start in 1 hour.
Any tied matches in the rapid game, 1-1, go to the Blitz playoff, as Kate has been telling us about the format. Queen e6. boy, nobody gives up. Nobody gives up.
So now queen f8, yes. And there's queen h8, checkmate.
Right.
And Anna Zatonsky has only 11 seconds on the clock. And she's resigning.
Whew. Just reminding everyone, Nasi won against Carissa with the black pieces. Arena won against Anna with the white pieces. A draw between Levon and Wesley. And Lenier takes down Sam in some amazing preparation.
Absolutely, yes. And right now we only have one game left for at least the next hour or so, and that is the game between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan. Is the only classical game that's happening right now. Let's take a look at the results of the day.
Yes, a lot of games finished. So Hikaru Nakamura made a quick draw with Fabiano Caruana, and the second classical game is still ongoing. In the rapid games, Levon Aronian drew against Wesley and Lenier Dominguez won with very nice preparation against Sevian. In the women's section, Irina Krush won with white pieces against Anna Zatonsky, and Nazi Paikidze caught Carissa off guard and won the game.
Wow, if you don't mind showing us that one, Cristian, Carissa, the #1 seed, I'm sure she was expecting when she played the whole queen d3. If you go back just a few moves, just to set the stage.
By the way, she had a great position.
Yeah, of course she did.
Just to recap that, after knight to h6, if she goes f3, this is a very good position for Carissa. f3, bishop to f5, g3 perhaps, just to defend the pawn on h4. I will at some point play the move g4. I'll get ready for that. I'll play bishop to e3, bishop to f2, queen to d2. It seems like this whole conception by black on this side, on the king's side, it doesn't work very well. You have too many pieces there. You're fighting for the same squares. Like this knight wants to go to f5, but there's a bishop on f5. You have to drop back the bishop on h7, but guess what? You're losing the pawn on h5 as well. So it's just simply not a good position for black. The way she played it, bishop takes g4. Now, look, you've exchanged pieces in a position in which I was struggling to find squares for my pieces. Obviously, that's going to help me.
Right.
That's going to help black. And after queen to b6, queen to d3, rook to c8, knight to e2 already a step in the wrong direction, knight to f5, very natural. And this was her idea with knight to e2. Right. Drop back, attack, look at that knight on h6, force or at least, create this chance of knight to f5 and knight to d5, but it's just a bad blunder because queen to c6, I'm not forced to take on d5, and I'm sure she saw queen to c6, and she probably thought, hey, I just simply go knight to c3, and then I will move my knight away. But to be honest, what if I just go g6 also?
Right.
Like this is winning also.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what she missed, guys.
She just missed that the rook on h1 is going to be handy.
Maybe queen c6 is what she missed. Yeah. This whole concept, not taking on d5, queen to c6, it's hopeless right now, and she resigned. Carissa is a fighter. She knows that she can come back from deficits, but this one is just insurmountable.
Absolutely. And wow, our #1 seed unceremoniously may be out of the tournament. Are we doing Ben Underwood's statistics, or are we going directly to Q Boutique?
I think we go to our friends at Q Boutique.
Our friends at Q Boutique. Can't go wrong with our friends because
what
their special is a club hip bag. Yes,
a fanny pack. That's a fanny pack.
The hip bag is back. Gear up in the newest apparel from the St. Louis Chess Club with this official branded hip bag. It features fully adjustable belt and the Chess Club's signature logo across the center of the bag. It is available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. Do check it out.
And Yasser, you asked for it, so let's go with the pie charts.
Okay, Ben Underwood has done 15,000 tournament simulations and has told us who's going to win the tournament.
So this is the women's section pre-tournament. It is Carissa leading with the chances to win the tournament, 36.8%, second Alice Lee 25.3%, and third Irina Krush 19.4%.
Who cares about statistics? Tell us what happened after day one.
After day one. So nothing much changed. Carissa still leading but increasing 42.2%, Alice Lee second, and Irina Krush third. But now let's look at what happened after day two. You see Tatev Abrahamyan kind of going up there because she won her match, and still Carissa, Alice Lee, Irina Krush, the first three.
Carissa has 40% of the chances, but...
After day three, this was when Carissa lost to Tatev Abrahamyan and Alice Lee won against Irina Krush. And it was Alice Lee 45.4% and Carissa now second 25.1% and Tatev Abrahamyan 16.1%.
Carissa had to win with black. She did that, but it was Tatev who won the match.
She won the match, and we see that Tatev Abrahamyan is now second with 25.9% and Alice Lee first 56.8%, and she is the defending champion.
Right. And in the open section, how do the what do the stats tell us about this one?
So pre-tournament, it is Fabiano Caruana with the most chances to win the tournament, 29.2%. Second, Hikaru Nakamura, 24.8%. And third, Wesley 14.6%. Now, after day one, nothing really changed because everybody made a draw.
Right.
Now, after day two, we see some changes, and Fabiano Caruana increasing his lead, 35.5%. Second, Hikaru, and Levon Aronian, third with 17.5%.
I got a feeling those top two are going to remain exactly where they are. Well, small differences.
Small differences, but no big differences between these 3 or 4 guys actually leading with the score.
Exactly. But then after day 4, things became a lot clearer.
It's Wesley who is getting actually more chances than Lenier, Dominguez, and Fabiano Caruana, 44.0% and 40.4% for Hikaru. Those are the two leaders.
I'm just looking at that Aronian versus 5.2, 5.1. Even the computer is saying not too much between these two players. As we go on break, Kate, what can the viewers look forward to?
The viewers can look forward to see what the men think about this unique format here at the American Cup, the double elimination bracket style.
Absolutely. See you in a bit.
How does competing in the American Cup compares to competing in other tournaments here in St. Louis or worldwide when it comes to the atmosphere and the intensity of the event?
First of all, I'd like to thank the St. Louis Chess Club for this opportunity. This is one of my first knockout tournaments, and it's a very, very strong one for that. And I'll be looking to have some fun games. My first round will be against Hikaru, who I've looked up to for a very long time. I've learned a lot from watching his streams for the last couple of years. And I hope to be in my top form and deliver on some very exciting games.
Yeah, so I mean, first, it's great to be back in St. Louis. I didn't play last year, so in my mind at least, I'm kind of like a defending champion since I did win the previous time in 2023. So really, it's good to be back. I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of strong players. You don't really know who you're going to play because it is a knockout. There's some unpredictability. Also, somewhat excited to play against Abrahamyan in the first round because he is someone who I've never played against, one of the rising stars of American chess, and it's always a bit of a challenge to compete against the upcoming generation. So really looking forward to it. And I think in terms of competitiveness, obviously you have 5 players here who I believe are in the top 15 in the world. You have Rising Junior and Mishra, and it's going to be exciting. And for me personally, I haven't played a lot of classical chess. I think the last time I played was Norway chess, if I'm not mistaken, nearly 1 year ago. So it's been quite a while, and we'll see where my level's at.
Yeah, it's very different. First of all, the format's very different than any other over-the-board tournaments. I mean, it's hard, but it's great at the same time because at least I know all the players playing here except Mishra. It's kind of hard for me to understand how the younger generation plays because I don't have experience with them. But at least with Hikaru, Fabi, Levon, Lenier, even Ray, I kind of know what to expect. So it's tough because you have some of the best players in the world. But at the same time, if you're in good form, it's a nice format. I like playing faster time controls as well.
I think the fact that the American Cup is a knockout makes it very difficult and also probably quite exciting to watch. Because you can have some weak moments because it's a double elimination. There's still a second chance in case you have a bad day, but it's very unforgiving as well. Last time I didn't feel like I did anything too terrible, but it came down to Blitz twice in 2 matches. It came down to basically 1 Blitz game against Wesley and Levon, and just lost 1 Blitz game and the matches were over. So in that sense, it's very unforgiving. But the format is definitely exciting, and I do enjoy knockout in general. I think it's a nice change of pace from the standard, most events we play are round robin, for example. Especially here at the Chess Club, if we're talking about the US Championship or the Grand Chess Tour events, then it's a lot of round robin. So the elimination events are fun and, well, difficult, but that's what you expect.
I see the American Cup is definitely at the top because it's a knockout format, and when it's one-on-one, it feels a little bit different than when it's a Swiss tournament or even a round robin when you play everybody. You prepare for one specific opponent, and it's multiple time control. So if it's classical 1-1, then you play a rapid 1-1, and then even Blitz. So you have to tone all your skills for this event. It's very exciting, nerve-wracking, and just fun to play in general.
I would say it's pretty intense because every time you have a mix of formats, you go from classical to rapid and then Blitz. It requires a lot of energy, so it's pretty intense. And I think the atmosphere it's quite nice actually because we know each other quite well and we know all the chess family, so to speak, in St. Louis. So it's, for me at least personally, it's always nice to play here. So I always feel like pretty relaxed, but at the same time, able to perform my best.
To me, most tournaments are similar, but I think I play most of my events hosted by the St. Louis Chess Club, so I guess that's probably why they feel similar to me, like American Cup and US Championship, a lot of the same top people playing in the same building, so for me it's quite similar. The intensity is pretty high, also with it being knockout and then also including faster time controls potentially and playoffs and stuff, Armageddon even. So yeah, it's maybe a little bit more nerve-wracking just because of those extra factors, but yeah, and it's also a tournament which I really would like to win one day, but it's extremely difficult.
It has a unique format, definitely. I mean, I think this whole fact that you may be knocked out, but not really, and you can make a comeback, I think it's very special and it's very interesting. The atmosphere, there are 8 very strong players and everybody is fighting, everybody is keeping their mood and their spirit high because there's always a chance to come back. So I like that. I like that atmosphere.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army. with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back to day 5 of the American Cup. A lot of games already finished, so let's take a look at the results.
They happen fast, that's
Very
for sure.
fast. Hikaru Nakamura drew extremely quickly with Fabiano Caruana, and that's the classical chess, the champions bracket. Alice Lee is still fighting with Tatev Abrahamyan.
But in the elimination brackets, we had results.
Yes, Levon Aronian drew Wesley, so Lenier Dominguez, very nice preparation and really nice, even nicer finish of the game against Sevian. Irina Krush defeated Anna Zatonsky, and Nazi Paikidze caught Carissa Yip off guard with a nice tactics.
Carissa just blundered, boy, oof. But for today's schedule, Kate?
In the champions bracket, we have one classical game, the first game of the match, and in the elimination bracket, players are going to play the whole match, 2 rapid games, and if necessary, there will be playoffs.
Well, in those elimination match brackets, just as you saw, 3 decisive games. So 3 players facing elimination. I gotta tell you, Arena's game was a little bit too smooth, and I don't know what's going on with Carissa. She just didn't look very good there at all.
It's her first appearance at the American Cup, and maybe it is difficult for her to adjust to this style.
What we have in the classical game between Alice Lee and Tatev is a King's Indian defense on the board. Most often when I was playing the King's Indian defense as black, I didn't really like putting my pawn on c5. I much preferred leaving my pawn on c7 so that I could bring my knight to c5. Now, what Alice just played was actually a pretty crafty move.
Yes, we have to give her credit, right? 2 exclamation points.
The computer
That's
really liked it.
what the computer says, knight g5.
Normally speaking, if you were playing a blitz game, you might find yourself playing knight e1 and knight d3. The idea behind this very common maneuver by white is white wants to advance on the queen side, but white also wants to rescue this bishop. This bishop is a little bit off sides with the move f3 and drop back with the bishop. Black oftentimes plays a bishop to h6 as well. But what Alice did is she saw a nice little idea. She played the move knight g5. And what was the idea behind this move? Well, we've already determined that the knight doesn't belong on f3, and she would like to play for a different idea, knight to e6. She wants to bring her knight to e6 at the cost of a pawn. She will force her opponent to give up her bishop.
And by the way, if the black captures the knight, pawn captures the knight, because that's a piece, the bishop recaptures, and now we're attacking the queen and the knight, so that's a nice double attack, and the white pieces are getting more active.
That's the tactical justification for knight to g5. I can't capture the knight. Tatev said, well, look, if I move my knight, I understand you want to just play knight takes f7, and then I have one less attacking unit for the King's Indian attack with f5, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to win the pawn. I'm going to drop back with my queen, queen to e8. You have to, having said A, you
the knight
really
is now
don't want to
hanging,
go,
and you don't want to just retreat.
Exactly. So knight e6, and that knight is just so powerful. You can't tolerate the knight just living on the e6 square. So let's eliminate it. Captures. And again, I don't think you really want to tolerate the pawn living on the e6 square. For one thing, queen d5 may protect it, and another thing, the knight is coming to d5. So queen takes e6, and now we have to see what the follow-up that Alice Lee has in mind.
And black has an extra pawn, but the pawn is on d6, right? So first of all, white will be able to put more pressure on that knight, going rook fd1, rook ad1, just putting more pressure, and then even increasing it potentially with knight b5.
Yes, knight to f7. One of the things that you really like to do is make sure that this bishop has a life, right? You would love to put your knight onto d5 and your bishop to g4. So whether you do it with, I want to say with h2, h3 or not. Something to keep in mind. Queen takes d5. But we have to be very consequent. We've sacrificed a pawn very purposefully. Are we playing rook a1 to d1? Are we playing b2 to b4?
I think rook a1, d1.
a1, so you don't want to be thinking about continuing pressure on the queen side, Cristian.
No, I think rook a1, d1.
Do we want to play it a different way? Knight to b5, not necessarily to d5, but just to keep the knight trapped.
No.
Right? No knight c7? No.
No. I want to go knight b5 if you go rook ad8.
Okay.
So that I attack the pawn on a7 as well.
So
I'm going to start with rook ad1.
And I will defend the pawn. Knight f7.
Now I have ideas of knight d5 as well.
I thought you were always planning to put the knight on d5.
Let's put it on d5.
I think it's a very good square. Okay, here.
I have a big trick, Yasser.
Bishop g4.
Can you fall for my big trick?
Well, first of all, I got to find it.
Just go rook d8, rook fd8.
Rook fd8, good.
Bishop takes f6.
I knew I was falling for a trick, I just didn't know what it was.
Now I see it.
Now bishop g4. That's my big trick.
That's the big
beautiful.
trick.
It's actually pretty big because
It
you're
is
losing a
pretty,
queen.
yeah, it
You are
is a
losing
pretty
a queen.
big trick. Normally speaking, again, with the bishop sitting offsides on h5, normally speaking, you try to take advantage of this bishop. And one of the ways you do it is you play for h5 with the idea g5 and with the idea h4. Here, I accidentally tripped you up a little bit with the move bishop takes f6 and bishop.
But now that you weakened the
I did.
g6 pawn, can I go f4?
f4.
Can I go for it?
Absolutely. f4.
So you just want to push more f5 and
Yep.
destroy the pawn structure.
Yep.
The
Or
knight
take
on
on e5 at the right moment.
Yeah, the knight on d5 is really, well, oppressive, right?
And the knight on a6 is just so off the board, and you don't even have time to play knight b8 and knight c6.
Right. Yeah, that's. I think that's just too strong. I'm not attracted. Bishop h6, knight takes f6, king h8. It just feels like I just lost a very key pawn that's protecting my king. Rook a. You know, one of the things, what makes the King's Indian really rather resilient, is sometimes you can say, if I could get a knight to d4, I can survive a lot, right? I could play knight to c7, and if you take, right? Now, in my mind's eye, all I've got to do is really get my knight to e6, and I can cover a lot of my weaknesses here if I can do this. I think Tatev's under pressure. Clock times, by the way, before...
45 minutes for Alice, 1 hour, 3 minutes for Tatev.
Rook f1, d1 was Alice's. But I'm going to toss it over to you, Cristian. What's your perspectives?
Well, yesterday, and I have to say, Alice has been very dominant throughout this event. She had some difficulties in the first game against Irina Krush with the white pieces, if you remember.
Yes,
but
well,
even
yes,
from a losing
she was
position,
losing.
Even from a losing position, she managed to not only get back into the game, but in fact win that one. And yesterday, with the black pieces, despite the fact that she was worse out of the opening, managed to easily make a draw by repetition. Let's take a look and check the highlights from yesterday's game.
King e2. Queen d3 check. If I go to the back rank, just as you were saying.
Another check, forcing the king to go back to e2.
And Arena can't escape. And that's the draw.
Right now, Alice
And
is thinking
Alice-
if she has a win.
Well, she was just checking it because she's got time to do that. And guess what?
Queen f5, queen d3. We're going to
It's-
see a repetition.
And it's going to be over. So at least one player will go to the champions bracket without a playoff. And it could easily have gone the other way because yesterday, as we know, Arena had her chance of potentially winning the game.
But we have to say that Alice kind of survived a very difficult position here
She
out of the
definitely
opening.
did. And there it is. A
She
draw.
doesn't need more. She's very happy with the draw here.
Absolutely. That clinches the match. And by the way, this will be the first time in the series between them where Alice isn't going into the elimination bracket, but it's actually Arena. Arena in her two
And
championship...
it's a draw between Irina Krush and Alice Lee, and Alice won the match.
Exactly.
Moves on to the championship bracket finals.
That felt like a March Madness moment, and moves on into the championship finals.
Yes, she does.
In the classical game, the remaining classical game, we just saw the move rook on f1 to d1. Help me out here, Kate. What's the verdict in your mind after rook to d8, defending the pawn. I want to play knight c7. I want to play knight f7. Compensation, yes, but who would you prefer to play? Who has the advantage, Kate?
I think I would prefer here to play for white because I see exactly what I'm doing. I'm just targeting the pawn and putting more pressure.
You're not a pawn grabber.
No. I like activity. I like my pieces to be in good spots because if they are not, I'm suddenly clueless what to do with them.
Yeah.
I would be surprised that she went rook fd1 and not rook d1. Again, I really like that rook on f1 whenever I was playing f4.
Yeah. We have to train harder, I can see. I haven't... tell me why. Rook f to d1, rook f to d8, your turn. Would you like to play knight d5? Not a bad move.
Knight d5 or knight b5?
You tell me.
Let's go knight d5.
Knight David 5. Okay. For me, I hate my knights. My knights are badly placed on h6 as well as a6. I absolutely hate this knight on c. I mean, the knight on d5 is just so darn strong. I want to get rid of that knight. So first, I'm going to play g5. Not my favorite move.
Have to move back.
Okay. I'm going to go queen to d7. Again, what's my idea? Well, it's pretty simple as it looks. I'm going to play knight to c7, and I'm going to try to eliminate that knight, or maybe even play for knight to e6. Your turn. Mm-hmm. I'm a pawn up. Yay.
I know you're very happy about that.
But that's the only thing I'm happy about in the position. What else do I have to be happy about?
Okay, so I'm looking at pawn h4 move.
Pawn h4, yeah, just kind of reminding me that I've created a weakness over on this side of the board. Okay, boy, g4, that looks too ugly for words, so let me drop my knight back. Mm-hmm. Again, I think the compensation gives you the advantage, and basically what I'm doing is repairing the fact that my pieces are all over the map. The knight on h6, the knight on a6, they got to get back into the game.
All right, b4.
b4. Okay. b4.
The idea is that if you go knight c7 now,
yep,
I will capture on c5.
And I'm not happy.
Because you cannot recapture, you have to be very careful about some discovered attacks.
That is exactly it. That you got me on that one. Probably I'm doing you a favor by opening up the A file to your advantage.
And now I thought rook a3, rook f3.
Rook a3, rook f3. Well, again, I'm just...
You have to take.
That knight is just omnipresent. I mean, it's just like bearing down. I feel the weight of the knight.
Queen captures?
Yep. And we know just with the two bishops alone...
And I doubled the rooks on a file.
Yeah. So some small solace for me that I've been able to trade off some of your most active pieces. So
c-pawn.
C-pawn, a6.
b5.
Yeah. So you win your pawn back, but here I'm fighting for, I don't even know, a draw of some...
I'm happy I have the light squares and I have the light square bishop, but you are right, a lot of people, a lot of pieces got traded.
A lot of people got traded. That is true. A lot of people got traded. The other thing that I had in mind, as far as black is concerned, was like, just imagine I play a bad move, knight c7. Just to avoid the knight d5 and the whole sequences, what you're going to do is you're going to take the pawn. And what I'm going to do is I'm dreaming of a white Christmas where I get to go, I'm going to play a bad move for you. Forgive me for just a moment, a bad move. You double up. This is where I get to at least show you my idea. I was dreaming of this.
But is it that bad because I still get knight d5?
No, it's not that bad. b7, b6, probably you have a better move than the one I just showed you. You've won your pawn back. Yeah, this is just bad, isn't it? I mean, I'm not getting my knight to e6.
Bad for who?
For
I mean, rook
black.
d1. Yeah,
I think rook d1 is not that
rook
bad
d1
move.
seems very good, actually.
Let's just develop the rook.
Yeah.
And the thing is, after knight f7, I think rook c6.
As opposed to
I'm not letting you go to e6. It's just so much more powerful because rook d7, the other rook comes to d7 as well.
And bishop comes to g4, just controlling that diagonal.
It's looking good.
It's looking
good for
very
white.
Okay, just a second. I can't believe it's that bad. Just a moment. Go ahead and my move b6 was ill-timed.
So if I go rook d7, you want to go rook f7.
Correct. Rook d7, rook f7. Essentially, black's position is really, really cramped.
What if I try some ideas such as knight b5 to exchange that knight? How is that exchange?
Interesting.
Oh, you're not worried about the pawn.
I am.
I'll take it.
Excuse me.
You give it to me.
I'm desperately worried about the pawn.
And to be honest, I might be even more precise. I'm going to go rook d7, not take on a7.
Okay, we're going to go back just a bit.
We'll try to be slightly more precise.
Knight here, rook to David 7, yes, something like this. Okay, rook, I really have no choice.
But you don't want to go to knight d4?
Yeah, my precision didn't make any sense actually. Now that I think about it,
but it sounded really. Yeah, I mean, I
made a good case.
Again, I use such terms when I was explaining things to Ben Larson. I have precisely played this combination. I analyzed to a winning position.
My precision.
My precision got the better of me.
Okay, knight b5. No, I like knight b5.
Knight b5 was okay.
First, yes, and I'll take that pawn on a7.
Yeah, I mean it's a very good pawn to capture at knight to d4. If I had my pawn on f5, g5,
let's say bishop. That's the question. Where do I put my bishop? d3 or d1? Those are the main options.
Okay, I'm going to try to borrow some page of a King's Indian Defense players. Bobby Fischer loved to play the King's Indian Defense, and he loved it when he could get in f5 and e4. So the whole idea is this bishop that has been playing this absolutely dormant, never bothered anybody for 25 moves, is suddenly...
But I'm not forced, right?
No.
I can just go f3 if I want.
Yeah, f3, g4. A very typical King's Indian, but I've given up a pawn.
You did take on g4, and I'm not sure where your compensation lies, right?
Well, I don't know. This guy is a little bit offsides.
That's okay. I'll take it back. Knight b5.
Knight what?
b5.
b5.
Yes.
Knight to b5. Makes sense. Should we go bishop? Dreaming. Bishop to e3 check. Bishop to e3 check.
You've tempted me for too long.
What's the temptation?
I will take on d4 now and take on f5. I'll take
Careful. Check. King h1. Take. Push.
Bishop e2.
I guess this is not.
I did take a couple of pawns on the way, Yasser. Couple of pawns.
Take couple of pawns. Here?
Not sure if I want to take that.
Those pawns are dangerous now.
Just saying, this is very typical of the type of play that King's Indian Defense players love to play. Once again, I want to just ask you about the clock time.
45 minutes for Alice Lee and 51 minutes for Tatev Abrahamyan.
I think overall what we can say is that for the pawn, white has great pressure. But more importantly than that, I don't think that this is the type of position that Tatev enjoys. She's the one on the back foot. She's the one having to play good defensive chess to hold. She likes attacking, as we've seen.
I'm also wondering if Tatev can try to transfer her knight to d4, because of course that knight from a6 wants just really wants to get there, but not from there, from b8 to c6.
Yeah, the problem as I see it at the moment is you guys were playing knight b5 against me, and going for this pawn. But if the knight goes back to b8, for example, knight b8, I'm not necessarily going to take this pawn. I'm going to go here, threatening you with a fork, and I want to take the pawn with a gain of a tempo.
Right. So what if instead of knight b8,
Yep.
I start with rook f7?
Rook f7.
Rook f7. The idea is if you want to take on d6, go ahead.
Well, that was why we played rook to d1.
I capture.
We trade, okay.
Yes.
Trade, munch.
And now I go knight b8.
Now we go knight b8. I'm not sure you're going to be happy with the consequence here.
Now I see the back rank.
Yeah, you've kind of well, you have encouraged me.
Because if you went just right, rook a d1.
Yes.
Just to develop that rook. Now I get knight c6.
Yes.
And that's what I want. And knight d4.
Exactly. You can cover up a lot of the weaknesses in the position by occupying the d4 square, and I think that's very, very good. Now, just to remind everybody, we're expecting the rapid games to come up in the elimination brackets. A lot of players are facing elimination. Let's talk about the results and that elimination coming up.
Yeah,
Kate.
so we know what to expect. So first of all, the classical game, Hikaru Nakamura drew against Fabiano Caruana, and Alice is still playing against Tatev Abrahamyan.
And now the 4 players are facing elimination, Kate.
Yeah, so Levon Aronian drew with Wesley, so everything is open there. But Lenier Dominguez, he has the edge because he won his first game against Sam Sevian. In the women's section, Irina Krush quite convincingly won with white pieces against Anna Zatonsky. And Carissa Yip, she's struggling. She lost to Nazi Paikidze.
And to tie the match, Carissa, the #1 seed, will have to win on demand with black pieces. Oh boy. And that will be coming up immediately after this short commercial break. What are we doing on the commercials? Do we have a...
I don't know.
I don't know. But we'll see you on the other side.
See you soon.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and we were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful day. Normally you do this at the culmination of an event, but this is midterm, and I hate to interrupt things too much.
We are just honored to be part of this expansion project and, just to expand on Rice, what you've already grounded here in St. Louis. Everyone knows now St. Louis as the place for chess. So to see the club expanding, that's so exciting.
There is a steel beam behind Andy over here, and I think we'd like to start off by having that signed before we can get it erected sometime in the near future.
Writing a book?
Yep.
And welcome back. It's day 5 of the American Cup and the Blitz playoffs. The second rapid game is gonna start very soon.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Tell us about the results, Kate.
So in the classical chess, the champions bracket, Hikaru Nakamura drew against Fabiano Caruana, and Alice Lee still plays against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Alice Lee enjoying the advantage. Tell us about the elimination brackets.
So here, the first rapid game. It's rapid.
Bravo.
Levon Aronian drew against Wesley, so Lenier Dominguez won against Sam Sevian, and in the women's section, Irina Krush won against Anna Zatonsky, and Kari Sayed stumbled against Nazi Paikidze.
And tell us about today's schedule and what they're doing today.
So today we play in both brackets. In the champions bracket, we have only one classical game, and only 2 classical games today were Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana and Alice still playing. And the elimination bracket, the whole match is going to finish today. 2 rapid games, they already played one, they're going to play the second one.
Right.
And if the match is tight, we're going to see playoffs.
Yeah, those Blitz playoffs, they just left me gasping for breath. Was the Levon versus Fabi. Is there we see Tatev at the board. And again, Tatev, she's a pawn up, but she's the one who's having to defend an awkward position at the moment.
And she's thinking a lot. We were talking about her having 20 minutes advantage on the clock. Right now, she's down.
Exactly. I just wanted to go to, excuse me, where is Tatev? There it is. I was wondering where I've got to fish out the game. So what I was suggesting that Tatev do, the last move by Alice was rook on f1 to d1. We were having a Nimzovich moment. Nimzovich was famous for suggesting that the rooks belong on the open file. And so you would play rook to the open file, and it was wrong rook. It was always the wrong rook. And we were having this talk amongst our panel, and we were playing rook on a1
because
to
we
d1.
are thinking maybe the rook on f1 can support f4.
In certain variations.
But Alice thinks differently. She's developing the rook from f1, thinking maybe the rook on a1 can help once we push for b4.
Exactly. Now, after some thought, Tatev did make the move that I was prescribing. Knight on h. I hate this knight on h6. Knight on h6 came back to f7, yay. Defending the pawn, maybe on a really good day I get to play the move f5, f4, g5, trapping your bishop, winning the game brilliantly.
So let's go knight d5.
Knight David 5. And let's say, for the moment, I've got c7 covered, yay, I will play f5.
Let's go b4.
b2, b4.
Yes, my idea is I want to play b5, attack the knight, and force you to go to b8 and then just trap the rook.
Knight d5 is on the board.
She's done knight d5. So this is a pawn sacrifice.
Is it?
Yes.
How is it a pawn sacrifice?
Okay, I take a pawn.
Okay.
And I take a pawn.
I can first take on f5, but yes, let's go
But
to
again,
this.
can't you go with b5?
Well,
knight
whatever
c6?
you
No,
like to
let's
do.
capture the pawn on b4. Sacrificing the pawn. You capture the pawn on e4.
Yes, I did.
Now we can think for a bit because one option.
So you don't
So
want
you
go
sacrifice the pawn, and then you think.
Well, we have this b5 as an
Okay.
option, but
All right.
a lot of things change once
b5.
you capture the pawn.
Knight here.
Knight
yeah.
c7.
Knight c7. Okay, I've got to find a square for my queen. Not 100% sure where I'm going. Where am I going? f5.
Stake on a8.
The rook takes a8. Okay, we're going to leave our analysis and say, this is what the ladies are analyzing. Let's jump to the rapid games. Where would you like to take us?
Well, let's see what games are on for us.
Now, as we know, Irina Krush won the first game against Anna Satansky. Anna, to come back, force a playoff, she will have to win with the white pieces.
And then another player that's in a must-win situation is Carissa Yip in this game with the black pieces.
That's a much,
Yes.
much harder a task.
But
Knight
she's been
F3.
doing a much better job with the black pieces in this tournament.
By the way, isn't that absolutely true? I mean,
Yes.
Carissa needed to win with black against Tatev in the classical.
She was completely
did.
lost against Talia. Let's not forget about that. She won that game, but she was completely lost with the white pieces in the classical.
Exactly.
She lost against Tatev in the first rapid.
And also the same thing is happening with Sam and Lenier. Sam with the white pieces, he needs to win, as it was a nifty piece of homework by Lenier that brought him victory in the first game. And oops, I'm down one.
And if yesterday I was saying that it's one of the most difficult things to do to win on demand against Wesley, very close to that is winning on demand against Leinier, because his opening repertoire is so solid.
Super solid.
Solid.
I've turned our attention to the game between Wesley So and Levon. The only players who drew their first game are these two. A draw will see them in playing a blitz. Anybody who wins, they win the match, they continue, and loser goes home.
And we have the Hungarian defense again.
It seems to be very popular nowadays.
Wow. By the way, a2, a4, the whole idea of the move a2, a4 is to give the bishop a retreat square. And Levon said, I really want to put my pawn on c5, and I don't mind losing time to do that. That's a very peculiar plan, I want to say, by Levon, that he loses time just to get the pawn to c5. I find that off-putting. Okay, so normally speaking, knight to d2, knight f1, and knight to e3. We bring...
Just go after those light squares.
Yeah, we bring our knight to the desired outposts, d5 and f5, and a little bit of a think as Wesley is surprised, let's say, by this decision. And he's played knight to c3. He said, you know what? I think this move deserves a punishment. I'm going to go knight to d5.
Levon retreating his knight, saying, okay, the knight moved away so we can push the pawn, and now it's time to come back with the knight.
Here seriously, I think a lot of Sicilian players too, when you get this Sveshnikov types of positions where the d5 outpost, should I play bishop g5 and give up my dark squared bishop? Ding Liren likes playing those positions as black, or should I just go knight d5? So this is what Wesley is considering. If I go knight d5, knight takes, he knows that Levon likes playing those positions with f5, right? King h8 and f5. So he may not be enthusiastic about that. So maybe bishop to g5?
Yeah, that's a possibility. By the way, I see when we switch to...
If we go bishop g5, can you go h6?
h6, bishop f6, bishop
so you
f6.
would take on f6.
Yeah, the whole idea, I think, of knight c3 is more or less geared to this.
Get the knight on d5.
And then
if I try to go, let's say, g6, try to hide that bishop on g7.
And something of this nature, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got the two bishops.
Put the knight on e7 now.
Right.
Trying to kick that knight away. It seems very minimal, right?
Yes.
It's a very minimal advantage, if anything at all.
Exactly. Yes. I'm just looking at the two... Carissa Yep is just wondering what on earth has happened to my
and
tournament.
also, what is happening to her position? Because she thought
What
maybe
happened?
she's gonna get the
King's Indian
defense, but suddenly we have Perk.
A Perk defense. You know, it's the most amazing thing today with these chess engines. I played Perk basically my whole life. We called it the Modern, we called it the Rat. By any other name, it was a fianchetto, and E2, E4, and I think it was actually Cristian, and we were looking at some position with the bishop on f4, and I'm laughing and I'm saying, what's that? What is your bishop doing on f4? Everybody I've ever played the Perk against has always put their bishop on e3 or on g5, end of story, that's it, and then they go h4, h6 and try to kill me. Why do you put your bishop on f4? I'm laughing. I was saying to Cristian, that's silly. And he goes, no, the bishop on f4 is really strong.
Yes, but
nobody put the bishop on f4 against me.
And I've analyzed it a lot, but with the knight on g1 and the pawn on f3.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more complex than that. With the knight on f3, it's not that easy because your pawn on e4 might get targeted, especially after e5 ideas. Because this is what black is going to try to play. Against bishop on f4, makes the most sense to go for e5.
Okay, so hold on. We're looking from the perspective of Nasi. She's got this position. Yes. She's played it very, very nice. She's
I would not be in a hurry to go e4. I would not be in a hurry to go e4. I would just go maybe even long castle.
Occupying the center. How sweet
I
it
have
is.
all the time in the world to do that, though.
Or even thinking bishop h6 to trade the dark square bishop.
Absolutely.
Now, bishop h6. And go, in the words of Bobby Fischer, h4, h5, sack, sack, mate.
In fact, why don't we do it? Let's just go bishop h6. She goes for castle. Okay.
Okay. She did.
That's
do
the way to
E2,
play for
E4.
a draw. Opposite side castles. Why?
But that's the whole point. Carissa may not like her position, but she's gonna, with this move castles, kings are on opposite sides. She's gonna start to think, I've got to go c6.
Well,
B5.
she just played a6.
Yeah, c6, b5, b4, or a6, b5, b4. She chose a6. Now we might understand for the moment why Nasi wasn't eager to play e4, because once we play e4, b5, b4, the e4 pawn can be attacked. That was why Cristian was saying when the knight was on g1, we can go f3. Shall we just go straightforward?
Let's go for it.
And just to see, we will put some moves on the position. Again, b4, knight e4 is on Carissa's menu.
And in fact, it's a pretty significant threat.
Shall we take a time out to play a move? Making a hook. Making a hook. Did she play e4?
Yes.
Okay.
E4 is on the board, followed by b5.
E4 on the board. Well, in this case...
Do you go for e5?
E5, knight d7. h4. Yes, I would go for e5. I would go e5, chase this knight away.
Yes.
Say knight to d7, and I would go bishop h6 and play for the
Okay, makes sense.
attack.
But after e5, can I go b4 is the big question. I think that's probably what
B4.
Carissa is having in mind.
That takes a lot of the attack for both sides out, right? Like I could take.
If you take, I take on c3.
Take,
yes.
I recapture probably with the bishop or?
With the bishop, yes.
With the bishop. And now, when I put my bishop on c4, my king enjoys a lot more protection.
c5?
Yeah. And no,
I generally like this.
Oh, sorry.
This
I apologize. I need to include bishop to g5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to offer the trade of bishops.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Still a position that seems to be favoring white. Slightly.
Slightly. If I can play bishop to c4, you go bishop g7, and I can go rook e1. I'll have some central control. Again, huge game as the #1 seed faces elimination. Carissa with the black pieces must win on demand against Nasi. She did it in her match with Tatev, but it wasn't enough. She lost the Blitz in the end.
Let's go check what's happening in the Levon versus Wesley game, perhaps.
Okay, I am going to
Take
switch.
a look at that game.
I am going to refresh my board. And boy, the players sure are playing fast. Okay, when we left it, we were quizzing ourselves. Should we be playing the move bishop g5, capturing the knight? Well, Wesley answered, yes.
Let's capture. Let's activate that knight into the center.
And knight b4. That's peculiar. I must say, Levon is taking a very, very different approach than what I would call modern practice. Here, I would just pause as white because this pawn on b4 makes a kind of a strange impression, like I can artificially isolate it with a5. So one of the moves I would be considering is, I love this as an outpost. The square d5 is an outpost. I love to put my knight on d5. So when we trade bishops, I'd be a little bit reluctant to do that because even though black has double pawns, he's taken away. The e6 pawn covers some nice squares. So I might have found myself drawn to the move bishop c4 first, with the idea, please do me the favor of making the backward pawn.
But
None
I
of
like
this
what
happened.
Levon is doing, just getting
Okay.
that open c file, yes, rook c8, putting pressure now on the pawn on c2.
Yep. Yep. And he needs to do that, certainly. Okay.
And also
so,
playing with the idea of playing maybe rook c5.
Okay.
Because once I manage to go rook c5, I'm attacking the pawn on a5.
I'm a simple man. Give me the pawn.
Okay, so now do I play b3 to give it away?
Give it away, give it away.
No, I'm just going to play queen d7.
Queen d7.
You want to
Okay.
take the pawn? Go ahead, take the pawn.
Do it on your terms. All right, let's have a look-see. Takes.
Rook takes on c2.
Rook takes on c2. Rook c1.
The other rook goes to c8.
The other rook goes to c8. And let's just see this position for just a quick sec. Knight d2. Just want to make sure that I'm doing it properly timed. I have a very, very ambitious idea. I want to make two moves at once. I want to go knight c4, trapping your rook, and queen b3.
That's not
attacking it.
d5. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Yasser.
d5.
Yes.
d5. That is stopping my grand plan.
And also thinking about activating the bishop to e7 and c5 to that diagonal.
And that would be very, very good. Just interrupting our analysis because I said the pawn on b4 is artificially isolated. I was looking at queen d2 and queen takes b4 to capture it. Wesley said, well, there's another way of attacking it. Rook to a4, rook takes b4. He's played rook a4. By the way, even though Levon has played awkward
Wow,
moves.
Levon is playing really fast. B5. That's a nice move. I'm asking you to capture the pawn if you want to, so then my queen can capture on A5. Or take en passant and help me activate my queen.
Wow, I'm not a fan. You like this? I'm not a fan. I would have thought that white is much better, but I could be wrong. Okay, let's take a look. You capture, right?
I capture back with the queen.
Now I'm worried about my pawns on F2 because there's some latent hostility, and the pawn on C2. So I'll play rook E2.
Okay, I'm gonna go rook F7.
Rook F7, and let's say Queen A1.
Okay, now I think about activating my bishop on F6. I don't like that. It is doing.
It's doing
absolutely
nothing.
nothing.
Yeah, it needs a job. It needs a job.
So
Needs to
one
work.
idea is to go to D8 and B6.
A good idea. Yep.
And is there another way to activate the bishop? You know, let's go bishop D8.
Bishop to D8. My king feels a little bit on the back rank, so okay, rook A6. I'm torn. I don't know. Rook A6. I assumed you were going to go Queen C5.
Yes.
That keeps connection. Queen. I'm having difficulties. The positions really got me flummoxed. By the way, Queen B6.
So you're targeting that pawn on E6.
I am.
That is a little uncomfortable. I agree.
Just a little bit. But you're right. If you get your bishop to B6, I think you're going to be pleased by the activity.
Also
of the
trying to
bishop.
double the rook on the F file.
Right. We're going to keep this game. Let's just turn our attention to Sam Sevian. As we know, Sam is in trouble. He needs to win with white. Guess what? He's got an imbalance.
These guys have always interesting positions, very open and kind of difficult to calculate.
And once again,
that's what he needs.
The Joko
That
piano
is what he needs right now.
is front and center between these two, Lenier. You know, it's strange. You know, one of the things that Nepo has done, and he's shown the entire world, play the Russian defense, the Petrov. When you need a draw as black, E4, E5, knight F6. Nobody is beating Nepo's Petrov, by the way. I mean, he's just consistently drawing. Instead, they go into these incredibly
Lenier
murky...
only needs to draw in this game, but he's going G5 in front of his king.
Wow. Okay. And I'm sure he's prepped all of this, okay? Because he's sacrificed a pawn, and then suddenly, bang! That came out of...
Well, if you go anywhere other than F7, if you go to F3 or even G4, I just simply take on G3. So it's a very momentary pawn sacrifice.
Thank you, that lurking bishop. So Sam said, okay, look, the match situation forces me to take a risk. Now we've got queen takes G3.
I think another one that maybe we should show is knight df3. Why don't you do that? You might as well keep the pawn, right?
Right.
But after G4, you take on D6, I take back with the pawn. And suddenly, both of your knights are under attack. Simply cannot defend both of them at the same time.
The cavalry is suffering. Okay, so I'm seeing an orange bubble. Knight takes F7.
Yes,
the computer doesn't like
this
it.
Move.
I'm seeing two attractive possibilities for Lenier. One, queen takes g3. I want to play bishop h3, but the other is why not take two minor pieces for the exchange?
Yes, the bishop has to take back.
Exactly.
King
And
takes.
King takes. I still got queen g3 on my agenda. I'm assuming check.
So I need to develop the knight, but I don't want to trade queens. Right? The more we trade, the higher chances for Lenier to make a draw. Exactly.
Knight c4. I don't know. This feels fishy. I actually prefer Lenier's position. And of course, all Lenier needs is a draw to continue in the elimination bracket and say, Sam, I hope you enjoyed your tournament. By the way, just to remind everybody, following the American Cup, there's going to be one of the strongest Blitz tournament ever held here in St. Louis immediately after this tournament is over. In fact, all of the participants in the American Cup, even those players who got eliminated, are hanging around to play in the Blitz. And, well, here it is.
Here, yeah, that's the tournament. Monday, March 24th. Yasser, that's on your birthday.
Yes, it is. And I hope you're thinking about the Christmas presents, whatever. You know, I'm
Christmas.
easy.
I'm going to think about
chocolate.
Presents. So it's a Swiss system tournament, 9 Blitz round. It's going to be 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And yes, there are going to be players who are eliminated from the American Cup. There's going to be players from all the universities around. SLU, Mizzou, and Webster University. And the broadcast on Abrahamyan is also going to be playing.
Defending champion, please.
Wow.
I mean, he's not just a production member of the production team. He is also a player. Look at him go. By the way, he told me during one of the breaks he's pushing 3,000 on chess.com. Not bad.
That's a high rating.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to keep our eye on Lenier. I want to go to our #1 seed in the women's event, Carissa. She is facing elimination up against Nasi, our team broadcaster, I wanted to say. Okay, and it's a very, very double-edged position. Bishop to d3, bishop to b7. Again, Carissa is making her ambitions very clear. She wants to play b4 and snapple that pawn.
But Nazi is saying, I developed all my pieces. I'm ready to trade your defending fianchetto bishop so I can start attacking you.
Right. h4, h5. Very standard flank attack in these types of positions. But Carissa says, you got your plans, I got my plans. Well, here we go. Knight to d5. Whoa. Okay.
Knight
I am
d7.
really stunned by that move. It's not a bad move. Developing can't be bad, but I thought her whole ambition was to essentially capture the pawn on d5 twice. Bishop takes d5. Now, I agree.
I think she was just very afraid after h4.
That h4.
How many pieces do you still have left?
I don't have many. I don't have many defenders, but that's what it's all about, right? That's what you've been doing. No, says Carissa, I want to play knight d7.
And the computer doesn't like it. Again, we see the orange bubble there.
I am confused by that move.
Well, why don't we just go h4? We've been trying to do this for a long time. Let's continue with it.
Right, h4. Do I dare play a5? I mean, I don't know what knight d7 meant. Maybe she wants to take? Take, yeah.
Okay.
Something like this. And just to remind everybody of the obvious, Nasi could knock out the top seed in the women's event with a draw. That's all she needs. Good grief.
And she's going h4. I think a good strategy, even if you need a draw, is just to go for the win, right? Try to push as much as you can. Because even Alice Lee said in her interview, when you play for a draw, it usually doesn't end very well.
Exactly. I'm h4 on the board by the Nasi, by the way. I'm having a hard time understanding Carissa's kind of mix of very, very aggressive b5, b4, followed by, passive knight d7. So h4, Nasi's saying, I don't know what you're doing. I'm playing h5. If you play knight takes h5, I will sacrifice an exchange so I can play queen g5 and rip open the pawn shield on the king side. If you play passively with e6, something similar is still going on over here, and I can still get in the whole e5,
I mean,
h5.
this is a beautiful position. White is attacking on the king side,
for free.
but Nasi doesn't have to worry about anything on the queen side.
No.
She's completely safe there.
I like h4. Bishop takes h6.
Queen takes
Wait a minute.
h6?
No, this cannot be good.
Well,
Queen takes h6.
What she intends to do, I think, is to play knight g4.
But queen g5? No,
well, I understand. Just with the idea of h5. Because if white plays h5, I mean, it's all one-way traffic.
So let's
queen
queen
g5?
g5.
Okay, well, at least in this case, oops, excuse me, I apologize. At least in this case, I've won an exchange. I may lose my king.
I mean, you may also lose on e7.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I may lose my king.
Let's go. Knight takes e7.
knight
I don't know if I
e7.
have to start with knight takes 7. I might just go h5.
Tell me what you want to do.
Let's go h5. You know what? None of this. Let's go h5.
No, okay.
Knight takes?
Yes. Let's go for the
h5.
mate. I mean, if we want to get the mate, let's go.
Okay, munch. Munch.
I can take on g6. I can even go something like queen h6 right now. I'm really banking everything. on
Queen
the
h6,
checkmate.
knight g4. Ha ha ha.
Ah, you're going back.
I can go backwards.
Let's see. Queen takes h6 was played. Not sure why she thought for so long. Knight to g4.
It's on the board. So,
Okay,
but-
I'll take with the pawn.
I understand, but if I'm in Nasi's shoes and I'm just saying, okay,
I just need a draw,
I
right?
need a draw.
Do we really need to risk that much?
Right, queen d2, because I think even after you get in, great, congratulations, hearty congratulations, you played h5. Even after you get in, it doesn't mean my attack is over. I'm still ready to go f3 and g4, and
I'm
by the
still
way,
safe on the queen side, and maybe, I can even decide maybe knight takes b4. You know what? I'm just going to capture a pawn
exactly,
and making this
exactly.
still safe.
I think the opening has gone perfectly for Nasi. Clock is a factor.
Nasi has 12 minutes, Carissa has 15 minutes.
12, not too much difference. One of the awful things is when you're winning the match and you want to make a draw. No draw offers. You can't even make a draw offer. Okay, so what would you like? Queen g5 as Cristian would like, or queen d2?
I mean, I like queen g5 if we follow with knight takes e7.
Queen g5 if we follow with knight e7. Okay, so I'm just going to stop you.
Okay, I will recapture with a pawn.
And now I'll take on d2, yay, and face the music, right?
Yes, let's go.
Yuck. Why do I get this unenviable task of defending a very...
But Nasi, she retreated with the queen.
All the way.
No need to risk too much, just queen d2, defending the pawn on f2, and still enjoying a positional advantage.
I like this move.
Engine doesn't like it, by the way. It says
like it.
queen d2 orange bubble.
Queen
the engine
d2.
wants us to
I really
be brave.
wanted to go queen g5. I
Yeah.
mean, let's get the checkmate going.
I like defending the pawn on f2. I like tempting morsels over here. Again, white is attacking for free. Nasi hasn't sacrificed anything. And if Carissa plays, I think her intended move,
she must want to go h5. Yes.
Was h5. Yes, I can most definitely consider taking the pawn, but also I haven't given up my attacking ambitions, knight to g5, with the intention of f3, g4, and as we all know, these wonderful, lovely attacks, they play themselves, sac mate.
Yeah, I mean, this looked great.
It looks great. Looks great. I'm going to switch to Anna Zatansky versus Arena Crush. Anna Zatansky, again with the white pieces, needs a victory to stay in the match and force a Blitz playoff. What do we have?
I don't know, it's kind of interesting opening.
It's almost a Polish defense.
But now C4.
With B5. And it really kind of is transposed to a burn variation of the King's Indian. If the pawn was on D4, we'd be in a burn King's Indian. Pawn on C4 and B4? I don't know what to call it.
I have no idea. I didn't even know that if the pawn is on D4, it's an actual opening.
Yeah. Gary Kasparov and I played a Blitz game here in St. Louis. I think it was during the Ultimate Moves. I don't know how I got recruited into playing Gary, and he played the burn variation of the King's Indian against me. And I was like, dude, you can't do that. Again, clock time's a factor in this one.
Both players have 12 minutes.
Not bad either way. Mostly for burn variations, what you're trying to do is essentially play the move C5, okay? Your bishop on B7 is there for purpose, and that is to open up. Now, it's not common for the pawn to be on B4, and
Should we go for C5?
There's a hanging pawn on B5, right? So if we go C5, and if we do capture this pawn,
okay,
excuse me, takes, right?
Yes.
There is a ambush waiting here.
There must be something there. Okay, let's take on B4.
Do you want to take on B4 or just move the knight? Okay, take on B4, let's go. Let's go.
Queen B6.
And since I have a traffic issue,
Knight G4.
Knight to G4. You're tickling my rook. You are also that bad man, Kate. That bad man.
Intentions.
Yes, he wanted to. He wanted.
We found this nice little defense.
Well, again, Arena just needs a draw, right?
Yeah.
So going down this road where you're trading a lot of pieces, I think is...
this is good. Bishop takes B5.
Exactly. I think Arena will happily go for this. So we're thinking
C5
C6,
might, in fact, equal the position.
For equality. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look at the only classical game happening, which is Alice Lee against Tatev Abrahamyan. Tatev is getting very low on time, and it feels like Alice is getting some space advantage.
Ooh. All right. Just a second as I turn on my... Where is she? There we go. Sorry, I have to go fishing. By the way, the players are playing pretty much the variations we've been looking at. Knight to D5.
Only knight D8. We were not looking
we,
at that much.
Well, we knew exactly why Tatev, she's eyeing the opportunity of bringing her knight to
and before,
the D4
very
square.
clearly, we want to push the pawn even further to force the knight to go away, and then the C7 square is weak.
Well, I like what Tatev is doing thus far. Her goal is sometimes it's nice just to know what you're playing for. You want to play knight E6, knight D4, and once I do that, I'm fine. The question is, can white stop? And the move bishop G4.
That is stopping it.
I like this because I've got a nice little check on E7 prepared. F5 is normally you get to play F5 and you're in a King's Indian and you're attacking, but the knight E7.
And after bishop G4, white pieces are kind of dominating the position. You cannot do that because now knight C7 and I'm trapping that rook.
Yep, you got me. So it means I have to play what, knight to D7?
It's kind of horrible how the knights are on the back rank.
But knight D7, knight C7, I take on D6 next. I think this is just bad.
I don't
now you
disagree.
have even pin on that knight to the rook.
I can This is
Even this is
hoopless.
Yes.
As
Wait,
the Dutch would
93.
But 93, so Alice Lee allows Tatev to actually go to that knight e6, knight d4.
That's a missed opportunity right there. Because bishop g4 would have put the kibosh on that plan.
That looks
completely.
like Bishop G4 was a great. Hold on, before we get too enthusiastic.
She must have been worried about h5.
Thank you.
Yes, she must have been worried.
Because this bishop is still a little bit offside, right? And the idea is somebody's bishops are getting trapped, whether the dark square or the light square bishop is getting
So
trapped.
there has to be some sort of a tactic involved in this one.
You go here?
I don't know if I want to go there. Now you go knight d7, right? In the worst case, you can go knight d7.
Knight d7 in this case.
Yes.
And a moment ago, yeah.
At least now you're attacking that bishop on
Gotcha,
c8, right?
gotcha. Okay, that is a
I
funny.
was looking more as bishop h3.
Okay, g5.
You go g5. What if I just play?
Play it, say it, do it.
No. Never mind. Nothing.
You left us hanging. You want a sack?
Let's take it.
Come on.
Okay, let's take.
Come on.
Let's just see what
be
this
bold,
is.
be brave. The historians will criticize you later. Trade twice on g5. f2 is hanging.
Black has that knight on b8 and rook on
They're
a8.
awful.
Totally out of the game. And I can do a rook lift. Rook d3 and rook g3.
Yes,
but I have to be
can.
careful with that.
I have to be careful about my back rank checkmate too.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
because queen f2 and queen f1, that would be very unfortunate for white.
Knight d7. Tatev really does not want to get that knight to e6. What is
Just
knight
a
d7?
moment.
Sorry.
What is knight d7? We were thinking it was a one-dimensional idea.
What?
Just put the knight on d4 and
what is knight
feel like the worst is behind you. Knight d7. Okay.
This makes no sense to me.
Excuse me? This is confusing.
I mean,
Knight-
I just capture on d6 and
Yep, let's take it.
you go knight b6. I guess that has to be your idea, but that
It
knight
looks
is
awful.
a little shaky there because I will go a4, a5 when I want to.
Wow. Okay.
Perhaps I can
take
on
a pawn.
Why not?
I'm a pawn grubber, and in
Queen b4?
these cases, I'm looking at c5.
That's fine. You get your knight to d4, but now I can just simply go bishop f1. c5 is coming next.
Exactly.
Bishop c4 is coming next. You're in
C5
trouble.
No, this is play on one goal. I think, and is clock a factor?
Well, Alice has giant time advantage. Alice has
giant.
37 minutes, Tatev 11 minutes.
Not looking good for Tatev. And our defending champion, Queen takes d6, Alice Lee. Again, if Alice were to win this match, it guarantees that she's either first or second in the tournament because she won the champions bracket and she'll just be waiting for the winner of the elimination
And she gets
bracket.
the prize bonus for
And
winning the
she gets
champions
prize
bracket.
bonus. So queen takes d6, knight b6, and we're expecting Alice to pick up, scoop up a pawn, and be a pawn to the good with the two bishops as well. Normally speaking, the king's Indian defense is black. Black suffers a space disadvantage in order to get a kingside attack. Take a look at the king's side. There is no attack. So you've got a space disadvantage and a material disadvantage for nothing. There's queen takes and knight e6, queen b4, knight d5, bishop f1, and c5. And it's actually white who has the initiative as well. Bad news. Take us somewhere, Kate. Where would you like me to go?
Let's go to the open section, to the game of Sam Sevian and Lenier Dominguez.
Okay.
And let's
this
see
is
how the game
2.
developed there.
Game 2, I just refreshed my board. When we left it, we saw knight takes f7. And Lenier was presented with two compelling opportunities. Capture the pawn on g3, thanks to the bishop on a7, or capture the knight. He said, 2 pieces for the rook, count me in. King
King
h,
h1 not allowing you to capture on g3 anymore.
g4.
stopping you from getting check on f3 or simply guarding that square on f3.
Maybe stopping checks on h5. That's an interesting move. Okay, king g7, rook d1, queen c6.
Wait, queen a3 attacking the knight.
I must say, it's...
Queen e8 looks like a little awkward move, doesn't it?
Yes.
Was knight g6 not possible to just improve the knight?
Yes, it was. Why not?
But queen e8. Okay, so we are going for that idea, queen h5 check. Possibly, although it's just a check.
Queen h5 check. Maybe the bishop will somehow magically make a reappearance. The knight on d2 makes a woeful impression.
So let's go knight c4.
Let's bring the knight to a more active square, knight to c4.
Question is where, right? Like, let's say bishop e6. Where do you put that knight? You go back to e3, is that?
I guess
You
so.
cannot go to e5 because of this queen h5. Right?
But I can, right? Because the knight on e7 is going to be hanging.
That's a good point, yeah. That's... Probably I have to start with rook to e8 in that case. So queen h5 and now just rook to e8.
And my knight, again, knights love to be centralized, but they love protection. This is not what we would call an anchored square. Scoot the pawn on e4.
Knight
over
c6,
to d4.
I like this move. He's trying to go towards e5. By the way, knight to b3 was played, not knight to c4.
So the knight on d2 is in the way of the rook. You're looking for a secured outpost. e4 protects f5, so knight to b3 to d4, protected, makes sense. Knight c6. We've caught up with the players again. Sorry.
Sam Sevian only 5 minutes on the
5 minutes.
while Lenier has 13 minutes. And let's remember that Sam has to win this game to come back in the match and force playoffs.
Carissa is back in the game, guys.
Carissa's back in the game as well.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so Lenier Dominguez has an 8-minute time advantage on his clock. I don't get the chance to say that often, so I just needed to repeat myself. Knight, I'm thinking that the rooks need open files. I'm not really interested in defending the pawn with rook on d1 to e1. So Lenier has just played, Sam has just played the move knight to d4. He's hoping that you'll capture this pawn, do him the favor of opening up the e file so that his next turn will be knight takes and rook e7 or queen e7 check. So he's saying pawn is taboo. And I think he's right.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, sorry, you
Maybe
say
just
Carissa?
Quickly, to check on Wesley and Levon Aronian, because it looks like they are going to have a draw there, to make a draw, and then force playoffs.
Yeah, these two players are going to be back in a little bit over an hour to play a Blitz separation match. Something has to give.
And if yesterday was any indication of what epic Blitz matches have occurred at the American Cup, we're likely to see another one. These two players have both been members of the 2800 Club. I'll put it like that. I think the peak rating of Levon is just a little bit higher than the peak rating of Wesley, but I do know that Wesley was at one time second in the world, as was Levon. So two great players will be playing the
Both of them, I believe, were over 2,800.
Oh, for 100%.
Now it was
I know for sure Levon was second in the world, and I'm pretty sure that at his peak, Wesley was second in the world as well.
He was about 28, 16, 15, somewhere around.
Yeah.
And I believe Levon around 28, close to 30.
30?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit higher.
Now, two moves, king f1, king f3, actually 3 moves, or rook f3, but all going to drawn.
Oh, come on. He didn't take on f4?
Yes.
Okay.
Players are repeating.
Yes. Okay. Smiles as those two get ready to duel a Blitz and that the Blitz will occur as soon as the classical games are completed. Where are we going?
Let's
Kate?
go to the women's section to see what's happening in the game of Nazi Paikidze and Karisayip.
You
Because
told
Nazi
us,
was
Cristian.
enjoying an advantage, but Cristian said that maybe Carissa is back.
I think Carissa is somewhat back.
Okay, we left it. We saw the move Queen D2, H5, Knight G5. Nasi is very, very pleased. She's gotten in her F3. Knight takes, pawn takes.
Perhaps
Okay.
back, but not after this double question mark move.
Knight H3, G4. Nasi saying, hey, I'm still after you're gunning for black. Ooh. C4. Okay.
Giving one pawn and capturing the other one.
Okay.
Knight B6.
What was the
two
double?
exclamation point, two question marks.
Something is
What
amiss.
is wrong here?
Probably the knight just doesn't belong on B6.
Because we just go bishop B3 and you don't have what to do next, and bishop B3 on the board.
Bishop B3 on the board. Definitely Nasi is looking at any opportunities to strike on the king side. G5.
Or even queen F4, just attacking the bishop and attacking two pawns at once.
The old double attack. It's
So
worked
you're
for
giving that pawn on D6 whenever I want to take it.
it's worked for millennium. Now,
No, this is great position for white.
you know, if the A2 pawn and the A6 pawn were missing, black would win brilliantly by queen A1 mate. But at the moment, the queen on A5 is in the way of A5, A4, right? So it's sort of like the queen is misplaced, and as you just pointed out, queen F4. I think the other problem with the move knight B6 is when I play the move, when, as you pointed out, when you play the move queen F4, the knight was actually defending the pawn on F6. So you could have started with D5, for example. Assuming Carissa had started with D5, this is what I wanted to say.
Moving the queen away so the pawn can continue and try to push on the queen side.
I'm not saying black has a great game or anything like that. No. I'm just saying that
Black has a game.
Black has a game. Here, you know, queen F4 is just winning.
Queen F4 is just so strong, I think.
That
you have to defend somehow against that. Let's go knight D5, right?
You're almost thinking, you know, to go back or knight to D5.
Let's go
really?
knight D5.
No.
I just feel like you're 2 moves away from opening
a collapse. Collapse.
Getting completely checkmated.
Right?
H5, let's go.
H5 or knight F2.
Knight F2, bishop F3, perhaps.
Knight F2, bishop F3.
By the way, both players down to the
H5.
last 6 minutes. This is going to go down the wire. H5. Okay, you're trying to checkmate me.
Since we started.
By the way, rook C8 on the board.
Okay.
So Carissa is allowing this queen F4 to be played.
Really?
Let's see.
Sorry, Bob. What?
I
don't know.
can resist anything except temptation.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Queen F.
Let's go queen F4.
4. Help me out here, folks.
I guess she wants to go F5.
Yeah, I guess I'm not afraid.
H5.
H5.
H5. I was about to say, I'm not afraid. I don't want to take this pawn. I want to take this bishop. This bishop is the one that bothers me. Nasi says, no. I played H4 with a reason. I want to play H5. And Bent Larson would approve.
And maybe even H6, because then that pawn on F6 is going to be up for grabs.
Why not?
Rook very active.
Rook
and again,
on
white doesn't really have any issues on the queen side.
As long as this bishop is not being harassed by A5, A4. Knight came to defend the pawn. So
she's looking at some
H6.
ideas of knight C3. At the right moment, she wants to go knight C3 and get the checkmate going, if she can.
Okay. You know what? You look across the board at a time, and chess can be very simple. Let's trade off your best piece.
Knight F4, right?
Knight
We don't
F4.
like that knight. We don't like our knight either.
Right.
Let's trade them.
Let's trade off the best piece. And like you were saying, Cristian, the idea of knight c3, you should always make sure that you're not going to get checkmated. But I do believe
there's queen c1 all the time.
Yeah, I do believe queen c1 will cover up the situation. And
Knight f4 looks promising.
She's played.
She hasn't played yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, she has.
No, she played queen f2.
Queen f2.
Queen f2. Okay, what's the
So
idea
she's
behind
saying that if you go to knight c3, go ahead, I'm going to take your knight, and then I'm going to capture on f6.
Yeah, so she's sidestepping the threat.
Also, she may be threatening capturing the knight immediately, and then queen takes f6.
I love the defense. I love the powerful defending bishop on b3, but she may be thinking that her capture on f6 is so wonderful. By the way, she might be even combining with h6, right?
h6 pawn there as well, just to force the king to decide, are you going to capture the pawn and go on the open file, or move back and allow me to have some checkmating threats?
Not to be too critical, I think it's a fine move, queen f2. But knight f4, boy, that sure looked compelling.
By the way, Wesley saw drew with Levon Aronian.
They did make the draw. Okay, we're going to keep this one in mind. In our matchup of the Irina Krush versus Anna Zatansky, Anna needs to win with white to tie the match. We left it, we had seen the move b4, and we were thinking c5 was a good equalizing move. Knight to g4, something, bishop's on the ambush.
Maybe I want to take
You want to take on a f2, maybe d4, e5, h3. And this looks far more conventional burn variation, if you will. a5, c5. Well, I think Irina's actually done really, really good as black to mess up.
She's transferring that knight to b8 and a6
right.
to attack that bishop, and then getting the other knight to help to just pick up the pawn on c5.
Knight a6, knight d7. It sure looks like advantage Irina. All Irina needs is a draw to stay in the elimination bracket and to try to get back into the finals.
And Anna has only 1 minute 43 seconds on her clock, while Irina has a little less than 5 minutes.
So this is the current position. Rook a c1 was Anna's last move, and we really like Irina's plan of knight to a6, eliminate that bishop, or knight to a6 and knight d7, and go to gobble up this pawn.
She may be also thinking about moves such as rook a4. Just, you know what, if I'm going to activate the knight to a6, maybe I want to keep my rook active.
As a prelude, okay.
Knight a6 first.
Bishop instantly went back. Anna's doesn't have time, actually, to calculate too much here. And Irina thinking about knight takes c5. After all, there is a knight hanging. I would be more attracted to knight d7 myself.
The thing about knight fd7 is, does white have maybe knight takes b5 as a counter attacking chance?
Possibly.
I think we should go back to Carissa, because our top seed is on the brink of defeat, on the brink of being eliminated right now. I don't see a path forward for her. The h-file is open, the king is wide open. I'm starting to exchange the pieces. I'm starting to get your pawns. And you have absolutely no counterplay on the queen side.
I loved what Nasi did with the whole h4, h5, breaking open the h-file, even at the cost of an exchange, by the way. That is a black king that is not enjoying life. It's not well protected. Knight takes d4, queen takes f4.
And all we need to do is to just put the rook to h-file. Rook h1.
Rook h1 is a checkmate in a few moves.
No, just simple chess. Bishop. And once again, Nasi won the first game. If she can draw this, she's won the match. But we are thinking she's on the verge of winning and knocking the number one seed, Carissa Yip, out of the tournament. That would be a shock defeat.
Carissa just played d5, g5.
I love that move, opening up the dark squares around the black king.
So that and he moves like this, we've got a check, we've got queen e5.
We also have rook d2, just not sacrificing anything. Rook d2, rook h2, just get the rook to the h file.
This one is looking hopeless.
Nazi's getting nervous because her position is so good. By the way, just to boldly point out some very bad things. If you ever move your king back to g8,
Yeah.
the bishop on b3 is perfectly positioned to allow.
Carissa dropping back with her queen, queen c7.
Queen to c7. But how about right now?
When you're
Is it
attacking,
time?
do not trade queens.
Let's
Is
go
it time?
rook to h1.
What about just queen h4?
Ooh, queen h4
Queen
is a
h4
nice
because you
move.
cannot go to that diagonal as Yasser just pointed
queen
out.
h4 finishes. Queen h4 finishes.
The game, she's done it. You cannot go king to g8. Queen takes e4.
Queen g8 on the board.
King g8 on the board,
Queen takes
allowing
e4.
queen takes e4.
We're going to see a
Nazi,
resignation right now.
She's done it.
And that's it. She's eliminated.
One
Our
of them.
top seed is eliminated by Nazi Paikidze, who moves on to meet in the finals of the elimination bracket, the winner between Irina Krush and Anna Zatonski.
I'm very proud of our co-commentator, working with the commentary team. Her training is really paying off. Congratulations, Nazi.
2-0 match.
Let's jump back to this match. Irina Krush, all she needs is a draw. And whoa, what has just happened? Did Irina
She just
blunder?
blundered.
She blundered. We can play knight c2 and capture the knight on d7 for
You
free.
can also just take
What
on
is
d7.
going on? Why can't we take the knight?
You can
and
also
take
just
on
That's also a
d7?
possibility.
Oh my goodness, how
Oh
did
my
that
goodness,
happen?
This is winning. This is
So
winning
she did
right
play knight d7, bishop g5, queen. Oh,
she missed queen
she
d3.
missed.
She missed queen d3.
Knight to c2.
What a blunder by Irina. Knight to c2. So Anna has a clear idea. She wants to. So if we go knight c5,
We just
I
capture
just
the
take
queen.
on b4.
Because
thank
we can-
you.
can
And we capture the
that
knight. That's an extra piece.
Anna Zatonski with 25 seconds on the clock, receiving a gift from Irina Krush with queen takes c5, now completely back in this match.
Irina has been doing this throughout the competition. She gets really nice positions and then somehow gets into time trouble and squanders them.
But she wasn't in time trouble. Irina had 2 minutes and 30 seconds against 20 seconds.
What can I say? I mean, her time goes down and whether...
Knight b4, capturing that pawn on c6.
And we will
trying
be
to
in a...
win the game and force a playoff.
We'll be in a Blitz playoff if Anna comes back. And Irina is just... Okay, she's a little bit off of her game. It's clear that that match with Alice Lee was upsetting. Knight
Maybe
b4.
she just got too comfortable in this position. Everything was working for her, and she just
It was.
captured that pawn too early.
Obviously, she had played it beautifully up until knight a6, and definitely had a clear advantage. Just misplayed after bishop g5.
So now she tries to complicate stuff. She's going to be a piece down. She is piece down for a pawn. Now she's activating the other rook to get them maybe to the second rank.
But what about just a simple rook to d1?
Nothing's wrong with that. I was thinking more simply, knight e7 and rook
That's
to
another
c7.
piece.
That's a piece.
That's another piece, and I think she sees it.
She spotted it. I mean, why do rooks belong on open files? So we
they
can penetrate.
On the board.
On the board.
That's another piece to the good. You're going to
And
be 2 pieces
Irina
down.
is just looking
It's just
and
too much.
shaking.
It's just too much. at this
Shaking
point.
her head. Oh, no. What did I do?
Wow, what a comeback from Anna Zatonski in this game. And in the match.
Truly.
And that forces a Blitz playoff.
Should she win, Anna knows she's gotten a reprieve, let's say.
In fact, she takes, eats a little bit of chocolate, drinks a little bit of water. She knows she has this in the back.
Yes.
She needs to have energy to win this game because she does have only 41 seconds. So she has to be still very accurate.
What's happening in the Lenier versus Sam game as we keep an eye on this one?
It's heating up. It's becoming, what is it?
We
Yeah.
have We have one Blitz playoff for sure. That's the Wesley versus Levon. We're likely to see another one.
Should we say with this one just before?
We have seen Carissa exit the tournament. She, our number one seed, has been eliminated by Nasi.
I believe we will see very swiftly a resignation. I just don't see a way to continue this game.
She has to play f6.
Sure,
yes.
but f6 I can just
F6
take
on
on
the board.
d7.
Bishop c1. What's better than a tempo?
Yeah.
You're always looking to...
Bishop c1 is a great move.
You're always looking to attack your opponent's pieces.
Or rook takes d7. That's just a piece.
Or you capture...
We capture a piece and
You're gonna be
the
two
other
pieces
bishop
up.
is also hanging.
It's just, you cannot come back from this. You're 2 pieces down and you have no compensation.
And now
well,
we can go
there
even...
is the compensation, the double rooks.
Okay, rook f1.
And it lasted for a whole half sentence.
Or is there some knight takes g5? I mean, no, we shouldn't risk. Just rook
She
f1.
might go rook c1 just to get greedy and try to checkmate herself.
I think that that's a very decent idea as well.
Knight take g5, because
By
after
the
capture
way-
on f2, I'm not worried. I always have rook f1 to trade the rooks, force a trade, not to have any issues on the second rank.
That's exactly what she
Nicely spotted. Just trade off for the better part of 1,500 years.
Yep.
Trade.
There you have it. Just resign, which means we will see playoffs.
Okay, I am going to go quickly to the Sam Sevian versus Lenier Dominguez. And again, Lenier's coming into this game with a 1-point lead. Sam needs to win, and early on it was a 2 minor pieces versus rook position. As it turns out, it was
2 bishops.
but now
for
it's
rook.
2 bishops. Let's see what happened. Munch, munch. Whoa. Well, Sam
is active on the 7th rank. The queen and rook is looking for good cooperation.
I would like to see a rook coming to f5 right now.
Yeah, Sam is happy because he's got an incredible imbalance. Normally the bishops are very, very strong, especially in an open position. But look at that black king.
Yep, that rook came to f5.
That black king is exposed.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Be
yeah,
careful
yeah,
right
yeah.
now. I mean, give me a couple more moves. Let me get that pawn to e6. e5, e6.
Oh, no, no, no.
You might be regretting your choices once I land there.
I can easily imagine black losing that position where a pawn lands on e6.
Bishop d7, great move.
Is
by
time
Lenier.
a factor?
It
on
is,
this one?
because Sam Sevian has only 21 seconds right now.
Lenier is up on
21
time.
Seconds.
And Lenier 1 minute 12 seconds.
I don't remember last time I've seen Lenier up on time, but
Okay,
there
10
you have it.
seconds for Sam Sevian.
So where should he put his rook?
5 seconds, he needs to make a move.
Where should he put it? The rook.
Big decision, rook f4 with
Rook
1
F-
second.
One? No. He did that in game
2
one
seconds.
as well.
2 seconds. She
Where,
made it with 2
okay.
seconds.
But Lenier now has a very tempting choice of
Bishop
Bishop
e5, rook
e5.
f7 is Sam's idea.
Bishop e5, rook f7. Why didn't he go rook f7 right away? Because of bishop c6.
Yes.
Bishop c5. Well, let's take a look.
That's
Rook,
the only move, rook f7.
bishop c6.
And then maybe queen e7.
Queen e7. He's done it. But this feels like Lenier is the one for choice.
Absolutely.
The bishops are dominating
But
here.
we have also queen b3 here, right?
Oh, queen b3 is a move, yes.
Queen b3, rook. Okay, so we're looking at bishop c6, queen to b3, rook to b8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, queen c4.
It's so difficult to fight against these 2 bishops, right?
Now remember, Lenier just needs a draw, so bishop to b5, I can try to make a perpet. He's done it, bishop c6. Bishop c6.
Now Sam has to decide, are we going for a queen trade? Queen e7.
5 seconds.
4 seconds.
Ooh, how, what was that? Made it like 2
2
seconds?
seconds again. Wow.
Oh. And Lenier, very, very tempting. Finally, the rook on b8 that was never doing anything got into the game with a gain of tempo. So
And now Lenier is getting lower on time, 23 seconds.
23 seconds for Lenier. So capturing on b2 sure looks tempting. Nope.
Bishop b5,
Bishop
attacking
b5.
the queen.
by the way, very good time trouble play. You like your pieces protected. Here, rook c8, bishop c4 starts to be tracked. Okay, he's going for bishop e6 in a different way.
But what about queen d5 right now?
Looks like the only
No,
move.
bishop c6. Just drive the queen back.
But then queen c5. I'm not so sure about
still
that.
fighting.
Queen to c5
Oh, wow, you see the bar? Rook
my
f8.
goodness. Rook f8 might be winning right now.
How is that possible?
You're losing a piece. Rook f8, queen takes c5.
Yes.
And you're losing a piece no matter where you put the king.
Yeah, because I'm attacking the rook, and once you move with the king, I'm going to get your bishop.
Oh my goodness.
Will he
Rook
spot
F8.
it with seconds on his
3
own?
seconds.
He missed
What
it.
a
He
missed
missed.
opportunity.
He missed it. And Lenier, again, Lenier just needs a draw.
He cannot
And
go
he's-
bishop b5, bishop c6. Bishop b5, queen d5 back.
Queen a2. Okay, so a moment ago, Lenier went bishop to d7, found himself in a world of trouble. He could try rook c8 with the idea of bishop c4.
I like that move. I like that move. That queen on a2 feels it.
By
What's the
Lenier
clock
now,
times?
8 seconds.
Nobody's got. Oh, he's
Bishop
played
b7 again.
So let's
setting
try
up
queen
for-
d5.
Queen d5, he might be seeing it right now, guys.
Can he play bishop c6 and
No.
claim a draw?
No,
No.
this is the second time.
Apologies.
Wow,
No,
he missed
he
it
missed it.
again.
Queen.
But he has
Twice.
similar idea, guys, because he is offering the rook because then I'm going to take on e5.
Sure,
Exactly.
you cannot take the rook. No,
No,
don't touch that rook.
And it's just seconds on the clock.
But what about rook to d8?
4 seconds.
And he's taking a pawn.
B2.
Wow.
Wait, can we do queen h5 now?
Queen
the
h5,
deer?
bishop g7.
Queen
Bishop-
f5?
Queen f5,
Because queen
I think, might be
h7.
winning.
Queen f5.
Followed by queen g6, guys. Be careful.
Yep.
Queen f5 is a checkmating
F5.
threat.
You have to go queen g8, and then I have queen e6. I'm attacking your bishop, and I'm threatening checkmate after queen captures h6.
Yes.
Rook e7 missed
No,
once again.
another missed opportunity for Sam. Oh my gosh, he's really had great chances. He will be kicking himself that he's missed so many good chances.
Is it time to go e5 now?
Yeah, but
No, rook to b1.
Wow,
Okay.
so many pins now.
I'm still feeling that this is not easy for Lenier with all these pins and that weak king on h8.
it's crazy, isn't it?
I feel it's still Sam's game right now.
Well,
Really?
clock times. It's clock times.
By the way, 4 seconds for Lenier.
No, that hung
takes F2,
his
queen takes
queen. He hung his
my
queen.
goodness.
Unbelievable.
He wins
We
it. He
have
forces
overtime.
a tiebreak.
A playoff.
Wow, what a game.
So Sam had to win on demand. He did it. Anna had to win on demand. She did it. Nasi said goodbye, everybody. I'm leaving. Carissa goes away.
Wow.
Let's jump to Eric Rosen, who must be with special guests.
I am joined by Nazi Pikidze, who just knocked out Carissa Yip. Nazi, tell me about the match.
Yeah, I still kind of can't believe it. I mean, Carissa is definitely the strongest player in this event. And maybe I just caught her on her bad day.
Do you think the result of the match was you playing well or her playing badly or a mix of the two?
I think it's definitely a mix of the two. I mean, first game, I didn't really play much. I just played the opening and she just blundered a piece, so that was a gift. But in the second game, I do think I played really, really well, and I really made the good choice to choose such a risky opponent. She doesn't like to be attacked. So yes, I castled long and allowed her to maybe have some counterplay, but I was all in on the attack, and I don't think I gave her a chance.
Mm-hmm. There was a point in the broadcast, they were showing a video feed of Carissa, and it looked like she was staring you down. Were you aware of that, and did that get in your head?
So she always does that, and I'm used to it by now, and I just avoid eye contact.
Okay, good
Yeah.
strategy.
Mhm.
Tell me a little bit about your day off. You mentioned in the last interview you would go to the zoo, but you did something else?
Yeah, so I went to the zoo, but it was incredibly crowded because I think the kids are on spring break, so it was just very full. So instead, I went across the street in the art museum, and I had a very peaceful, nice day.
Nice. What was your favorite thing about the art museum?
I was going to say the gift shop.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Now tell me about your thoughts going forward. You're going to play the winner of Irina and Anna Zatonski. They're going into their playoff. Do you have a preferred opponent between those two?
Not really. I mean, I was mostly afraid of, let's say, Alice and Carissa, and I already played both. Between Anna and Irina, I've played them both many times, and they're both very strong. Anna seems to be in very good shape. I saw she just won on demand, so I'll just wait and see.
Okay, sounds good. Well, best of luck in the next match, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Again, a big shout out to Nasi. That was a tremendous victory, emphatic victory over the number 1 seed.
Yeah, 2-0.
And she handled her business really, really well. I'm still looking at the game of Alice Lee. Alice doesn't have the dominating position she had a while ago, but she's really still
She has
for choice.
very nice advantage, space advantage.
Ask this bishop on f8 how it feels.
And material is equal because Alice was able to recapture that pawn she sacrificed.
Right.
So there are no risks in her position.
Exactly, and she's got the d5 square. She's just played the move rook d5 as a prelude to rook d1, and she's doing really well. But tell us the results. We're just kind of catching our breath ourselves
We're just
here.
like, what happened in that
What
game?
happened?
So first, the champions bracket, the classical chess. Hikaru Nakamura drew with Fabiano Caruana quite quickly, right
Early,
off the
yep.
opening. And Alice Lee still playing against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Enjoying an advantage, but it's about this elimination bracket that has caught. Look at these results.
Right, so Levon, Aronian and Wesley, so they have a peaceful match, 2 draws, but Lenier, Dominguez and Sevian, those 2 games, incredible. Lenier managed to win the first one, but now in the second one, he dropped the queen and allowed Sam to equalize the match, and there's going to be playoff. And in the women's section, Irina Krush blundered a piece, Anna Zatonski took it and won on demand, and they are also heading to the playoff. And Nazi Pajgice, she just defeated Carissa 2 times today, and she continues in the elimination bracket.
Thank you. And for me, I think Nasi described it very well. It was a combination of Carissa having a bad day and Nasi playing very well.
I think Carissa is just having a very bad tournament overall. I was not very impressed, despite the fact that she won 2-0 against Talia Cervantes. I was not impressed with that match either.
Because we know Talia missed a mate in 3.
Absolutely. And then in her second match, she lost, came back against Tatev in classical with the black pieces. But after that, in the Blitz portion, she just doesn't seem to be herself. And there's a lot of changes with Carissa. She's moving here, pursuing her GM title, dropping out of Stanford at least for a year. So there's definitely a lot of moving parts in her life, and that's probably affecting her right now. But this is a huge result. I mean, kicking out the top seed out of the tournament as Nazi Pajgice. She's mostly a commentator nowadays. Now I'm feeling like I should be playing.
Well, I mean, that's all.
More as well.
I said to Nasi, like, look, I know she's going to be back on a lot of our broadcasts for the events to come. I said, Nasi, I'd like to see you playing more. She says, I've got to find the right balance.
We need an American Cup for commentators as well. Pure commentators. That's it.
Wow, we've got more action in store as we are going to have playoffs coming up. And on the break,
Cristian is going to be talking with Alice Lee.
Good choice.
Enjoy.
Alice, first of all, welcome back to the American Cup. You've had quite an amazing trajectory and victory. Last year, you're the defending champion, defeated Irina Krush in back-to-back matches. How do you build on that?
Yeah, I guess this year for me, since I'm the defending champion, there is both pressure for me to try to win and to keep my title, but also I think there's a bit less stress because I already won it before. So for me, it feels like even if I don't win it, I already got what I wanted last year. But I'm just hoping that this tournament I'll be able to play my best chess and not have regret.
Tell me about the format. This is a format that we don't see here at St. Louis Chess Club very often. It's a double elimination. You have a second life, but obviously you don't necessarily want to use it. How do you see this format, and are you enjoying it?
I always like the match format, again, because typically in matches I get, like there's not just one life. Even if you lose one game, you can always come back. Whereas in like Swiss tournaments or open or round robin tournaments, if you lose a game, then it can heavily affect the overall result. But I do also like the fact that there's double elimination. Last year I got eliminated by Arena Crush in the third match, but then I was able to come back because I had a second life. So, I've had positive experience with the double elimination, but we'll see how it goes this year.
Speaking of that incredible battle with Irina, you came back from losing a match in the Champions Bracket, and you won back-to-back to win the title. How did you get yourself psychologically back in that competition last year after reaching the finals and having to win 2 matches against a player that you've never won a match against up to that point?
I think that for like the American Cup last year, I was basing it off of my experience in the previous 2 years, which was like I got second place in the previous 2 years, and I just like lost Irina in all the matches that I played against her. So for me, it was like, okay, if that happened again, then that would just be like normal. But I also like wanted to, maybe I can break the cycle. And so I sort of like did that by winning like the second match in the Champions Bracket and bringing it down to the elimination, where of course it was very nerve-wracking, especially because I was like down 2-1, and then I had to win a game as black in the final round. But yeah, I guess like I couldn't really think too much about it, because like when you're playing a match, especially when you're playing Rapid or Blitz, you just make moves.
You're a very, very interesting case because obviously you're extremely young, you're energetic, you're bringing a lot of enthusiasm, but you also have incredible experience at such a young age. You've played all the American Cups, you've played plenty of US championships. What do you feel is your strongest suit when it comes to those intangibles? Your experience, your enthusiasm, your energy? Which one is it?
I think the experience definitely helped. The first year that I played, I did do well in the American Cup, but I think I had a lot of pressure, and I wasn't used to playing in such like elite tournaments. But now like I've gotten kind of used to the format. I know sort of what works for me and what doesn't. And I'm still like trying to improve and find like how I can adjust better. But the like 3 times that I played in the American and the 3 US championships I played have definitely given me a lot of scenes to observe and work on.
Now, there's a new player that's joining the fray. Carissa is going to be participating in this one. Obviously, she skipped the previous editions because she had school. Now she's taking a gap semester or a year from Stanford, focusing on chess. You know her quite well. Are you looking forward to that matchup? Potentially.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I think it's also interesting the way that the brackets are structured this year, because if there are no upsets in the first round, then I'll be playing Irina in the second round. And then I'm like on the opposite side of the bracket as Carissa, so I'll only play her if I'm able to beat Irina, which I have not been able to do the first match that I played against Irina in past editions. So, for me, I would very much like to play Carissa, but I'll also have to defeat some very experienced and strong opponents to get there.
Do you feel like you guys, are trying to outcompete each other? It's somewhat of a rivalry. You're very close in age. She's, of course, a little bit more experienced than you, but do you see her as one of your peers?
Yeah, I think definitely she's the person who's closest. I'm closest in age to in this tournament by a long, a big margin, I think.
By 6 years or so.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like everybody else is a lot older. So
you're very young.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a rivalry because also like we're teammates. So, but there is like some sort of competitiveness, and I think that is useful, especially as for me, like as I'm aiming to improve, to have somebody who's like improving also like very quickly is big motivation for me.
I actually want to talk about this angle of being teammates with most of these players. You've recently participated at the Olympiad and you've done quite well. You are one of the motors of the American team. Now, tell us a bit about that relationship that you have for, let's say, with Irina Crush? Is she somewhat of a mentor for you as well?
I think definitely at the team events, I did gain like a lot of insight into some of these players and like get to know them outside of just chess. And that makes like a big difference between like if you kind of like don't really know somebody and you're playing them, you might be a little bit more intimidated. I think for like of the 8 players here, there's 7 other people, 6 of them I've been teammates with. Nazi might be the only person that I haven't like been in a team event with. But definitely like the Olympiad, also the Poland tournament in 2023 gave me like a lot more time to see what these players are like outside of just like playing and how they make moves on the board.
Well, Alice, thank you very much for all these insights and all the perspective that you just gave us, and good luck in your games.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Crush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square.
Welcome back to day 5 of the American Cup, and we have breaking news in the game of Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan. Tatev made a mistake with her rook c8 move, and Alice played incredible move, rook d6.
Absolutely. In fact, she has 40 seconds to contemplate defeat right now.
Game over because, as you just said, unfortunately,
2 exclamation points.
It's not happiness. We have to trade. Tatev played rook with a tactical oversight. Rook d6, and it's that simple. You take my rook, I take your pawn with a check.
It's a mate.
It doesn't matter where you move your king.
It's a mate.
King g8 or king f7. Either case, checkmate on the board. That's it.
How often do you manage to give a checkmate with the knight?
Not that often.
f7, and in fact right now rook takes f6.
And nothing has changed. Queen f7. Hold on, I mean,
I like
rook takes f6, beautiful.
Rook takes.
I can take with the bishop as well, but I like rook takes f6.
Queen takes. I'm losing the same way.
Queen takes, knight takes e5.
Rook takes f6, bishop takes f6. This loses.
Same story.
Same story. So
Even
that's why.
worse, because your queen is on f7 as well.
I know it's okay. Rook f6, queen c4. What's the kill?
Knight takes c5.
Oh, boring.
I'm just gonna go rook f7.
Boring.
I will go rook f7. Yes.
Boring.
It's not a nice checkmate, but
it's
that's pretty.
Nice.
That's pretty efficient. Yep. Rook takes f6, and of course we can play bishop takes f6 too. Yeah. Yes. There are other ways, but rook f6 and knight e5. That's impressive. For Alice Lee, this win means that for tomorrow, Tatev will have to win with the white pieces to make a
go
comeback.
all in with the white pieces. At least she's not in Carisa's situation. She was always playing for that must-win with the black pieces.
I know, that's hard.
It's much more difficult.
So we're expecting rook takes f6
Probably bishop
right
takes
now.
f6 is strong as well.
Oh, for sure.
Because after bishop takes f6,
Yep.
bishop takes f6,
Yep.
rook takes f6,
Yep.
you go queen takes c4,
What else?
and now I have queen e3. Because I like that I'm gonna infiltrate maybe with the queen to h6, and then I should checkmate somehow there.
But I
Is
like
it
keeping the bishop on the
completely?
board.
Is that completely? I mean, what you did a moment ago was so much more convincing.
Yes, rook takes
F-
f7 is just much nicer.
Rook
and
f6.
Alice sees that, made knight
rook takes
h6.
f6.
Yeah, I mean, this is just. I mean, I don't want to.
And again, 2 exclamation points.
But it's not helping you. I go knight takes e5, even if you go queen g8.
G8, I know. At first the queen got chased away from the defense of the s6 pawn. Then the f6 pawn just
Nothing
got
helps you.
captured.
No. I take on e5 next. Whatever you do, unless you take on f6, and then you get checkmated.
In the Pacific Northwest, we would call this, attacking the base, the f6, and then the whole pawn chain, f6, e5, the whole center collapses.
Tatev capturing queen takes c4, and Alice continuing with the line we just discussed, knight takes e5.
And that's a resignation.
Wow.
Alice Lee, with the first hit in this Champions Bracket Finals.
Absolutely. Wow. Congratulations.
Very dominant, I have to say.
Alice
This was
Lee.
a great game. And I really like the pawn sacrifice, this knight g5, remember, with 2 exclamation marks, followed by knight e6.
For those joining us late, you've missed a nice game by Alice Lee. It was a King's Indian Defense Averbach system. And in this particular position, she found a really nice idea of knight g5.
We're not seeing that yet,
pawn.
but now we're seeing
So what we were seeing, this is Averbach King's Indian, the bishop on h4, a little bit offsides, and Alice found a way of utilizing her offside bishop. She played knight g5, intending to sacrifice a pawn with knight e6, and the whole point is any captures, and this knight on h6 is left high and dry, and white wins a pawn. So after knight g5, queen e8, Alice sacrificed a pawn, went on to really have a positional domination and win
Pushed all the
emphatically.
pawns on the queen side, captured a pawn on d6, and just dominated the position.
Today is a day that features both the classical chess bracket as well as the elimination bracket. We've had a number of matches that are going to go into Blitz playoffs, and we're getting ready for those matches. But just to remind everybody of the results of those Blitz chess matches that are coming up, I believe we have 3 matches.
Yes, we have 2 matches in the open section and 1 match in the women's section.
Yeah, in the open section, it was like Sam and Lenier traded victories, but Wesley and Levon were
Just very solid, 2
very,
draws.
very, very solid 2 draws. And then, of course, Irina and Anna will be playing a Blitz playoff. And let's pause.
Because Eric Rosen, he is with Carissa Yip. Okay.
I am joined by Carissa Yip, who has been knocked out of the American Cup, but still wanted to join for an interview. So, Carissa, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing better.
Okay.
Doing better.
I know it was kind of a traumatic match today. What are your thoughts about the match?
Yes, I would say traumatic as well. Probably I'll be having nightmares about, the last 4 games for many, many years. But, it's life.
Are there any big lessons you can take away from the yesterday or today from the games?
Yeah, I think I learned a lot. I'm not really going to share.
Okay, we'll keep the
it's
lesson
personal,
secret for now.
Yeah. It's private.
Tell me about, you mentioned, I didn't notice this on the broadcast, but you changed your outfit between the games. What was that about?
True.
What's the story behind
That's
it?
True. Yeah, so we could do an outfit check right now. I got this jacket, thrifted in Paris. Got this sweater, also thrifted in Paris. Undershirt, thrifted in Paris. Oh wait, I should clarify, I was studying abroad there.
How recently were you in Paris?
Oh, it was like last week.
Last week?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So
wait,
are
I'm
you,
not done. We're not
are you
done.
jet lagged?
Oh, wait, I'm not done.
Okay,
Pants,
go on.
vintage from my mom. You can't see them on the camera probably, but straight leg, black denim, socks. My ex's actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I ran out of clean socks.
I see.
But I just want to get a new outfit, get into like a better state of mind.
Okay.
And that that didn't really help. But it was worth the attempt.
Are you superstitious at all? Do you pay really close attention to what you're wearing and all the way down to the socks?
I am superstitious. That is why I changed fits.
Gotcha.
Yeah, also I was wearing my first outfit and I was like, this just doesn't feel right, and then the chest wasn't coming out good either. So I thought I should switch it up. I'll probably never wear this again because chest didn't come out right again. But
if you could do anything different or even go back in time and redo this tournament, what would you do differently on or off the board?
it's a great question, Eric. I think I would have started preparing for the event a bit earlier. So I am taking time off of school to pursue chess full time. But before then, I was doing my normal quarter stuff, studying, hang out in Paris.
I had no idea you were in Paris just a week ago. How much time did you have to recover from jet lag and did you feel like that was like decent
Wow.
preparation for this event?
I wish I could blame it on jet lag. No, I came a few days early, so it was fine. I got settled in. Fun story, actually. I don't know if we have time for this. Do we have time for a fun story? It'll be
Yeah,
like
the
3
producer's
seconds.
not telling me to wrap it up, so we do have
yeah.
time.
Fun
Yes.
story. So I was in the French ER like a couple weeks ago.
Oh no.
It was
Emergency room, right?
Emergency
not
room,
Eric Rosen.
yeah.
Okay. All right. What happened?
Oh, just like things.
Uh-huh.
That was my entire story. I just
Okay.
thought it was like a fun thing to mention.
You told me before the interview, like 30 seconds before, that you have a story about a ladybug. I don't know if I want to ask about it, but
Did
do
you want to hear the story about the ladybug?
We can hear it, sure.
We have that time.
I also heard there was a bee in the playing room too. That maybe
I
is
also
more
heard
interesting.
this about the bee.
Uh-huh.
Wait, I guess I could tell my ladybug story if you really wanted.
I'm being told no from the producer. so.
Okay, we'll skip it.
Final question: how much are you preparing to like get the Grandmaster title? I know you're moving to St. Louis soon, but are you going to take time to really pursue chess seriously?
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, this is definitely not the tournament that I was planning for. Not a tournament that I'm proud of. But I think sort of like, sometimes it just happens, you're not playing well. And people can capitalize on your mistakes,
Sure.
But yeah, I'm taking time off school. I'm planning on doing the chess thing full time, taking it seriously. I'm just looking forward to that.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you in the next event. Maybe American Cup Blitz that you're planning to play in?
That I am. I'll be the Blitz hasn't gone so well for me so far.
Well, maybe this year will be different.
This is my first time playing the American Cup. I was
that's right,
referring to my
okay.
disastrous tie breaks yesterday.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully you'll have a few days to rest. Thanks for joining. I know even though it was a difficult day, and we'll see more of you for sure, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Carissa. Results. Let's get to it. We've got some playoffs coming up. And we've got Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabi. They made a draw in their first classical game. Alice Lee, very impressive, Kate, against Tatev. And in the elimination bracket, that was where all the action occurred.
Yes,
Look at all
Levon
of those
Aronian
victories.
Drew with Wesley, so that was very calm match, 2 draws, but then nothing was calm. Lenier Dominguez won against Sevian in the first rapid game, but then he lost by dropping a queen in the second game. So these guys are going to be playing playoffs, and Irina Crush convincingly won the first game, but then lost in the second.
And
Here we
are
see
playoffs.
the playoffs. Levon
And-
Aronian with Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez against Sevian, and Irina Crush playing Anna Zatonsky.
Right. Arena, that second game that she lost, Anna needed to win on demand. That was blunderful. Arena had an incredibly good position. Cristian just gave it away. And I thought Lenier was much better against Sam. He could have gone Queen H5 check and then just Rook F8.
And in fact,
consolidated
let me
everything.
show you what happened in this
Please,
one, because
please.
Arena was doing great up to a certain
everything-
point.
everything
No,
was
she played
wonderful.
a very good game. And
Right.
you can see this knight on A3 already.
Terrible.
Not a great piece, the bishop on C3. If you close things up with C5, it might be looking tempting, and perhaps this is what she should have done after queen to E7, just go C5. But then you're allowing all sorts of A5 again. It's all about this knight on A3, not a good piece. And after C5, A5, the exchange of those pawns, unfortunately, you cannot reinforce your pawn structure with A3. That would be ideal, because then you entomb this bishop on B7. But if you are forced to take on A5, the pawn on C5 will fall. And then obviously black gets a lot of counterplay. Now, she played bishop C3, A5, good move. C5, take, and this is exactly what we were discussing. And knight to B8, already a step in the wrong direction. Why not rook to A4? Hey, I
Move
have a
that cake
couple of
like-
options.
yeah.
Exactly. First of all, you cannot move the bishop because you lose the pawn on C5. And then the other rook is going to A8. You still have a lot of problems with the knight on A3. This would have given Irina a great position. Knight to B8 is fine as well. Knight to A6, bishop to D2. Knight to D7, still looking at that pawn on C5. And of course,
that was the big blunder.
What a trap. And she fell right into it because you can start with f6.
Right.
And then take on c5, not with a queen, but with a knight, right? f6, bishop to e3. I'm not in a hurry, right? And guess what? I have another piece that can go to the attack of that pawn on c5. Rook to c8 or rook to d8, bishop to f8 next, and then I'm going to capture on c5. This knight is not doing much. The bishop on g2 is not doing much. The knight on a3 is a terrible piece.
Terrible.
In the position, everything. Once this pawn on c5 clears up, I'm going to move the knight back, c5. You're completely in a devastating losing position as white. So a gift with queen takes c5. And in fact, this is such a tremendous gift because after queen to d3, you're not recovering.
The knight on d7,
that's
protection.
It. You're losing a full piece. Not only that, but I'm also invading with my pieces, and that's going to disrupt the position of yours. So the game ended after queen to b4. We entered this endgame with an extra piece, and I'm taking the pawn on c6 as well. Just a terrible, terrible mistake with that queen to c5. And Eric Rosen also is with a winner from Classical, and that is Alice Lee. Eric, take it away.
I'm joined yet again by Alice Lee, who defeated Tatev Abrahamyan in their first Classical game. Alice, congratulations. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, thank you. I thought this game went pretty well. I got surprised out of the opening with the King's Indian, but I never thought I was in any trouble. I always felt like it was like an interesting game throughout, and I guess that's what she was hoping for.
Yeah, I noticed that Tatev was blitzing out her moves in the opening. You were taking more time. In the live commentary across the streets, I was analyzing it with Ilya Nizhnik, and we were checking your games in this line previously. I noticed you had a few games, one of which was against Daniel Naroditsky. Did that cross your mind during the game?
Yeah, so I think actually that was like what I was considering when I was considering what to play, because I've looked at a few lines against this knight a6 system in the past, but I didn't want to go into the same line that I played against Naroditsky and Title Tuesday, because I didn't review that, and I probably should be reviewing my Blitz games. But yeah, I chose something different, like not what I played with this in.
And how much do you scour your opponents over the board games and online games in preparation for this event? Is that a big part of your preparation?
I feel like it's just very hard to predict what your opponent is going to play. So general preparation is always useful. For example, I thought Irina would play the King's Indian, and even though she ended up playing the Bogo in my Classical game against her, I still was able to sort of use what I remembered in making decisions in this game as well.
Now, you're only 15 years old. I know you're turning 16 pretty soon. Do you have future plans of what you want to do when you grow up? Like, do you want to pursue chess professionally? Do you think you want another career?
Yeah, so I think I'm a sophomore in high school right now, and I'm planning on graduating next year. So then I'll have my senior year to hopefully spend on chess. And I think in that year, I'll be both applying to colleges, but mostly just trying to see where I can go with my chess. And yeah, then I'll probably decide whether I want to pursue academics or a career in chess.
Well, sounds good. Best of luck in this event and in your future. I'll let you go, and good luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Our congratulations, Alice. And talking about one player who needed to win on demand was Sam Sevian. He was down 1-0 in the rapid and came back. It was just a very, very tough game. I think we have some video that we want to share.
Let's take a look at the replay.
The end of the Lenier, Sam Sevian Lenier.
I like that move. That queen on a2 feels.
By the way, Lenier, no, 8 seconds.
Nobody's got. Oh, he's
bishop b7 again.
So let's try queen d5.
Queen d5. He might be seeing it right now, guys.
Can he play bishop c6 and claim a draw?
No. This is the second time.
Apologies.
Wow,
No,
he missed it again.
Queen.
No.
But he has similar idea, guys, because he is offering the rook, because then I'm gonna take on e5.
Sure.
Exactly.
You cannot take the rook. No. Don't touch that rook.
And it's just seconds on the clock.
But what about rook to d8?
4 seconds.
And he's taking a pawn. Wow.
Wait, can we do queen h5 now?
Queen h5.
Queen f5?
Queen F5,
Because Queen
I think, might
H7.
be winning.
Queen F5.
Followed by Queen G6, guys. Be careful.
Yep.
Queen F5 is a checkmating
F5.
threat.
You have to go Queen G8, and then I have Queen E6. I'm attacking your bishop, and I'm threatening checkmate after Queen captures H6.
Yes.
Rook E7 missed.
No, another missed opportunity for Sam. Oh my gosh, he's really had great chances. He will be kicking himself that he's missed so many good chances.
Is it time to go E5 now?
Yeah, but
no, rook to B1.
Wow,
Okay.
so many pins now.
I'm still feeling that this is not easy for Lenier with all these pins and that weak king on H8.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I feel it's still Sam's game right now.
Well,
Really?
clock times. It's clock times.
By the way, 4 seconds for Lenier.
No, that hung
Takes F2,
his
queen takes
queen.
F2.
He hung his
my
queen.
goodness.
Unbelievable.
He wins it.
We
He
have
forces.
overtime. Wow. The way Lenier blunders his queen F2, and it's just captured. It was like Sam expected that. These are the players who are playoff bound. Okay.
Yes, Levon Aronian playing Wesley, so Lenier Dominguez again trying to win against Sam Sevian, and Irina Krush playing Anna Zatonsky.
That will be coming up as we take a break. We ask the players about aggression.
And risk in chess, and how do they manage it?
Yes, exactly. Don't be too.
When it comes to competing against such a skilled field, such as this one at the American Cup, how do you balance the aggression and risk-taking elements?
Oh, it's basically a mini World Cup. And as you probably know, I won that whole thing twice. So I kind of like it because I have the experience and I hope it will play a part. At least it did a year ago. So we'll see how it goes this year.
Yeah, it's a hard question because everyone's telling me I should take more risks and be more aggressive. So not the right person to ask. But generally, you try to wait for your chances and never let go once you have them.
I mean, it depends on the match situation. For example, if you're up a point, usually players tend to play more solid, kind of play for a draw, even with white. And when you play for a draw with white, it honestly gives chances to your opponent because they start smelling blood in the water. You know, they get chances. And when it's a tie match, you have to take your chances. You know, if you're calculating well, probably take some extra risks, maybe go on the attack more. So there's an interesting balance between taking risks and playing solid.
I guess it depends on my mood. I think in previous years, I've been more on the cautious side, I guess, especially since it's a knockout format. Last year, I was a little bit more aggressive, I would say. I tried to play more aggressive openings and go for the win in a lot of my games instead of just being solid. So yeah, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking this year, so my opponents won't know in advance, but definitely last year went well, so maybe maybe that's a good strategy for me. But I do think a lot of it depends on mood because, you know, you can say it's better to be more cautious in a knockout, but if you're just not feeling it, then I think it's better to play according to how, like, your natural instincts and desires. I think that's going to lead to you having the best results. So,
I think generally we have this idea that you don't want to take really big risks because, of course, you lose a game, let's say in the classical with the white pieces, and already your match is very close to being over. On the other hand, I don't think that you can play it safe entirely. I mean, you can play it safe in the classical, maybe get to rapid, and still play it safe, but at some point you're going to have to take risks to win the match.
Well, I mean, I think the last event I was here for didn't go so well, which was the Champions Showdown. I actually felt that was a very good event for me in one way because there were a couple of games, I guess very specifically the game against Levon Aronian, the final classical game, where normally I would have just made a draw. There was one moment I could have just traded off a knight for a bishop. The game probably would have been very boring, and I didn't do that. I tried to go for more, perhaps because there wasn't, in a sense, anything on the line as far as ranking goes, that played a big factor. So I think the fact that I got punished in that game specifically bodes very well for this event to sort of try and be a little bit more objective about the situations. I think for me, I'll just try to sort of take it as it goes. I think that, again, going back to the Champions Showdown, I could sense there were moments where the games could get messy, and I sort of strive for that as opposed to trying to keep it simpler. And I'll probably go the opposite way in this event, at least as it relates to classical. So I think it's very good that I played a week ago here, because that should do wonders for my chess.
I think, yeah, this is always the question in the match format, because the thing is, with other tournaments, let's say you have 9 games, no matter what will happen, you still have 9 games. But with the match format, if something goes wrong, you can stop playing very quickly. So I think, yeah, there will be a mix of deciding when to take risk and when not to take risk and so on. But at the same time, I think as per the position, whatever the position says, I'll go with it. If I feel like some move is very strong, but it's very risky, I'll still go for it. I won't really hold back.
Yeah, that's a good question, but a difficult one in the sense that you're always trying to find that balance. I mean, it's a challenge always to, let's say, go for it all the way, so to speak, or play a little bit more safe. I think it depends on few things, how you feel, your shape at the moment, and your mental state also. Like usually I found that I play my best, or I tend to have my best results when I just go for it. Let's say if I have this mindset of just going all the way and be very aggressive and not just be content with, like a solid move or a solid decision, but when I'm able to, mentally and chess-wise to just go for really aggressive continuation, and that's the approach I'll try to take.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yips, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start the playoffs very soon. So first, let's review the results.
Absolutely, because it's been an eventful day thus far.
So in the classical game, the champions bracket, Hikaru Nakamura drew quite quickly with Fabiano Caruana, and in the women's section, Alice Lee defeated Tatev Abrahamyan.
It's been the elimination brackets, however, that has caught our attention. Look at how many victories.
Many decisive games. Levon Aronian, however, drew twice against Wesley, so Lenier Dominguez and Sevian, 1 win, 1 loss. They are going to the playoffs. Irina Krush and Anna Zatonsky, what a match there. Anna Zatonsky was able to trick Irina and come back to the match. Kari Sayip, she's out of the tournament. Nazi Paikidze won against her 2-0.
Let's see the format for these
First,
playoffs.
Let's start with the players. Levon Aronian playing Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez playing Sevian, and Irina Krush playing Anna Zatonsky.
The format, the Blitz playoff, how does it work?
So there is a first match of 2 games, 3 minutes plus 2 second increment. The colors are determined by lot. Now, if this match is tied, there are going to be another 2-game Blitz match, same time control with colors reversed from match 1. And if they are still tied, Armageddon is going to decide who continues in the elimination bracket and who is out. 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, 2 seconds increment, and black has to draw odds.
Our defending champion in the open section, Levon Aronian, is facing elimination against Wesley So, as is Wesley. And the first person at the board for the Blitz?
Irina Crush.
It's Irina.
Crush.
Focused, what she wants to accomplish in this game.
Well, I think she
Is
just
she
wants to come
focused or
back
she-
into this match. I
Yeah.
think she's psychologically a little bit damaged after that game. I mean,
Oh,
she
for
knew she had it
sure.
in her hands. I don't know if she checked it with an engine. If she did, then she would be even more upset.
Yeah.
Right now, even though, look, she's so experienced and
Yes.
she's been through this type of situations so many times. I'm sure she went back, maybe took a stroll outside. That's something that she always enjoys.
Right.
Go get some fresh air. And right now, she understands. Look, in the first game, I dominated with the white pieces.
Right.
In the second game, I was better. I dominated up until that queen takes e5, huge blunder. So
Right.
when it comes to the level of play, she's been playing better chess.
Oh yeah, her openings,
Then add-
early middle games,
Better
nothing
chess.
to complain about.
Just maintain the same pace and don't blunder. And I think she does have the upper hand in this one.
Okay. For me, it's been a strange match. Seriously, a very, very strange match is the match between Lenier and Sam, because I'm used to seeing Lenier burn 20 minutes in a given moment, be down and being playing on increment. It's actually been the opposite.
He was so well prepared.
He was so well prepared,
In both
and
games.
he's been 10 minutes up on the clock in a rapid game.
And it was Sam who played with 1 second on the clock twice, I think, in one game.
Wow, Sam could easily be out of the
Big
tournament.
question, is Sam going to repeat his French?
No. No, I think that was...
He played against Ray. He got a worse position, losing position.
Right.
Managed to come back.
Yeah.
Played against Lenier. Lenier blitzed out like 20 plus moves.
Right.
Just incredible preparation. Got a winning position.
You got to be
Maybe
a moving
third
target.
time is the charm. You know,
You're going to get killed on the third time. No. I think
Sam probably will shy away
I think
from
it's not working. By the way, Irina left and Anna took her spot as these two ladies between them have 12 U.S. Women's Championship titles, so they know the measure of one another very, very
well.
well.
One of them comes back to the board, the other one
Yes, exactly.
They don't
Steps
have
out.
to be facing each other before the game starts.
It's 2 minutes of awkward facing each other, right?
Exactly.
Awkward looking at each other.
And we see Lenier Dominguez.
How do you deal with the butterflies in your tummy? Just you're 120 seconds away from the start. What do you just say to yourself?
I think you just, try to calm yourself down. You go for a walk, you drink a little bit, maybe eat a bit, and then just you focus on what you want to do in this game and just how you want to try your best.
Think about maybe the openings you want to play.
Oh, that's for
against
sure.
your opponent.
That's for sure. The openings are a big part, and some of the players, in fact, have seconds with them in this competition. So I'm sure the seconds while they were playing.
I saw Gregory
his matches.
with Fabi, for example.
Yeah, I'm sure they're around the club somewhere, maybe at
Right.
Starbucks or
Hovering
around, right?
Right.
And coming up with new ideas. Because again, we've been trying to understand what is Sam going to do, what is Levon and Wesley going to do, how are they going to create a separation in their respective match.
Right. Somehow I expected the match between Wesley So and again our defending
First
champion.
of all, how many
Levon.
Armageddons?
I'm not saying one. I'm not seeing one. I think somehow the players
I'm saying 1.
1, 0 for me. How many?
Zero. I'll
Okay.
join you on 0.
Well, thank you.
But this match in particular, these two players, there's not much in between them. It's like Fabi and Levon really played each other. They were so tight.
Yeah.
It could have gone either way.
By the way, guys, did
And
you
something
see how
about this match, the
Wesley
same thing.
decided
No.
to check the queens and then he changed the queen just to have the other one?
He
didn't like the queen?
No.
Okay, and they're off. E4, E5, once again, the Gioco Piano. Will we see? Yes, Bishop C5, C3. The players, again, 3+2. Those 2-second increment, it doesn't give you a lot of time to build up on the clock. Are we going to see A4, Bishop B3, Bishop G5, Bishop B3?
Here we go. Asked and answered.
H6, A5, Bishop E6. So many different approaches.
And especially right now with both players have castled already.
Yes.
H3, G4 ideas against H6 don't work anymore. So we see H6, Rook to E1, A5, and finally H3 himself as well.
So Bishop E6.
Bishop E6, Rook E8. Boy, even Knight E7, even Bishop A7 just, again, there's a whole, whoa, D3, D4. Now that was very, very unexpected. I didn't anticipate
I was
that
surprised
coming.
that Levon was waiting with developing that knight from B1. So his idea is to play D4.
It didn't come as a surprise to Wesley very quickly, and the bishop retreat didn't come as a surprise for Levon either. He played bishop C2, and now takes, knight B4, hunting down the bishop. And yes, white has the central pawn duel, giving white space and compensation for the two bishops.
C6, very important move. Do not allow knight to B5 ideas. And right now you're potentially looking at ideas of D5, but you do have to be careful. D5,
Bishop
E5,
F4,
always
developing the
be
bishop.
the answer.
But D5, E5
is what we're thinking. Yes.
Knight E4 and bishop F5? No.
I don't think you can do that. Even though, maybe, knight to E4.
That's the question. Can he essay knight E4? And he's done it. And the idea is if you take with a knight, I'm not going to lose the pawn. I'm going to play bishop F5. I am provoking knight F6 check, but I have queen takes F6 as an answer. And maybe Levon is a little bit upset with that choice by Wesley. That's an obstinate move, refusing to back down.
So,
and if you don't capture the knight, I'm going to play bishop F5 anyway.
Absolutely. And also keep in mind that this bishop is actually patrolling an open diagonal. Unlike in a French defense where the pawn is on E6, at the moment the bishop has a very nice access towards white's king.
Just
bishop
to update
F5.
you about the opening of Sam Sevian and Lenier Dominguez.
Was it a French?
Was French.
He's a courageous man, is Sam Sevian. Knight F6 check, queen takes F6, queen D2. I'm not happy Levon is he? No, he's not taking
he's not
the
going to
pawn.
take that. If you take on
Queen
A5,
E6.
bishop takes D4 is a problem. Queen E6 seems like a good move. Queen E7.
Queen E7.
Saving some space for that bishop to maybe come back, and queen to B4 as well.
But again, queen takes pawn, bishop takes D4.
No, that's not good.
I don't like that trade for white.
No.
No.
Oh,
So
and that's
just
the
A3?
question right now. Bishop
Just
E3?
A3?
A3.
A3, just to guard that square on B4.
I'm forcibly reminded from a game, an Olympiad, Baku, where Wesley So was black against the Russian Nepo. And it was USA versus Russia, huge match for the Olympic medals. And Nepo had gone 6-0 in the competition. To start the competition, was facing Wesley with the white pieces. Wesley won an emphatic game with this exact setup.
A3 was played.
With
A4.
the light squared bishop versus the knight on F3. This light squared bishop is actually a really good piece.
But one
It's
thing that's really
nice.
striking is Levon's time management. Only 1 minute against 2 minutes. Wesley's playing really fast. And I think
knows
really
these
well as
positions.
well.
Yeah, no, Wesley knows these positions very, very well. By the way, rook A5, rook B5, kind of trying to sneak the rook.
Rook C8.
Rook
He's going for
C8.
C5.
Okay.
Because we have a
different
pair of
approach.
bishop. We want to open the position.
Yes,
He
we
wants
do.
to go
As
C5.
black.
And this move, bishop E3, to my way of thinking, that's a defensive move because Levon knows that C5 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Queen to
D7, guarding that pawn on D5 if we push for C5. But yes, also attacking pawn on H3, thinking, you know what, maybe I can
Maybe a rover?
sacrifice the piece there.
Maybe a rover, a rook up and over, rook E6, and yeah, no, I mean, the initiative is definitely swinging, the trend is definitely swinging in Wesley's favor. Again, this is the first game of the Blitz. They will play 2 Blitz games. The players will switch colors immediately after. And knight F1. So
Somewhat
the knight,
defensive move, making sure we can, yes, block the G file and also maybe go king H2.
yeah, couple of defensive moves. As Levon is on the back foot here.
F6.
By the way, was bishop H3 complete? Yeah.
I like this move F6.
You do?
Knight to G3, yes. The question is, where do you put that bishop? If you go to g6, I think f4, f5 might be a bit problematic. So he goes to h7.
Timing is a... Yeah, that... I was...
So do we play f4 here?
Why not? Let's go. f4.
I mean, I don't like how it's going to block my bishop, but...
Well,
bishop
he's
f4.
played
Bishop
bishop f4. Okay. Rook f8.
Guys, c5 might have been close to winning for
opportunity.
For black. Huge opportunity missed.
c5 captures on f6.
Now the bishop comes to e5. Now I'm starting to like white's chances.
That will be a magnificent square for the bishop. And unfortunately, there's not much I can do about it. I don't want to lose this pawn on h6.
Well, you can definitely take on e1, exchange everything on e1, and then take on d4, or maybe
now that I like.
First.
That I like. That's like
He's
a
going
Zaitsev, where you end up with a huge majority on the queen side versus a huge majority for white on the king side.
And I have two bishops.
Yes.
But at the same time, once you take on g7, that king on g8 is going to become extremely weak. I understand. You have two bishops, you have targets. That pawn on b2 is a huge target. But the king on g8, as long as we don't exchange the queens as white, that one is going to be always under threat.
Look at this.
That pawn on g7 is kind of dangerous.
Yes, you think?
It's one of the funniest pawn structures I've seen in a long time.
A long time.
I like this bishop g6 move, not allowing the knight to be more active.
Yeah, kind of making a Tsuji against white's knight.
Bishop g7. Who's better?
3 connected pass pawns for white.
It should be black, right? Because we have bishop, and that bishop is going to be supporting those pawns.
I'm not sure.
I like...
By the way, Levon down to 5 seconds.
I like black. It's hard to call. This is a judgment that I have no idea. Queen g7? Just to get rid of the blockading queen?
b5, h5. Where do you put the bishop? Bishop b1.
Bishop b1.
You have to do something with the knight on g3. It's just simply not very well placed. Not f5. Bishop d3. Bit of indecision by
I saw that. Clock time, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 7 seconds for Levon, 9 seconds for Wesley.
And he's going to say, with bishop to b1 is going to be a threefold repetition.
Is it true? Is it true? That's an incredible catch, if it's true. And Wesley's looking very confident.
True.
It is true.
I just checked it. It is true.
We're going to change quickly to the Lenier versus Sam game. First game of the Blitz, everybody.
Sam Sevian has extra pawn.
Very nice extra
and time
pawn.
advantage. You see Leinier Dominguez 3 seconds, Sam Sevian 12 seconds.
Not only an extra pawn, but I must say a positional advantage. Well, look at Black's knights.
With 1 second, Leinier managed to get away.
Play fast, Lenier, or you're going to flag. h5, king h2, h4, setting up that very unpleasant knight to g3 idea.
And finally, the white knight on c4. Whoa.
Rook d1, he's going for the mate, guys.
Knight
Rook to
g3.
e1, covering up everything on the first rank.
Knight g3 was on...
Okay, let's bring the other rook to the second rank.
Rook to d4, rook to b1, looking at potentially some checks on that side, covering up.
Oh, beautiful move. Knight b3, just blocking the rook from invading. Knight g3?
King f6, knight g4, check. Where do you put the knight? Knight to e3, knight to e5, staying active.
Let's go knight g3.
Knight d2, those knights are creeping in.
Wow, this is
this is winning.
Forcing.
This must be winning. That knight on g3 is so powerful.
4 seconds for both players, guys. Both players are in tremendous time trouble right now.
How?
Why no knight g3? Yeah.
Yeah. Why? How could you not go knight g3? I mean,
king to f4.
Clock times.
4 seconds.
4 seconds against 5 seconds.
Anything can happen.
Everything is being played on increment right now. Knight to c5. That knight is coming back to g3.
That is a great...
Oh, another rook hang.
Oh. Wesley did that against...
Yes.
How are the ladies doing?
Irina won.
Irina won with black pieces against Anna Zatonsky.
Great victory by Irina, by the way.
Apologies to Irina. We were mesmerized by the Open Championships. Yeah,
it was a very well played game. And let's take a look at the end of the Irina game.
Indeed. Okay.
Queen h3 threatening checkmate on g2.
That bishop on c6. Looks like white's knights are a little bit awkward on e2 and d3. The queen is on b2 defending.
Keep an eye on the clock.
Uh-oh.
Knight to c1, keep an eye on the clock. Defending that queen on b2 defends g2.
Rook check. Oh, isn't c4 hanging?
d3.
Ooh,
D3.
Attacking the queen.
Discovered attack.
Discovered attack.
Tremendous move.
Bishop d4 check on.
3 seconds for Anna.
Bishop d4 check. Ooh.
She managed to.
With 1 second?
to make a move. But not the second time.
No. That was
she lost
too.
some time.
That was too. Ooh.
The position was already completely lost at that point.
Yes. So Arena, fantastic. She's in great shape.
Good
All
start
she needs
for
to
her
do
right now.
is draw with the white pieces.
With white pieces. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Results.
Levon, Aronian, and Wesley saw that was a draw. Lenier, Dominguez lost to Sevian, and Irina Krush won against Anna Zatonsky.
Oh, those awkward knights, those backward captures.
And when you are playing only on increment, those 2 seconds, anything can happen.
Absolutely. But it looked like Sam really handled himself very well
I was
in those
telling
last
you,
2 minutes.
third time French is the charm.
You were right. You are absolutely right. We are going to get ready for this, the second Blitz game.
The big question is, how does Lenier play for a win with his repertoire?
That's a good question. I don't know.
So here we have to switch the pieces.
Yes, they're switching the pieces right now. I believe Irina wanted to stay
on her side, on that side of the board.
She just wanted
said,
to stay.
"No, get up, get out of here, get up." I mean, Irina said, this chair is very comfy.
I'm winning there.
No.
Sit there.
You need that because of our camera's position and the clock's position. The clocks are hardwired to be on that side of the board, so you have to flip the sides. By the way, we have the cams, those black cushions were custom made to host a camera inside, so you can see the
and the idea being that generally
players.
you want with the black pieces to have the clock on your
right side. Most players
it's
are
another
right-handed.
rule of chess that a lot of people don't know about.
And
there
here
you
we
see the camera.
angle from those cameras next to the board.
And these two warriors, 3 draws, and that last one.
That's the match I think we may see Armageddon in.
I thought Wesley was with the 2 bishops when he played the move rook e6 and f6. It was c5. That's what he missed.
Yeah.
He missed the opportunity for c5. c5 might have brought him a victory as black, and now we are in a Queen's Gambit.
And it's
are we going to see a
second game
Rogozin?
of the Blitz match.
Yes, we're still seeing the same. Bishop b4. Levon is true to himself. He has played this specific line through most of his career. h5, trying to weaken the bishop on g3 so that if you play a move, for example, like h4, the knight jumps to e4 and wants to grab the bishop. Here,
and in
I
the
think
game
bishop
of Sevian and Lenier Dominguez, they are playing Alapin, Sicilian.
Queen a4 check. Give me the bishop. With the move bishop b5, white is threatening to capture the bishop because the knight is in a absolute pin.
So what do we do? Bishop d7, make sure the knight is no longer in a pin.
Exactly.
And now if you capture the knight on c6, I'm going to first also capture your knight on c3.
Exactly. So anticipating something along the lines of knight e2, h5, knight f3, Knight E2.
Knight G2.
So Wesley preparing to recapture, noting that H4 does not trap the bishop. The bishop can move to E5, and after knight takes E5, we can trade bishops, queen takes B4, or simply capture the knight. Knight E4.
Putting more pressure on the knight on C3 and attacking the bishop on G3, and maybe even clearing the F6 square for our queen.
Well, the other thing is, a moment ago, I could have played bishop E5 and pinned your knight. Now, when I go H4, bishop E5, F6, the knight can be, the bishop can be trapped. So, F2, F3 by Wesley, knight takes G3, H takes G3, and we're up to date with the game.
Queen E7, attacking the
King
pawn on
F2, it's a little bit weird to put the king on F2, but there is knight takes D5 as the potential.
You can also play A6 just to force that part of that board
I wanted to ask you, don't you think that
clear up?
that bishop takes C6 is a positional threat?
Bishop D6.
Because you would be, whoa,
Can you take that
is that
pawn?
upon my word?
I guess, oh no, you cannot, because if you take on D5, A6 is going to arrive on the board.
So?
What do you do?
Retreat the bishop?
But
where do you retreat it?
D3?
Yeah, but then knight B4?
There's going to be discovered attacks.
Isn't
Well,
that
wait
a
a
lot
minute.
of compensation?
I totally agree with the compensation.
A lot of compensation.
I just wanted to ask, can you win your material back?
Let's say bishop E6?
Bishop E6, and I think you can.
Are you sure you want to calculate all of these things?
Well, I don't have. It's a blitz game after all.
I'm
There's
not
no.
convinced. It was not played. Queen to B3.
Queen to B3. Okay.
Now you really want to take that pawn on D5.
With every fiber of my being. Yes.
Not queen takes D5 because bishop E6 again traps the queen.
Bishop.
Knight B4. Attacking the bishop on D3.
Bishop goes back to B1.
Guys, I'm calling it. I'm feeling a decisive result in this one.
A decisive result?
I'm feeling a decisive result in this one.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know for who, but the position is very imbalanced.
By the way, if A3, I can just retreat with my knight. That pawn on B7 is poisonous. You cannot capture it.
By
Your
the way,
queen would be trapped.
I like the move G4, just taking advantage of the fact that the rook is pinned. The bishop on G3 was annoying. It was keeping my knight defensively tied to the pawn
So
on
how
G3.
do you do it right now? Do you go
I think you have
H4
to play H4.
or do you go
H4.
Queen F6?
I think you have to play H4 because...
C5! Whoa!
Whoa.
He's going for it.
No, I don't think that's a very good move. I really don't. I think
Okay, C4. Let's go.
Queen D1. C4, Queen D1.
Knight D3. No, Knight C6 back.
Knight D3. You're pretty flippant with your pawns. Wait a minute.
I mean, I have a pair of bishops.
Oh,
That's okay.
But the pawns, Kate, you would be losing your
I like this strike in the center by Wesley.
By the way, I'm not liking this for Levon. No, seriously, one of the crucial questions in the opening is where do you put your king?
And now
Where do
you
you put the
also have
king?
an issue with your pawn on D5 hanging. E4, I think, is a very strong move.
I agree.
Queen A5,
Queen
pinning the
A5.
knight. So I don't worry if you capture on D5.
Okay, just a second. Just feeling like
Looking at that
is-
pawn on G5. I like this move.
Something is really amiss about Black's position. The
Look, at some
center
point you
looks
will have to
shaky.
sacrifice something and go for it. Castle. I like
Castles. Takes.
Now you
Will
take on
Wesley
G5.
capture on
Now we can
G5?
start with bishop F5 check.
Why do I need bishop F?
Don't
I'm
think I
trying to
want
win
to
a
give
piece.
that.
And once again, we are in the Blitz. We're in the playoffs between Wesley and Levon. This is
And it's the second game.
First game finished in a draw. Right now, whoever wins this one, and it seems like it's
Will-
a very imbalanced position, will win the match and advance further in the elimination bracket.
queen b5. Bishop e4, queen b5. Is it time to finally capture this pawn?
I mean, I'm very happy I can go to knight a5 and
Bishop
knight
takes
b3.
c6.
Yes, I think that's why we captured the knight first.
So Wesley has just snipped a pawn.
g4.
Wow.
But
Opening
Levon...
everything in the position. Take my pawn.
Levon is desperately seeking...
I like queen g5.
Counterplay. Queen
He goes
g5.
for it. Queen g5, queen f5, queen f3. I want to exchange the queens right now.
Sounds right.
By the way, it looks like Lenier Dominguez is winning against Sam Sevian, and
No
we will
way.
see Armageddon there.
Are you kidding? Wow, winning on demand with the black pieces?
It's not yet done, but he does have an exchange advantage, so great chances to win that one.
And for Wesley, Wesley has just captured a pawn. And by the way, he's got that h5 pawn is dangerous. Yes, rook h6
So we can
in
double
order
the rooks.
to take that pawn
He's
off
about
the
to corral
board.
it with the rooks coming on the h5.
Exactly.
And you're simply not getting in time to defend that.
Is that the case? I can't...
You can go rook c1 to attack my pawn,
then I
but
go b5.
I would just go b5, yep. Have a very nice pawn chain.
Yes.
King to d2. Okay, so Wesley is
Wesley's
thinking
down to
about-
his last 5 seconds.
Oh,
he needs
my
to play
goodness.
fast. Oh.
Last 5 seconds. Okay, you can go rook check and rook to g7 or
3
rook
seconds
g7.
for Wesley.
He's
2,
gonna-
1.
one,
He's
he's
gonna
back.
play.
He forgot about the clock.
He forgot.
He
Wow.
just fell
Forgot
asleep.
about the clock.
Which
and
means Levon Aronian won this game and won the match.
Wow. Okay, we're going to go back to Sam Sevian. And Lenier. Lenier
Knight
needs
C5.
to win.
Where's the win, though? Where's the win? I see the material advantage, but you're losing that pawn on e6. Rook to b5, great move. Knight takes e6 will be met by rook takes e5. Get rid of that pawn.
Definitely.
97
that's
defending
why.
that pawn.
He says, you're not taking my pawn.
So a5? Sorry, a5?
a5, I like a5.
What's the clock times again? Sorry.
10 seconds, 13 seconds for Lenier, 5 seconds for Sam Sevian. King f6, looking at that pawn on e6.
By the way, Irene Crush won, so she wins the match 2-0, and she will advance. What is Lenier doing?
I'm not sure, guys.
What is
I'm
Lenier
not sure.
doing?
That e6 pawn is so dangerous, but still, I feel he's winning this one.
It's close.
That's a check. Knight f6. Oh, this is super
I mean,
close.
that knight is stopping the pawns.
B5? What is she? What?
Knight takes h5, g4,
Whoa.
e8 queen. But now b5 and a5 is coming quickly. Will you
B5,
be able to catch
A5.
all of those pawns?
Oh no, he
Not
brought
king
his king
B6.
b6.
I
Why
think
did
that's
he?
fine too. We go king
King
c5,
C5?
not allow the white king to get closer.
I'm not sure about that.
And b5, let's go.
I'm truly not sure about
No, he. What? Knight f4? What is that?
that. King d6. a5, keep going. A5,
A5.
b4. You have to play it. b4.
I don't think the knight is going to stop both of them.
Yeah, I don't see how you stop both of those pawns.
And wow, maybe not the finest technique, but Lenier gets it done when it counts.
He does. With the black
We're going to
pieces.
have an Armageddon. What was your prediction?
Was 0 Armageddon.
0. I
What
said
was your
1.
prediction? Let's see, through the magic of television, revisit Irina versus Anna. At the very end, Anna needs to win. She's got her battery set up, but no.
She cannot allow the queen trade, so
No.
that's why she blocked with the bishop.
And Irina says, I want the queen trade.
And now you need to move somewhere.
But as soon
4
as
seconds on your clock, you need to make a move.
but Irina had
F6.
F6
So powerful.
and the battery of
H7,
queen
That's it.
and
Queen
bishop.
h7 checkmate.
Checkmate.
And the clock, 2 seconds, 1 second, and the game is over.
A clear impressive victory, 2-0. I don't think Arena had problem. Let's take a look at the results.
So Levon Aronian managed to win the second game, and with that the match against Wesley. So Lenier Dominguez won on demand against Sam Sevian, and we're gonna see Armageddon.
No, we see another set of Blitz matches, I think.
This is the first one?
This is the first one. Yes, we
they played so many
I'm so,
games
excited. I thought it was Armageddon too. I did too. We saw so many Blitz games.
That means you're gonna see another set of 2 games of Blitz, and Irina Krush, she won 2-0 against Anna Zatonsky and continues in the elimination bracket.
Wow. Yeah, I just saw so many Blitz games that I got confused.
This is the first time I'm seeing Lenier play Sicilian in years.
In years?
That's because you cannot play e5 when you need a victory with the black pieces, and that's why I was asking, what is he going to do? He played the Sicilian, Sam Sevian played the Alapin, and Lenier just produced a masterpiece. But we do have Eric Rosen with a very happy victor, Levon Aronian.
I'm joined by Levon Aronian, who just knocked out Wesley So from the competition. How are you feeling, Levon?
Fantastic.
And how do you feel about the match today? It seemed very close.
Yeah, I think, as it is always with Wesley, it's tough to get him somewhere where he feels uncomfortable. So I normally take huge risks in order to get him in positions where, I mean, he's of course very good in any kind of position, but these positions maybe are the positions where you have a chance to win or lose, but you know, you have a chance to get something interesting going on.
Did you feel like you took a lot of huge risks today, or was it more controlled chess?
Well, definitely I took some risks in the last game with black. I think like last year, that's what I did in the most decisive game. I played a very sharp line, and today I also thought that this is the way to go with black.
You've played Wesley, along with a lot of other players in the competition, so many times over the years. Do you spend a lot of your time between tournaments preparing for these players, knowing that you're going to play them a lot?
No, not really. I generally try to learn new things. You know, I believe that it's not really about the opponent, but it's more about learning, expanding your repertoire, and just understanding chess a bit better.
Are there any big lessons you can take away from the tournament so far, from your games or just the games overall?
So far it has been good. Maybe against Fabi, I think that last classical game, I should have been more cautious with my advantage. I should have spent more time and found unorthodox ideas, because I was looking for a straightforward plan, but it didn't really work.
Now, next round you're going to be playing either Leinier or Sam. Do you have a pick to win that match, and who do you prefer to play?
It doesn't really matter for me. I'm happy to play anybody. So it's just so much more relaxing once you get knocked out from the classical phase.
That's true.
So you can just play rapid.
And do you have a pick for the women's competition? Any favorites there? Alice Lee won her game today.
Yeah, I think it will be hard for Tatev to come back, but she proven to have a strong character. I think she has improved, and this tournament has been a showcase of that. I mean, to come back from losing the second game against Carissa and striking back, that shows that she's on the right path.
Well, sounds good. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll throw it back to the chess.
Thank you, Eric. Congratulations to our defending champion, Levon Aronian, who has just ousted Wesley So from the tournament. We are in the second pair of Blitz games.
And Lenier was like, you know what, my Sicilian was so successful, I'm going to play it again.
Why not?
Let's play a Najdorf.
We have a Najdorf with H2, H3.
Both players blitzing out the moves, knowing exactly what they want to play here. Now, first time, Sam is thinking.
You kind of think that Bishop C4 is more or less an automatic move.
Bishop to C4 has been played twice, and it's part of theory.
Yes.
Bishop C4, Bishop E7.
Right.
This is still within the scope of Lenier's preparation.
So now there's a threat knight takes d5. So white has to figure out what to do. Okay, let's capture the knight.
Step one. And now because e4 is hanging,
Queen d3.
well, at the moment, knight takes e4. I do have queen g4 as a possibility. Maybe I can get in castles.
But you also have to be very careful about some bishop captures on d5 and queen b6. No?
Okay, so castles. What do you do?
If I capture the pawn,
Queen g4.
and if I capture on d5,
Bishop takes
yeah,
d5.
there's going to be, no, a lot
Queen
of stuff is
d3.
going to be hanging.
He
Queen
doesn't
d3.
want to see any of that, but
There
Lenier,
is
by
a
the way,
bishop
up
h4 check.
1 minute on the clock.
There's a bishop h4 check alert here.
Sure,
I
sure.
can take on f.
You can, but I'm not too worried about that. My king on e2 will be very safe.
Because then I can
You
manually
say with
castle.
confidence.
Confidence, yes, yes.
You can manually castle. Well, good for you, but you will manually take a lot of moves to castle.
I will.
I will put
I feel
quickly
safe.
pressure on your pawn on d6.
Well, the problem is if I don't do that, you're going to castle anyway. Then your king is going to be very safe. And what do I have as compensation for?
Knight takes d5 was played in the only previous game in this position.
So bishop h4 check is the only way to disrupt white's setup.
So maybe Sam is thinking capturing with pawn, so after your check, I can have g3. And he just
Yes,
did capture
and he
with his
did
pawn.
capture with the pawn. Okay, check.
Bishop g5.
Oh, no check.
So now I can castle.
Why wouldn't you check, provoke g3, and then drop the bishop there?
I think it's because he does not want to see h4 on the board. And
I'd love for you to play g3, h4. You're moving your pawn shield forward in front of your king.
The bishop is becoming a bit ousted on the king side.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What are we talking about here? The bishop is on a beautiful diagonal, and h6 is a perfectly good, how do I say it, defended square.
I was more expecting white to play a5 to kind of isolate the pawn on b4 and then rook e4.
Queen to c7, he's going for that c2 pawn. Rook to e4, look at that move.
So maybe if black plays a5, then we are happy there's a hole on b5. Okay, that makes sense too.
Rook c8.
Rook f2.
Give me the pawn.
I have to defend.
Rook f2.
Rook f2, you have to defend. a5.
But now I can be starting to look at rook g4.
Yes, you're welcome.
Probably going to see something along
Rook
those lines.
g4,
None of that.
f6.
None of that is going to happen because rook to c8, h4 was played.
Rook to c8.
h4, bishop h6, rook f2, a5.
They've just transposed. It's the same thing.
How
You
do
could
you
have
attack?
included h4
f6,
a moment
g6,
ago as
h5.
well.
Trying to
Guys, that h
open the
h file
h
is
file.
opening up. Queen h3 followed by rook h4 is coming.
I mean, the queen and rook, they are ready to go there on that h file.
I'm starting to like white. I'm starting to like white a lot.
Again, I just don't understand why Lenier has not provoked the pawn to come to g3. When you play h4, I would put my bishop on f4. Yes, you're welcome to play g3 if you like. It just exposes the king a little bit more.
Maybe just he doesn't want to allow knight d4, move like that.
Possibly.
Queen d8, that seems passive.
So let's capture the pawn on g6.
D8. Yeah, I'd have to take with the f pawn. That's not pleasant.
I don't think that's helping you. If you take with the f pawn, queen h3, queen e6 might be in the cards.
This looks
for
so
sure.
dangerous for black.
I don't like what
I think
I think Lenier is in trouble.
He realizes
here.
that he might just be completely lost.
And again, this is the second pair of Blitz games and the playoff.
And Sam is enjoying a really nice advantage. Queen h3 targeting the bishop and the square on e6.
In fact, you don't have any moves with the bishop. That bishop is going to be slowly trapped.
Why? Bishop f8?
Bishop f8, I go rook to h4.
Rook to a7, I have to defend.
f7, check.
And then
something bad is going to happen. Something bad is going to happen.
Is clock or is
Well,
time's a factor?
Lenier has 28 seconds, Sam a little bit over a minute, but this position is just lost.
Yeah.
I don't see a way out for Lenier here.
20 seconds, panic is setting in for Lenier.
Right. Again, if there was a white pawn on g3, you would not be playing queen h3 here.
And 10 seconds for Lenier.
Oops.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Rook h4. We've seen this before. Rook h4, queen e6, as well as f7 check. All
Queen
great.
e6 first, king h8, and rook to h4. I'm smelling some checkmates. Rook c7, defending the 7th rank. Don't go f7, because the rook on h4 would be hanging. Knight to d2.
Transferring the knight to help with the checkmating the black king.
That's just very, very powerful.
Queen d7, you know what? Take on e6 if you want.
Be my guest.
Be my guest.
Can we still play knight g5 now?
It might be asking for too much, but he says no. f7, rook, knight g5, knight f6. Wait a minute.
Take the rook. Just
Should
take
be
the
good enough
rook
as well.
Yes.
Rook to c4. Swing the rook on the other side right now.
That's a beautiful move. And rook a8.
Rook c8.
Rook c6, rook a6.
c6. Yep, you have options.
Rook c8, rook a8. That would be
b3.
b3? Okay.
Very
Nothing
calm
to do.
move.
What can Lenier do? There's no moves.
h5, king f1. Rook c8. King e2. He's bringing the king on the other side.
And
towards
again, we like
b5.
to activate a king.
Rook f1.
Rook a8. Just let's go capture
I
that
like bringing
pawn.
the king. King to d3 or king to e3.
I'd like to put my king on b5, so
G5.
give up the c file quite yet.
King e4. G4. And here he's saying, you know what? I need to create something. King g6, rook takes c5. Is an
By the way,
option. He
Lenier,
says
1
no.
second on the clock.
Check.
That's it.
That
second.
was a very good
You
move.
can take on f8. And then rook to g8. Or you can do this.
Lenier just played 3 moves in a row with 1 second.
Bravo. Very, very nice technique at the end. When Sam won the exchange, you knew he had a winning position, but he converted very well.
And right now, Lenier is in a must-win situation to force the Armageddon.
Right.
If he wins this, if he doesn't win this one, that's it.
Right. He has to win.
That
with
is
white.
tournament over for Lenier. Sam moves forward into the elimination bracket, and we do have Eric with another very happy winner.
I am joined by Irina Krush, who just knocked out Anna Zatansky in their match. Irina, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. It was a high adrenaline day. I had a setback in the rapid. I mean, really logically, the match should have finished in the rapid because after, winning with white, I was really kind of cruising with black. I had more time. I had a great position. Like she could barely make any moves. And then I just blunder a piece in one move. I make a really careless capture. And yeah, that was a bit frustrating because that, took everything back to the Blitz, which is much more chaotic.
How did you recover and just find your focus in the Blitz?
Oh, I called everyone I could. Everyone who would pick up the phone, that was one of the things. Of course, I have good friends. So 2 out of 3 of them were available for a short chat. No one can really do much for you in that situation, but just a little bit of support, goes a long way. I went back to my room because actually it was such a long break that I decided I needed to eat something, just to have the energy to play. So mainly I was just stuffing myself with food before coming back. I definitely didn't have time to look at any chess.
Gotcha. Well, we're going to wrap it up here because we have more chess to get to. Thanks for joining and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Send it back to the studio.
Our congratulations to you, Irina, as we have these results.
So in the first playoff, Lenier Dominguez won the first game, lost the second one. Now in the second playoff, Sam Sevian won the first game.
And it will be up to Lenier to win with the white pieces, make that comeback. We have seen these players, somehow they do...
It's back and forth. It's back and forth.
Get back into the game. Lenier at the board.
At the board. Sam is probably taking all his time, all his available time before the next match. And Lenier is trying to go through his variations right now in his head. Hey, how do I get a winning position? Do I start with e4? Well, e4, e6. I'm not 100% sure how the last game played out.
The crazy
the one that Sam Sevian won in the French.
Yeah. The crazy part about the game that Lenier just lost is I actually thought he had a very decent position.
He did.
One of the things that we saw that Lenier fell victim to was an expansion G3, H4 with F6 as well. Lenier could have just played F6 himself and just put a stop to the king side. He didn't. And Sam broke through.
So Lenier is there and Sam is coming as well. And the game is going to start very shortly.
And this could be the final game if Sam manages to hold with the black
needs is a draw. And Lenier...
No French, E5.
I feel Lenier was already ready to play d4 French. And he was like, oh, I need to play with the knight. Knight f3.
So we see Jacob
No
A5s,
no A6s, no H6s. Again, it's a complete...
So if we play H6 here, that's going to be a transposition to the game of Levon Aronian and Wesley. So Knight E7, transferring first the knight to the king side.
Very standard plan for black. Put the knight on G6, defend the pawn on E5, give your pawn on the C pawn a little bit more flexibility so you can play C6 in the near future as well.
So what to do with white? D4. The knight goes away from controlling the center, so we start pushing there.
Knight G6, kind of an automatic. Although I must confess, captures on D4 and D6, D5 deserve consideration as well. No, Knight G6, just keep it straightforward.
Dropping off with the bishop.
Yeah, just sidestepping ideas of D6, D5 as well. Now here, I would probably play rook E8 and just slow play it, maybe also with H6. But at a certain moment, you start to think you would like to force the action, you know. C6 and D5 or C5.
Now white is ready to develop that knight from B1. Knight D2, knight
but
F1.
Knight D2, knight F4 is a problem, right?
Knight D2, knight F4. I'm just in
Maybe
time
you
to
want to
take
go
over
knight
bishop.
A3.
Maybe knight A3, knight C4.
No,
wow,
he
knight
says
D2.
knight D2.
I would have taken that opportunity
But
to...
I can drop back with the bishop, right? Bishop F1. It's not such a big deal.
Right now, what he's trying to do...
Developing with tempo. I mean, I live for that. What are you talking about? Not such a big
Black
deal.
is trying to go D5.
Yes.
Black is trying to go D5. Whether he can do it right now, or maybe he has to prepare it with bishop to C7 first, perhaps, and then go for D5.
I think you can play D5.
Can you play D5 right now?
I would play it. You cannot take on D5. I will play E5, E4.
He's looking at it.
And if we trade on E5, then I'm happy the dark square bishop has an open diagonal.
How do you trade on E5?
Well, if I play D5, the white pawn could capture on E5.
And this is how you get into trouble with the white pieces. I mean,
D5 on the board.
Yeah, I think Lenier.
Pawn takes.
Knight takes E4.
I mean, bishop takes E4. Is that?
D takes E4.
It's a bad position.
I think it's looking.
I go
pretty
rook to
good for black.
D1, and it's a bad position. Well, sorry, just I can take on E4 and try. What I'm trying to do is, I want to end up with a position with the rook on E4. So let's say I go like this. Knight takes. Let's say, just for argument's sake, yes? You take on D8, I take, you take on E4.
Knight takes E4 is on the board.
We may see it.
And rook to D1.
Wait, but what is he trying to do?
Knight,
bishop
looks
takes
like
E4.
we are headed to that variation.
We're straight into the endgame.
This is just better for black. Rook to D1. What?
Bishop takes D8.
What? Bishop, what?
So white is
I'm very
pawn
confused.
up here.
Rook takes d8 and rook d1.
Maybe f6 here, just trying to get the pawn back. Or bishop f5 to attack the rook.
Bishop to e6 to d5.
But it feels like you didn't need to do this.
Of course
like,
not.
Rook takes
Rook-
d8
rook
followed by
takes
rook to
d8.
d1.
The
Setting
bishop
up that
was-
pin on the first rank. That would
I
have
must
been
say, the bishop looked, to my eyes, beautiful on b6.
Bishop c7. He's
And I would have put the rook on d1 with joy. And just to remind everybody, Lenier is in a forced win, or in a must-win situation. He has lost the third Blitz game, and he must win the fourth Blitz game, in order to force an Armageddon. And Sam has just played the move bishop c7. Very good move.
He wants to recapture on e5 and is very happy if this game goes to draw.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's all he needs to continue. Bishop to d2. Okay, Lenier says, nothing I can do. You're welcome to play bishop f4, pardon me, bishop f5 and knight takes e5, which I like. I also like knight takes e5. And just simply f7, f6 at the end. You're going to play, no, just knight takes e5. That
We'll
should
just
be,
capture the pawn back.
yeah, that should just be enough for...
By the way, Sam Sevian is thinking, and he has 33 seconds on his clock. He's
Bishop
starting
f5.
with bishop f5.
Developing with the tempo is something I absolutely love to do. That captures was my favorite, but my second favorite was develop. Okay, this is an indication that we're a little bit desperate. That was a desperado move. Rook b4. He didn't play b5.
No, he just defended the pawn with...
I thought the rook was misplaced on b4. Okay.
So now white can try to defend the pawn on e5.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, but...
Bishop to d5.
Or also on a2, but maybe on a2 is... We don't want that bishop to get locked there
I don't
forever.
see it, guys. As soon as that bishop lands on d5, you lose the pawn on e5. And after that, where is your advantage as white?
No. Black is for choice.
It's black for choice.
Absolutely.
Black, in fact, it just feels like you cannot lose this position.
The time is running out.
22 seconds for Sam, 26 for Lenier, with everything to play for. Lenier needs a miracle right now to win this one.
He does.
And force the Armageddon.
He does need a miracle, and he's just trying to... He just traded off the light squared bishop.
The knight is landing on
d3.
d3. And let's do it right now. Why not?
Yeah, knight to d3. You're welcome to play rook takes
let's
e6.
double the rooks.
Rook to e8. He's trying to keep it very safe. Bishop to e3. a6. Rook to d1.
A little surprised by these decisions. What's the clock time?
h6.
5 seconds for Sam Sevian.
I was about to say,
Yes,
I
he
mean,
needs to
the players need to
play fast.
up their tempo.
Knight f5.
Nah,
3
not
seconds,
sure.
2 seconds for Sam. King h7.
Sam is
Somehow
giving
it feels
Lenier
is
some real
getting there,
chances. I mean, it's getting nerve-wracking suddenly.
It's so easy to blunder when you have only 2 seconds to make a move.
But now 5 seconds for Lenier as well. Rook to
It's
e1.
easy to blunder
Knight
when
g6.
No!
That's a piece.
That's a pawn. What?
Wait, what is happening?
It's not a piece. It's not... Amazingly, Sam, holy smack, it's a draw. He's got a perfect setup. All of his pawns are on light squares. Lenier's dark squared bishop is meaningless.
The knight is going to
And
protect
it's a
that
dead
b6
draw.
square, so
Knight
the king
d7.
cannot infiltrate there.
Actually,
it's black who's
black. Actually, yeah. No, this is a very, very comfortable draw. c5, c4. Just plonk your pawn
King
on the
a5.
c4 square.
King c6, keeping everything very tight, very compact.
And now let's activate the knight. Knight
No,
f8.
no. Why did you?
Because I like now knight e6, knight d4.
No, that's not the point. The point is if you're playing, you don't put your pawns on a dark square. So there was no reason for for Sam to have his pawn on c5 in this position.
I still don't see a way forward for white.
True that, but
especially after I place my knight on e6.
That knight on e6.
It's definitely a fortress, but imagine your pawn had been on c6.
b3, he's going to go for
I think this
b4
is
at the right
fine.
moment, but there's just no way in.
No.
a5.
4 seconds for Lenier. 3, 2.
He just let his.
Wow.
I always just let his clock tick down.
He's trying to lure Sam into a false sense of security right now. That's the only way out.
There's no chance. There's no breaks. G4 doesn't do anything. I'll just ignore
I think
everything.
Sam pretty much realizes it at this point. King d7, king c6, forever.
Forever.
Now gaining important seconds.
Is Sam, because Sam is just oscillating back and forth, but don't leave
This
that.
does not change anything.
Leave those pawns. The
Because the king
white
cannot
king.
go anywhere. The
Exactly.
knight on e6 is blocking that f4
Everything.
square, so the king cannot get there.
Exactly. Now here I would play a4.
Yes.
And
yes,
just shut
A4.
down the queen side completely. He did not. He took. Okay, slight. No,
C6.
it's still so dead draw.
It is.
It's such a dead draw. Lenier is trying, but okay, b5.
b5 finishes the game.
Yeah. Just kill it.
b5 is absolutely over. Eliminate the last pawn on that.
He didn't do it. Okay, didn't
But
matter.
king d6, king c6.
Yeah, king c6.
Bishop f2 looking at that pawn
This
on
is
b6.
why you don't want your pawns on light
Knight
squares.
no. King c7.
King b7. Okay, just marking time. You can do
96.
that. Yeah, you can do that.
Go back. King c7, king c6, once again. There's
Marking
no
time.
king landing on b5. you'll
Yes, yes. And if the king does
Knight
get-
f8.
Knight f8 because we can go knight g6 and knight e5.
That's the second time repetition of this position. And right now with knight f8, he can stop the clock right now. Knight f8 is a
He's
third time
stopped
repetition.
the clock and he's making a claim. I
Yes.
think
He's correct.
he is correct.
He is correct. With knight f8, that would be a third time repetition.
Players just waiting for confirmation. Lenier, congratulations to Sam Sevian as he holds the draw and wins the match in Blitz.
And continues in the elimination bracket. What a match. These 4 Blitz games.
They were nerve-wracking.
Sam
affairs.
Sevian once again showing his incredible nerves.
Yeah.
He's shown that against Ray Robson in the elimination match. He's showing it once again against Lenier, who is such a tough opponent. Such a tough opponent to defeat with so much experience, a former World Blitz champion. So definitely this is an incredible result for Sam Sevian.
Exactly. And for our defending champion, Levon Aronian, a big shout out as he gets past
Congratulations.
a very, very, very tough Wesley.
Lose against Fabi, and now you have to play Wesley?
No,
that's not easy.
No. And as he said, I mean, Levon, he feels wonderful that he could get past
as long
Wesley.
as you stay in the competition.
Exactly.
Life couldn't be sweeter.
Exactly. And updated results. Kate, do the honors.
So Lenier, Dominguez and Sam Sevian in the first Blitz playoff. The match was 1-1, but in the second playoff, Sam Sevian won the first game and then managed to hold the position in the second game, which means winning the match and proceeding in the elimination bracket.
Exactly. And that first game that Sam won in the Blitz second playoff, that was really impressive. That H3 knight, or if he played it in really well. As we get ready, I think we're setting up for a guest interview, Eric, for just a moment. But whew.
How many moves with 1 second were played today?
Exactly.
At least like 6 or 7.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Look, it's all about the nerves, right? In those last few seconds, it's all about the nerves. We've seen Sam Sevian, we've seen Leinier, Dominguez drop to the last second. We've seen Wesley Saw fall asleep,
Yes.
and lose on time.
Yes.
In fact, that's how that match was decided.
He was a pawn up at the time he decided to fall asleep.
Let's take a look at the end of this one.
This is where Sam has got a fortress. He's moving his king back and forth between d7 and c6, but he's also moving his knight back and forth between e8 and f8. And there's just no way that Lenier can break this
And
fortress.
you see the clock situation. Players have only 10 seconds or less.
Exactly. Knight f8.
That's a favorite spot for the knight.
It sure is.
In this endgame.
Yeah.
And now Sam realized that if he goes again to f8, it is going to be a third time.
And he was right. It was a valid game. And let's jump to Eric Rosen with a happy Sam Sevian.
I'm joined by Sam Sevian, who just defeated Leinier and Dominguez in their match. How are you feeling, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, very happy. It was crazy back and forth all the way.
Yeah, there were so many moments today that seemed to come down to these split seconds. How do you train for that? Is it just like keeping your nerves?
It's honestly impossible. I mean, you see how many one-move blunders we all make. So, I mean, especially in Blitz.
Do you specifically train like over-the-board Blitz and Bullet leading up to this tournament just for these moments?
Not as much as I should, yeah. I mean, it almost always comes down to the end.
Okay, and any like big lessons to take away from this match for you?
Honestly, just keep fighting. You might get a chance.
Gotcha. Now, next round, you're going to be playing Levon Aronian, who also won his match today. Any thoughts preparing for Levon?
Well, I played him in the first match, so it's a rematch.
It's true.
So I do have some stuff, and he has some stuff as well. So.
Are you really seeking revenge?
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely try my best.
And I interviewed you a couple days ago. You said you were going to go to the zoo on your day off. Did you actually go to the zoo?
I was kind of sick, and it was really hot, so I just walked around this area.
Okay,
Didn't
fair
do
enough.
anything cool.
Well, I'll let you get rest for tomorrow. Congratulations again, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sam. A very impressive victory over a very difficult opponent, Lenier Dominguez. Anybody who has faced Lenier knows he's really, really, really hard to overcome.
I like what Sam said. Just continue fighting and you may get a chance.
Right? Oh, boy. Let's just refresh our elimination bracket and tell our viewers what has happened.
So this is the women's elimination bracket. Irina Crash defeated Anna Zatonsky today, and she continues in that bracket, and she's going to be facing Nazi Pajkice, who won today against Carissa Yip, the number one seed in the tournament.
They will have a free day tomorrow as we will wrap up the classical portion, if you will, as Hikaru and the open elimination as well. I should have gone there.
Here it's Levon Aronian, who was able to defeat Wesley Saw, who just lost on time in this second Blitz game, and Sam Sevian, who just defeated Lenier Dominguez.
And the championship.
In the championship bracket, today there was the first game of Tatev Abrahamyan and Alice Lee. Alice Lee with white won against Tatev, so Tatev will be seeking revenge tomorrow with white pieces.
Will have to win to force a Blitz playoff.
In the Open Championship bracket, it was Hikaru Nakamura today with white quickly making a draw with well-prepared Fabiano Caruana, and tomorrow the colors will be reversed.
Fabi caught Hikaru nicely. Bishop c3, a6, Catalan, and as you heard Hikaru say in the interview with Eric, I didn't want to play a position where I'm down on the clock, my opponent's well prepared, he's got his preparation, so he decided to make a
He took the practical way out.
Yeah.
And I think that was a good decision, especially when he dropped all the way to like an hour on the clock, 30 minutes behind Fabiano. Don't take too many unnecessary risks.
Let me see, where do I stand? Where do I stand? How am I doing?
You survived.
How am I doing?
You survived.
I survived.
You survived. That's
I
Did you
nice
get a
victory today. Thank
you get a participation trophy. You do. So it's back. It's all down to you and me again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
what
is.
about the Open? Pardon me.
There
yes.
you have it.
Oh no, not so good for me.
Wow. Well,
Tomorrow.
I'm still in.
Everything.
Everything to play for.
Everything to play for.
And tell us what tomorrow looks like.
Let's take a look. We will have in the champions bracket one classical game, and if the match will be tight, Blitz playoff. And the elimination bracket is going to have the whole match, 2 rapid games, and if necessary, again, Blitz playoffs.
Wow.
A lot of action tomorrow.
Elimination?
Yes, there is an elimination.
Oh my gosh, I thought
match
they had
tomorrow.
a free day.
They already had a rest day
They
yesterday.
had the rest day. Okay, I got the rest day.
They were resting, and right now they will be playing.
So a lot of action tomorrow. We hope you enjoyed day 5 of the American Cup. Join us for day 6. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. My pleasure to be with you both.
Great.
It's been
As
so
always.
much fun.
Of course.
It's been so much fun.
See you
all
tomorrow, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.